Do, 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 do. Nope. Okay. So Hmm. Did I do the wrong one? Ah,
on my TV while I'm working, because I have one of those jobs where I don't have to pay full attention to the job until something happens. But let me share entire screen. I'm going to share this entire screen over here. Let's give it a good sherry poo. Yeah, it is shared. Sometimes there's some really good shows out there I don't want to compete with. This show in the top left corner is just about 24/7, so I'm not worried about competing with them. I like to make sure I'm not competing with any of my other favorites. They would be Stone Vet, Ocel's Most Muckster, Shiz Happened for Public Safety, Fact of Madness. There's some new ones, Generally Specific. If you haven't checked out Generally Specific's site yet, I would highly recommend it. Master Sergeant Retired. Usually he's Thursday. Sometimes he surprises me and pops up, and I don't want to compete with Master Sergeant Retired. Definitely not. But anywho, yesterday I came across a Mike Kaiser video that was labeled members only, but I could see it. I wasn't sure if I'd gotten one of those subscriptions that people do all the time. So-and-so has bought 10 Fraud Wrangler subscriptions. Wasn't sure if it was that or anything. So I went on to my I'm not really David Finkel. I'm really somebody else. Well, that somebody else has a YouTube that doesn't really go to Michael Kaiser's show. And sure enough, I could see the members only there too. I don't know if that's a mistake or a clickbait, but some really embarrassing things came up with that. I did a video yesterday for the voters of Meade County, Kentucky, and Grantsville, Georgia. I sniped part of that stream. Oh, that's kind of blurry, isn't it? Quality 720. I guess my original was blurry. You got Michael Kaiser, murderer, 5-time convicted felon, 5-time pending felon, and absolute sociopathic liar. You got this mayor here of Grantsville, Georgia, who's definitely coming across as authoritarian. I didn't catch this guy. I think they caught him on last night's stream. There was a great show last night that I missed logged on. I saw it on the TV on the YouTube channel app. Shiz Happens. They had a great new plan. Bingo, Kaiser Bingo, or what you? Oh, I logged off on work just in time. My relief just got the first incident of the weekend. It's Sunday morning. Timing is everything, folks. Well, I did this video and I tried to get it out because it really shows the racist pieces of shit. JJ, and he's an elected official in Meade County, and I'm Groovy. And I'll open it up to the panel shortly. But what was I saying? I digress. Oh yeah, okay. We already know about Kaiser's crimes. This is an authoritarian mayor in Grantsville, Georgia. He's definitely got some really fucked up ideas. JJ doesn't say much. He kind of steps out. I think he realizes that this guy here on the bottom, Chief Tuttle, brags about being protected by the KKK. Not the ACLU. No, not the Ohio Army National Guard. No, he specifically said the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan, the racists. I'd always suspected he was a racist, but now all these folks are tied in with that. So I did this video for the voters of Meade County, Kentucky, and Grantsville, Georgia, and I kind of spammed it in a few places. I went on to my fake Facebook account. Again, this isn't really me. This is the fake me, but I plugged it here because the Grantville Police Department, the police department directly under Mayor Proctor, got all snowflakey and said, Georgia Transparency and others, you have been in blatant violation of the rules set forth from the Grantville Police Department page. 1, repeated spam. 2, attacking outside links, attaching outside links, which is what I'm doing. It's a rule, not a law. Fuck you. And discussing topics that are not germane to the original post. Well, spamming them is germane to the original post, so I felt obligated to, in many of the places on Facebook and on Twitter, now known as X, I went ahead and I forgot to take that off. I am doing Groovy. Looks like maybe they don't work on weekends, or they don't run their Facebook page on weekends, because that was yesterday. Today's Sunday. They haven't done a thing about it. See, yeah. You can tell this is a real mature police department. So I had a little fun on Facebook and Twitter getting that video out there, because yes, Chief Tuttle, which one? This one, Chief Tuttle is a blatant racist, and the two elected officials on Kaiser's channel are rubbing elbows with him. They do love them some racism. Okay, well, let's get rid of the Facebook tab. I got a bunch of tabs up. Okay, we don't need that anymore. That was my check and make sure I'm not competing with any of the good guys. Okay, we can let. I only got so far in this. This was focused on the racism and the voters and the potential competing candidates. But it's only got so far. I can only watch so much of Kaiser. He's more fun to watch through Shiz Happens or Stone Vet or you know, they make it fun, and that's what Shiz Happens did last night. They played Kaiser Bingo. This fellow here, Scotto, he doesn't have his own active channel, but he is quite an excellent contributor to other channels. He's a bit of a graphic artist. I don't know what he does in real life, but a real clever guy. And this is Stone Vet. He is a Marine Corps veteran, and I think he did a little time in the Army National Guard after the Marine Corps. And Shiz Happens is an investigative reporter of sorts. And they watched the same video, the members only. We can all see it. I think Stone claimed that he was gifted. But it is possible. You watch that channel for 5 minutes, and when somebody buys 5 Fraud Wrangler memberships, I think the computer just randomly distributes them. Because after I was kicked out a few months ago, within a couple of days, and after Muckster was kicked out, we each received memberships for 1 month. And I do go back in there every now and then to catch Kaiser in a lie. You watch Kaiser for 10 minutes, you're going to catch him in a lie. But the mayor was just getting to some interesting stuff yesterday. Well, let me back up. This guy here, Chief Tuttle, he apparently thinks the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment through the 10th Amendment, are extensions of the Declaration of Independence. I don't know if I'll find it again. It's a pretty long live stream. It's kind of hard to dig through that shit. But when I'm watching him through this channel, I catch him saying that. I'm like, really? That's like such a elementary school mistake, confusing the Constitution for the Declaration of Independence. For anybody who's not aware of American history, I do know I got a lot of people from the other side of the pond and from the other side of the Pacific Ocean come on. In 1776, 13 colonies declared independence. They wrote a letter to King George and the Parliament of England to declare that we are no longer subjects of your sorry ass. Has nothing to do with the Constitution. After they signed that, the revolution kicked up into full swing, and we duked it out. And finally, the general in charge of the British forces sent out some underling to wave a white handkerchief in Yorktown, and the war was over. The American Revolution was not, because after the Battle of Yorktown, we still didn't really have a country guided by a common set of laws. That came a few years later in I want to say it was ratified in 1789. That was the Constitution. The Constitution couldn't be ratified until certain states, certain former colonies got 10 amendments. The Constitution was written to be amended. The first 10 amendments, or the Bill of Rights, actually, technically, that's the First Amendment. Amendments 1 through 10 all happened at one time. That was in 1789. The Bill of Rights has nothing to do with the Declaration of Independence, other than it's a part of American history. So, whatever, yeah, okay, I'm over explaining it. I'm sure if you're watching, you already know. Not mobile movie. Not sure. Oh, let me catch up on the chat. There's only a couple in here. So, by the way, to answer Ernestine, I'm groovy. Thank you for asking. And Anne says it's a Norwegian mobile that's called Dr. Proctor Farting Powder. Maybe it's a biography of the. Oh, I asked Ringler which law school he went to today. Wonder if he will answer. He previously has claimed to have had a law degree from, I think, Texas State University, somewhere in Texas. But in this stream that Shiz, Scotto, and Stone Vet are sniping, he clearly says, I don't have a law degree, but I can read. I don't have a law degree either, except for the one I picked up from the outhouse graffiti. I read the graffiti on the outhouse, therefore I am as legally versed as Michael Kaiser. To be honest, I'm sure Michael Kaiser knows more law than me, because when you're a 5-time felon, you're pending 5 more felonies, and you're not convicted. You're charged murder. Conviction investigations are still pending. You've worked with a lot of lawyers, so you probably picked up a few more things than old Finkel here. But that's the kind of education you get from experience, and not the kind of experience I would want. Yeah, this was a great show last night. They made bingo cards. Lupe what's her name? Guadalupe Guacamole, I think is the name, or as people call her for short, Lupe. Created bingo cards from the play. I wish I could have played along, but I was, working and kind of watching it on the background. Great show. I think when we snipe folks, we ought to do the bingo thing. That it keeps them focused on what they're sniping. I love Stone Vet to death. He's great, but sometimes he gets to digressing and tangenting, and it takes an hour to get back to the next 2 minutes of the video they're sniping. It can go both ways. You can just let that thing play, and that gets too old too. You got to have the interaction and the commentary. I'm going to play. Can you hear this? I don't know if you can hear that. I don't know if you heard that. We did have a standing army in 1776. It was called the Continental Army. It wasn't run by any specific colony or state. George Washington, he's from my neighborhood, Mount Vernon, just down the road here. He was given authority by the Continental Congress to put together an army, a standing army. And also there were a lot of militias that fought in the Revolutionary War too, but the regular army, the army under George Washington, was a standing army. It was in 1789, when the Constitution was ratified, that the standing army had to be approved by Congress. I think it was every 2 years. I'd have to look that up. It's been a long time since 8th grade. But the regulated militia was was to supplement the absence of a full-time standing army, if we ever went that way. It turns out we went the other way. We've had a professional army. Today we have the most professional army, unless some Marine wants to say, no, the Marine Corps is the most professional army. The services like to rib each other. But if you talk about militias today, a regulated militia is the Army National Guard. That technically, regulated militias are state police. Regulated militias are there are a lot of things, but the KKK is not a regulated militia. But I think I'm rambling on. I think it's time to invite folks up to my. I want to stop sharing screen, and if anybody wants to talk about any of these videos, or hell, anything you want to, come on down. I'm going to post you right there. I forgot you can. I can tag that link at the top. I learned things and pause. Okay, I'm going to tag that up there on the top. Pin message. There we go. Now it should be pinned there up on the top. I'm like a live stream genius now, aren't I? All right, I see I got 4 of you, at least one of you, 4, all 4 of you want. I can host up to 10. Come on down. Come on up. Which way? Well, correct by. Okay. If not, I'm going to go back to sharing screen and talking boring stuff. These things are more fun when you guys interact. Just saying. Just saying. Let's go back to premium. I'll kind of keep an eye for people joining, and I'm going to go to Mikey Kaiser. His members only. I wonder if his elected officials realize that that's not members only. That's everybody. Roughnecks Appreciation Night. That was originally scheduled for last night, but he didn't do it. This members only. Now look, the join button is still clickable for me. Oh, I screwed it up again. Genius, Finkel, simply genius. Okay. Fraud at Wrangler YouTube. Here's what I'm trying to say. He's tagging this as members only, and elected officials are joining. I think they think it's members only. Nobody's. But if you look, I can see it. You can see it through my screen. And the join option is an option. That means I'm not currently a member, yet I can see a members only tag. I'm not sure if that's clickbait or if that's a goof up, and he unintentionally threw his elected officials who join his panel under the bus. Either way, I'm rather enjoying it. What do I have in store? It's Sunday morning. This is the Holy Church of Fuck Kaiser. Oh, look, all his content is you are definitely living rent-free in his head. You can go ahead and sell your home because you have a rent-free place to stay. Angry Vet. I've heard a lot. Oh, Angry Vet. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. I didn't realize Angry Vet was in. Okay, who else we got? I know he's been going after Georgia Transparency. Frauditor Hump Day Cup. I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's mostly all about Chris and Tiffany. I haven't really been paying attention. I know a couple times he's gone after JC News now. Okay. Oh, and this guy. Actually, I think it was Chris who told me about this guy. He's a humanitarian. He works with horses a lot, and for some dumb racist reason, Kaiser's decided to go after him. But yeah, I'm going to say about 90% of this is all about Chris and Tiffany. By the way, this here where my pointer is, can you see my pointer? I don't know if you can see my pointer. Middle row, far right. This they make fun of a weight issue of I think it's Georgia Transparency. Blatantly make fun of them, and they don't get struck down for this. I get struck down for making fun of a guy's teeth. When I'm pointing out I have a problem with my own tooth, I don't like dentists, so I got a flipper. I use it and don't use it as per my comfort, but it's too dark. I love it. Where's my pointer? Come here, pointer. There we go. I told public safety that he's living rent-free in Kaiser's head, and this is the response I get. There's a little bit of delay, so I didn't see that right away. That's Adam, great guy. Oh, okay. I think he's talking about the horse guy. Um, this guy here. But yeah, mostly it's all about Chris. Chris gets the cheapest rent in Kaiser's Head. Um, yeah, I got the link up there at the top of the chat if anybody wants to join and discuss. Barbara, hi Barbara, hi Ann. I believe Ann was first in. We'll go back. Oh no, Ernestine was first in. So today, Ernestine is my sexy soulmate. At least by Kaiser's standards, the first one in is his sexy soulmate. That's weird. I'm playing. No, I don't. My sexy soulmate lives about 3 miles away. It's because we don't run around striking everybody for everything. Right, right. And I encourage you to. Now that I've been stricken down for making fun of a guy's teeth, I encourage Georgia transparency. Strike this motherfucker down for shit like this. Chris, he makes fun of you're a man of a certain age, you're starting to lose a little bit of hair on top, and he's making fun of it. Of course, he hasn't since JJ's gone on video. JJ used to be just the white disc. I don't have a camera, I don't have the equipment, but now he's got a camera, and we can see that JJ is far more balding than any of us. By the way, my girlfriend gets me on it too. I'm no longer 21. I think I killed some of my follicles in some of those bars when I was drinking. Yeah, if he's going to strike us down, or his friends are going to strike us down for these loosely worded community guidelines, for every time he's pointing a finger at us, he's got 3 of those fuckers pointing back at himself. Overweight, dental issues, balding issues. Hell, I talk about his small penis all the time. I wonder why he hasn't struck me. I don't know. JJ has a halo. I'm not sure. JJ has a. I don't know. JJ has something. And education is not one of them. I should talk. Oh, by the way, before they go after me for it, I am a high school dropout. I do hold a GED. I have 3 college credit hours from a class I took when I was in the Army on creative writing, and I'm not very creative at it. Yeah, exactly. Okay, hey, okay, I get it now. The hair, he's with JJ on the panel as a white disc, and I'm sure he knows what JJ looks like. He's making fun of you because some angle the court camera got showed you a little thin up here, and of course he exaggerates it, and he goes on and on and on about what he calls a landing zone. I'm surprised he knows what a landing zone is, because he's a chairborne ranger, and chairborne is always landed, except when they're flying high in oxys and old ladies' pain medicines. I got 6 people. Somebody wants to come up, right? Because I can't carry conversation by myself, and these are always a few seconds behind. I don't know if I'm behind them, or there's a delay between the chat and what I'm saying. In fact, I think I counted to 5. If I'm in StreamYard and I do something like this, and I count to like 4, 5, or 6, I'll see this on the YouTube. I try to stay out of the YouTube because I get that echo if I forget to mute. 6 of you. Okay, I know why you're not coming up. You're watching me in the car on the way to church. Don't YouTube and drive, guys. Are you YouTube and driving? Are you driving to church or going out for your Sunday morning coffee, or I don't know. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get into these constitutional idiots on the members only. And if anybody does want to come up, the stream link is on the top. And yeah, just for shits and giggles, I'll post it again. And yeah, I do get it. You have more important lives to join panels. That's fine. I worked till 9:30. My sweetie's at church at 10. She sings in the choir. So I really got nothing to do until noon or so. If she has time for me today. All right. All right. Shut up. Okay. Where did I go to last night's bingo show? Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's definitely hung up on these two people. Two of his favorite people on the planet, I guess. He can't quit them.
When they're reminding
I
her
want to
of
get to
what
where I
a
was
piss
last
poor,
night.
deadbeat mother they.
Oh, shut up with that shit,
Absolutely
Kaiser.
not. And didn't he go
All right.
and try to get?
I got something to say on this deadbeat mother thing. I'm a product of a divorce, and I was divorced myself, and these court issues get ugly. And if you're taking one side of an ugly court issue without considering the other side, well, you're just a fucking Kaiser. All of my ex-wife's friends and some of my own friends at the time think that I choked my ex-wife. Notice there's no record for wife abuse. I've never choked my ex-wife. What happened was at opposite ends of a like 20-foot long hallway, I made this gesture because I was just really frustrated with her. And I stormed out of the house. By the time I got back to the house, calmed down and everything, my first sergeant wanted to see me. My off duty time employer wanted to see me. My neighbors were mad at me because I choked my wife. That was believed for many, many years until my my employer, not my Army employer, I moonlighted delivering pizza, and the lady I'd started dating as my wife and our relationship was falling apart, she thought that the story of me choking her was also true, until we lived together for a number of years, and we're trying to do this mixed family. Mixed families are hard. I got my kids, she's got her kids, and although we intend to not play favorites, it's pretty much impossible without, I mean, it takes a better man than me and a better woman than her to do that, because you love your own children. You love your loved ones' children too, but it's just a different kind of love. And so when the kids go at it, the adults, it's just ugly. Anyway.
Well, they take.
Go ahead.
What these trolls are doing is taking the reports. That's important. The word's important. The reports that scorned exes are making, and they run with it as if it's truth. You know, even when court proves it the opposite, which is exactly what's happened in Tiffany's case. You know, she had a couple angry exes that banded together and made some false reports. And now, you know, of course, it's all over YouTube that she's done all these horrific things that these drug addicts insinuated on paper.
I'm very fortunate. All of my exes absolutely hate each other, so I don't have to worry about them ganging up on me.
These do too, but they're weird, and they band together. There's three of them. You know, she's only had 4 relationships, including me.
Yeah,
and they all band together when it comes to. There's something about Tiffany, man. Like these guys just can't quit.
I've heard. I don't know because I've never seen a picture of this other person, but I've heard that Tiffany looks an awful lot like one of Kaiser's exes.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I can't confirm or deny it, but I don't know about Kaiser. But when I see someone who looks like my ex, I'm immediately turned off because there's a reason they're the ex.
Yeah.
There may have been a time when I thought differently, but by the time they became the ex, it's just like, if anybody reminds me of an ex, they could be the best person in the world, but if they remind me of the ex, no. I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt, use it to wipe my ass during the COVID toilet paper shortage.
Well, the difference between you and someone like Kaiser is that you don't have an obsessive compulsive personality where you need control of everyone that's ever stepped foot into your life. You know, that's one of their narcissistic issues.
Right. To finish my story, this woman who is the mother of my children, my first ex, my first adult ex, I should say, she turned this gesture into an actual choking. And for years, people believed it, including the pizza manager who became my live-in girlfriend years later, when we're trying to raise our kids together, my oldest daughter and I had one of those daddy teenage daughter moments where I'm like really frustrated. And I think, shame on me, I pushed her down the couch when she was trying to run out the ride. I shoved her down the couch. I shouldn't have gone that far, but I did. And she said, I'm going to call mom and she's going to want custody back of me. I'm like, here, call her. And she put her on speakerphone and she called her mom. And my next girlfriend, who believed the choking story, standing right next to me, my daughter's on the speakerphone with her mom. And she's talking about how rough daddy got with her. And my ex-wife says, I don't believe you, because if anybody could push your dad into violence, it's me, and I failed. Believe me, I tried, but he never lifted a finger towards me. And I looked at my current girlfriend. I'm like, now do you fucking believe me?
Mhm.
Sadly, she still didn't. Next ex.
Well, that's one of the problems with people not fully understanding the process to, criminal reports, or even, when it comes to Department of Child Services reports, or reporting parties can say whatever they want,
Yeah.
because the legal system has gotten so far out of control that they do not exercise the legal system for the civilians. They just run away and call it a civil matter and wash their hands of it. So what happens is they don't charge people with false reporting unless it's in the best interest of the state.
Oh, I kind of wonder about that, because it is against the law to lie to law enforcement. Now, my ex-wife's defense, she never reported to law enforcement. She reported it to my first sergeant. She reported it to my neighbors, and she reported it to my off-duty manager, who later became my girlfriend.
Mhm.
Actually, to be honest, I think the flames were starting at that point in our marriage. I'm certain that I never slept with her until the divorce was final, but I think we were starting to make googly eyes at each other. But geez,
Well, I mean, a divorce can take years.
it was very quick in Hinesville, Georgia. We got our first separation agreement in July from JAG. Of course, they explained to us we want to get a civilian lawyer because a lot of states won't honor the JAG separation agreement. So we got the separation agreement downtown Hinesville from a lawyer, and by September, I have to look at my divorce papers. By early September, I was fully divorced.
Yeah, sometimes they move quick, but I mean, there's people who have been trying to get divorces for years.
Yeah.
It depends on how much the other party fights it.
Yeah. Wow. It brought up another memory. I had all my household goods shipped back to my hometown with my ex-wife. So I'm there with the stuff I had in the barracks. I didn't have any really nice clothes. I had a t-shirt and jeans. And I showed up at the final court date, and the guy in uniform, we call him a bailiff or sheriff, whoever it is that's checking people in uniform, he got mad at me because I was so sloppily dressed. I'm a soldier about to get out of the Army. My ex-wife has all my household goods, and okay. So he made me tuck in my shirt. That was the best I could do, was tuck in my shirt. And I went into court, and I noticed that, yeah, everybody there, it was a divorce court, everybody there waiting for their turn were very nicely dressed, especially the women. And someone explained to me, oh, that's the soon-to-be ex-wife's way of getting back at the ex-husband, is to show them how hot they can still be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, women go straight to the gym after after a breakup.
Well, a couple of years later, when I'm suing for custody, now I'm in Virginia, but I have to go to upstate New York to sue for custody. And I'd learned my lesson, and I'm making more money now, and I have my own stuff with me. So I walk in a suit, the same kind of suit I would wear to the GAO for work when the Senate, when Congress is in session. We had to wear pretty much formal. When Congress is out of session, we can go business casual. So I'm wearing a suit into a courthouse in Oneida County. It was in Rome, New York. And I kept having people come up to me asking if they could hire me because they thought I was a lawyer. And I'm looking around, everyone's in muddy boots and jeans and t-shirts. So I'm like, Can't all these courts get on the same sheet of music? I got yelled at for that shit.
Oh, so that's what it takes to look like a lawyer. You got to go where everybody else is dressed down.
Yeah.
When
You can't win. Yeah, in fact, in that one, I got accused of, you're just trying to impress the judge. I'm like, well, yeah, I would like to impress the judge in this case.
Right. Yeah. I mean, part of, the process for yourself is to be professional in a professional environment. And I mean, that can take you a little ways.
Yeah.
I honestly, myself, I'm a contractor for a living. So anytime I buy nice clothes, I pretty much end up doing something stupid and ruining whatever it is I'm wearing. Like it never fails that when I'm wearing whatever it is I don't want to get messed up, I'll get a call for like a quick thing that I have to do for work. And it'll end up being that thing that that destroys your clothing and takes hours. Even if I wore a business suit, I would probably be in the same pickle. It'd be, hey man, we got a repair over here. You got to do right now.
I forgot you're like you fix stuff. You do cabinets and counters and roofs and sidings and stuff like that, right?
Well, I used to do roofs and siding and stuff like that. Now, I guess a commercial repair specialist maybe that might be the best term for it. But I've owned my business since 2001, and yeah, I started out with building decks and doing flooring and things like that. But then I got in with some sub-development contractors, like big clients. And before I knew it, I was building houses, more or less. I mean, pretty much anything they needed done. And you know how contractors are, a lot of them sometimes don't show up on time for the projects because they got other things on their plate. And these sub-development people are pushy. They want it done now. So I had to learn a lot of trades, to keep up. Before I knew it, it was just overwhelming. I had 22 employees running at the same time for a while. And I realized, I was working harder to pay them than I was making any money for myself.
Oh, I got a friend like that.
There's a lot of money running through the business, but it wasn't mine. You know what I mean? And then I got calls from this one company that was just driving me up the wall, wanting me to do a teeny tiny repair at some dentist office. And it was raining. It had rained. We had a big apartment complex we were doing this really fancy hardy board siding on. And it rained for like 2 weeks straight. And there was nothing but mud at the site. We couldn't work. And I was finally like, okay, let me see this job. And by the time I had gotten back to them to do that one little commercial repair, they were begging me so much. They kept adding all these different repairs that they needed throughout the whole building. So when I finally took the ticket, it was like $3,000 worth of work. I want to say, I can't remember, but and this is a long time ago, maybe 18 years ago. So I picked up the ticket and I went in and I was able to go by myself and do the entire project in one day. And I made like three grand, I think. I can't remember, but I was like, oh, wow, I could do this without 22 employees and, work a lot less. So I started taking more tickets, and then they referenced my company to other commercial companies. And that's how what I do today got started. So I do a lot of repairs mostly, but I also do what they call, the rehabilitation of the stores that are clients of my clients.
Right.
So in that, there's, basically remodels or refacing is what they call it. And you're updating the stores. So you'll like take the signage down, put new signage up, paint the background, the backdrops, put new windows in, for the front. And then on the inside, they move racks around, change the flooring, paint jobs, maybe add some displays, things like that. So, it's work. Like it's a lot of work, but in between the refacing, it's mostly just repairs, which I can normally accomplish in, each repair by itself in less than an hour, and it pays for the day. So what I do is I rack all my repair jobs up just a couple of days per week, and I just drive to each store and do it and spend, the entire day, or, 12 to 18 hours just going from store to store to store, doing the jobs and knocking them all out so that I can have the rest of the week off. That's how I afford.
That was the Rachel Maddow way of getting to my point is, whether Congress is in session or not, you don't wear a suit to work. Unless maybe you're recruiting new clients.
I'm not wearing suits, that's for sure. You've seen me in my court videos. I'm wearing what I got.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah.
Including my bald spot, my landing zone.
Oh, geez. We're getting there. Hell, I'll admit it. I take the blue pill. I'm 59 years old. So what if I take the blue pill? Well, thank God for the blue pill, really.
Well, anything that you offer, they're going to run away with, and try to glorify it into something that makes them, have fun with.
I got two philosophies on that kind of honesty. One is from my program of recovery. You got to live thoroughly honest. If nothing else, it's the easiest thing to remember. But I watched a movie called 8 Mile, where these guys get in these rap contests, and the star, it was Eminem. He was like, "What can I say to put this other guy down?" Because the whole rapping thing was to insult the other guy. He got up there and he insulted himself. Yeah, I do live in a trailer with my mom, and he's just putting himself down. Everything you can think of, honest stuff, which left the competition nothing to bitch about. Okay, make fun of my GED. Make fun that I take blue pills. Make fun that I have a missing tooth.
Well, it's a whole lot easier when you have nothing to hide in life. That's for sure.
That is very true. Yeah.
I gave up on caring about what other people think a long time ago, and started caring more about other people in general.
I think it's because I'm low-cal, but Kaiser has only mentioned me once or twice. Doesn't go after me. I don't know if it's because I'm not monetized or because I only have 7,000 subscribers and I don't get very many views, or is it because I'm just open about everything? There's nothing that he can zing me with that would get to me. Yeah, he's like,
well, it's a combination of those things, I'm sure, David, but but mainly, obviously, what Kaiser is interested in. This is just Kaiser, not the people he brings, to the table. But Kaiser himself, well, maybe some of the people he brings to the table, but himself, obviously, what he's interested in is stealing. He wants to steal. He's a thief by trade. I mean, that's what he's done his whole life long. It's all over his record. And I think that another troll channel actually is the one that brought this to my attention a long time ago. The guy has been busted too many times, breaking into people's houses and stealing things to take to the pawn shop. So at this point in his life, he's realized that he can be lucrative in theft on YouTube. So what he's doing is he's investing his skills, his theft skills, into doing it using a YouTube channel. So in that, you're looking for, if you're a thief and you're looking for theft of monetization, you're looking for any channel that is on the uprise, a channel that's doing well, that's getting views, that's got attention, and then you steal that attention and you steal those views by taking their content, putting it on your channel, and then he has to, by the fair use, which he doesn't follow right. I mean, anybody could strike his content and win, but he's attempting to do it in a way where he can get away with it. So he's stealing your content and then talking a bunch of crap over it. Smart. Other people would do that if they didn't realize how unethical and immoral he is. That's the reason people don't do it. He's not coming up with this grand scheme that nobody else thought of. He's doing it regardless of how unethical his way of doing it is. So, he's kind of playing what he thinks to be like the Howard Stern, the shock jock value. Yeah. He's trying to play that, but he's just a horrific individual is what it boils down to. He's nothing like Howard Stern. At least Howard Stern had some, ethics and morals.
Last night, Stone Vet on Shiz's bingo show kind of busted him out. He on his live stream, he made the not Stone Vet, Kaiser made the claim, "I will never ask any of you for any money." And then they paused it, and Stone Vet went to one of his comment sections where he's directly asking somebody for 30 or 40 bucks. I'll pay you back with $20 interest because Kimmy needs smoke. So I'm like, really?
Man, yeah. Well, there's more. I mean,
oh yeah, I'm sure there's more. If there's that one.
Well, it's not just that. He just you can ask for money without directly asking for money. I mean, he's obviously encouraging any contributions that go directly into his bank account with the AdSense. You know.
Yeah, I haven't looked lately, but when I first became aware of this guy saying I'll never ask you for money, I see on his YouTube channel introduction, he says, "I'll never ask you for money, but this is my Cash App." I'm like,
yeah, he does that
Cash App
blatantly in his description of his channel. You know, I think that's exactly what it says. Here's my Cash App, but I'm not asking for money. You know, I mean, at least when we do it, we always say, you know, at least when we do fundraisers, we always say what they're for, how much we need, you know, and we try our best to pay it before we ever do any fundraising. You know.
Stone Vet's real funny about it. When people super sticky him or buy memberships, says that's going to the weed fund. I'm like, well, he's honest about it.
Right. Exactly.
And super stickies go.
There's nothing wrong with monetizing a YouTube channel. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, you know, there's an ethical way to do that as well.
Yeah. Stone Vet might be onto something else. I've noticed Amethyst Jones on Kaiser's channel is getting bigger and bigger with her donations. I forgot to follow up to see if this is a real account or not, but Stone Vet's theory is that Amethyst Jones is a sock account of either Kaiser or Kimmy. And what they do is buy one of these temporary credit cards, they send it, and then they cancel it, and it shows up on the screen as a $50 or $100 donation. Because the reasoning behind this theory is if someone does a donation of $4.99, he gets all excited and he stops the show and he's like, and Casey donates $4.99, and blah, you know, he gets real excited about it. But when Amethyst Jones does $50 or $100, he's like, oh yeah, Amethyst.
It just breezes right on by it. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I never caught on to that before.
Well, and I will contribute to that theory in this. I can't say much. I don't know about that particular instance, but what I do know for fact is that there are a small handful of Kaiser Kool-Aid drinkers who have an abundant amount of sock accounts, and they do things using their sock accounts to give an appearance that Kaiser is, you know, doing the right thing or you know, benefiting somehow or profiting, or, you know, they do that. So, I mean, I could show you my email sometime. You would be surprised at how many people that after some little recognizance, that's the wrong word. Shoot, I'm not military, so I don't know your words. But after a little investigating, we've learned who these people's, you know, who's attached to these accounts. And it goes right back to the same small handful of people over and over and over. And they're doing different things from each account that, you know, they're pretending that they're a whole militia. You know, it's really just a handful of stupid people.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's as many as it appears. One thing that always strikes me as odd is Kimmy is allegedly a wife, a member of the household, and she says $5 stickies, or what do you call them, stickies or super chats, whatever. She will donate $5 to Kaiser's channel. As I understand it, 30% of that is kept by YouTube. The remainder gets paid to Kaiser at the end of the month or at some point in the month with, and it goes towards the 1099. It's a taxable income. So if you need $30 or $40 so Kimmy can have cigarettes, why do you have her spend money out of the household income? It's going to be loss in the 30% for YouTube, and that's going to be a loss again when you're taxed on it. This doesn't make any sense. My suspicion is that's bullshit, and she's just doing it to get others to jump on the bandwagon and donate.
Sure. Another thing though, you have to think about this. Thieves, drug addict thieves are not very good with money. So they're definitely not going to be very good with applying money strategically for a budget.
No.
So they'll blow money and then go, what happened to my money? It's just not a wise business idea, but they're not wise people. So they're going to do stupid things like that.
In their defense, I'm not a druggie and I suck with money too.
Tiffany, she's not bad with money. Like she won't spend anything. I mean, to an extent that you would be surprised. And then all of a sudden she'll like buy a bunch of stuff that she's needed. So it looks like she's bad with money, but she's really not. She just, going past her boundaries for a while and then purchasing what she's made herself lack in.
Hey, Fact of Madness, he's got a good show too. I saw part of it the other night. He's got some monetization questions. I'm not monetized, so I really don't know the answers. I have heard that when you donate $10 on YouTube, $3 goes to YouTube. But anyone's welcome up. Almost anyone. Now, Scott, I saw you on Shiz's channel last night. So if you don't come up on mine, but you came up on hers, I'm going to think you like her more than you like me.
I can answer Fact's question. How long does it take to get the funds? Well, so it's a monthly cycle. And basically, whatever, say if I did a drop today and the video would, get $100 or whatever for the amount of views, the end of the cycle would be a cutoff. So the end of the month cycle, whenever I started my account, is the end of month cycle for it. And then the following month is when you would get paid. So like maybe a month and a half, depending on when the funds go, apply. That makes sense.
I think it does to me. Fact, does that answer your question?
If someone did a super chat on one of my videos today, my end of cycle is the 20th, I believe. So I would receive it the following 20th, not the 20th of this month, but the 20th of next month.
Oh, okay. I see your cycle depends on when you signed up, when you started.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not the same day for everyone. Mike Kaiser seemed to think everyone gets paid on the same day, like a payday for a company or the military.
Again, that would be a bad business plan for YouTube or AdSense because they would have to write a check for everybody all at once. Nobody does that.
One thing that sucked about it in the military is all the scammers just outside the gate. They knew when we got paid. They knew when we were walking around with money.
Yeah, the police know too, and that's why the January and February are the highest ticketed months.
All right. Right.
And then they do it again after people receive their tax refunds.
Oh shit! I gotta do my taxes. I usually I'm like, gotta do them right away as soon as I get my W-2s. But I've been neglecting and putting it off this year. Gets paid the 20th and 24th from YouTube. Oh well. Kelly thinks that the cycles are on the. I don't know. I'm not monetized. I don't think I ever will be monetized. So if you're looking for the $sign in the chat to give me a sticky or buy memberships. Sorry. Give to a veterans agency, give to your favorite charity, or go on to For Public. No, don't super chat For Public Safety. If you want to give money for public safety, get with them one-on-one. Remember, when you give on YouTube, 30% goes to YouTube. There's better ways to transfer money than through YouTube.
Well, it helps the channel, David. So like the great thing about super chats is this, when people don't need money for a specific thing and you just want to help boost the algorithm of the channel, super chats really are good because the more super chats your channel's getting, the more algorithm you get, the more YouTube presses your channel. So, because they want to make money too. So they're endorsing.
I never thought about that. Okay, so go ahead and click the $sign and give me $1, give me $2. Oh wait, I still don't have a $sign. Never mind. I've heard
one day.
A lot of channels prefer that you buy memberships, 1 month member. I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems like I know that. Go ahead.
It just depends on people's business plan. I mean, let's face it, the YouTube channels are, monetized YouTube channels are businesses. So, I mean, each owner of each business would have a different motto and plan for what, they see profitable for their business.
Oh, okay. I just thought another reason why Kaiser might not go after me is not because I'm smarter and I'll defeat him. It may be because not only am I not monetized, but my regular job pays me far more than I think if I was monetized, I'd make off of YouTube. Actually, I spend a shit ton of money on YouTube. I wonder if can I claim YouTube on my taxes?
Yeah, once you
cameras
once you get monetized, you're taxed.
That's okay. That's a good point. Yeah, all right. Tax. help out Al Gore's on the rhythm, y'all. Al Gore, the former politician. I don't know. And I still can't understand why I keep getting gifted a membership from Kaiser. If you watch them for 5 or 10 minutes, like I do from time to time, just to catch them in lies, because I love to catch them in lies, give them 5 or 10 minutes of your time, YouTube knows that you're watching and puts you in some sort of database. So when Amethyst Jones buys 20 Fraud at Wrangler memberships, it just randomly pushes them out to people who have watched, even if it's just for a couple minutes. A couple times I was given. I tried to watch them through a fake or not logged in, so they don't. Because I really don't want member. Of course, now that I saw what he thinks is, the other night he did a show for members only, and it's the whole public can see it. Now I'm see that how far he'll go down the rabbit hole when he thinks it's just his members watching. Maybe I'll buy membership just to do that. I don't know. What is he talking about behind our backs?
I'm really struggling with keeping up. Like I really, when I created my channel, one of the things that I did not want to do with it, and it was kind of a pact that I had with myself, in that I was making a business decision for my channel. I thought, the thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stay away from the drama. Like, I don't think it's profitable. I do not think that people enjoy it, and I don't think that it looks good for the people involved in the channels. And and I held that. I maintained that really, really well. And then all of a sudden, from left field, it was actually Tiffany's kids that got attacked by like 4 channels at once, Kaiser being one of them. And I had to respond for the kids. I had to. It wasn't, they were literally like, there was I'd gotten an email that some crazy lunatic from one of those idiots had identified one of the schools that the kids had gone to, and sent me this email saying, "I'm standing outside your kid's school with a picture of the school, and we're gonna make sure these kids never," the threat to the kids. So I found out where it came from, and it turned out to be one of the higher subbed troll channels. And I watched the content, and I couldn't believe it. They were sharing the kids' records, medical records, DCS records, things that children, you don't do that. You do not do that to kids. And it was a threat because we were in, Tiffany's in litigation for the custody. You definitely don't affect the children. You don't want to impact kids where they're, when they're in litigation, to be chosen to be in the better or safer household. And that's exactly what they did. So I went and I struck the content, from those 4 channels. And that's really where it all started. I went from not getting involved at all to any of the troll stuff or the drama stuff, to all of a sudden they just came at me from left field, attacking. And now you have what you have today, which is the most obsessed one won't stop. He just won't stop, and he loves attacking the children and the women.
Are we talking about Kaiser or somebody like Kaiser?
Kaiser, but I mean, with that, every once in a while you get your random dummy,
Kaiser and his followers are the biggest hypocrites on the planet. They allege to be all about anti-guy in public with camera, anti-camera pointing at public officials, kids, blah blah blah. You're invading our privacy. But then they send their trolls out to elementary schools with cameras. That's kind of like the sister. Well, greeting someone at court with a camera, shoving it in their face. You smell like pot. You smell like pot. I won't say any names.
No,
but
you can. You're more than welcome. And that doesn't have. You talk about Stephanie Wimpy. That doesn't have anything to do. So, look, the only case that I've got a hush order on is the one that was recent, which is it's 5 charges. 2 of them are felonies, and it's JJ. I can say that much.
Yeah.
It's JJ is represented by the state. So that's the case that I can't talk about. But if you think about it, there's 2 other cases that are in Meade that I'm free to talk about. And Stephanie Wimpy is not in any cases. So I mean, it's the sheriff's sister. She's nuts.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure how much you could talk about it, but let's say I'm an auditor and I'm standing 10 feet away doing this. You always hear, "Get that camera out of my face." This lady, who seems to support Kaiser and is anti-First Amendment auditor, she's literally putting that camera up in Chris's face. I mean, right up in there.
She tried to hit me in the nose with it.
Yeah. I'm like, hypocrite much?
Well, and then another thing I'll point out, she doesn't just seem to support Kaiser. She literally says she's in the Wrangler Army baby.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't recognize her brother on Kaiser's members only channel off when I watched it and sniped part of it for the election voters and potential candidates of those 2 places. But when I watched it through Scissors channel, I realized, that is the sheriff's deputy, the brother of that lady we were just talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about Philip Wimpy. That's the sheriff.
He was oddly quiet. He didn't interact with Mayor Proctor or that Dick Smack from Ohio.
No. Whoa. A lot of people are confused because Ray White had identified himself as the chief deputy. Well, he's the assistant to the chief. The chief is the sheriff. The sheriff is Philip Wimpy. Ray Whited is his number 1.
Oh, okay.
Ray Whited is the one that made bruises all over Tiffany's body and stuck a stun gun to her heart.
That fucked it. All right.
I mean, I can't believe there's any argument left of whether or not he's abusive to women, because obviously he abused Tiffany. I mean, anyone who questions whether or not that was abusive to a woman, imagine yourself doing that to your girlfriend or your wife. If you were to do exactly what Whited did to Tiffany, to your wife, if she was talking back to you and you grabbed her, slung her into a wall, and then stuck a taser to her chest and screamed at her, I'm pretty sure that you would consider yourself to have been abusive. If not, you've got something wrong with you. She didn't do anything at all. Even in his eyes at the time, she wasn't doing anything to break the law. He was accusing me of being disorderly, not her. So at the time, he even vocalized it. He said, "Do you want to go to jail?" So obviously, if I'm a cop and I'm asking somebody, "Do you want to go to jail?" Your answer is going to be no, right? I don't think anybody wants to go to jail. So of course she said no, and then she couldn't understand why she was being physically attacked.
Because she had
but we were. Yeah, she was physically attacked by the man.
Yeah,
but that's not the chief. He's the chief deputy, which is
chief deputy. I'm getting the titles confused. It seems like everyone's got a different rank structure. Like I'm a corporate captain.
It's a great point to make too. I'm glad that you brought it up because a lot of people need to recognize this. So the sheriff being Philip Wimpy, and then his sister being Stephanie, who comes to every trial and harasses us.
Okay.
Or anytime we go to the courthouse, she gets a phone call from somebody, wink, wink, behind the door, and then shows up. Obviously, that sheriff is using his crazy sister as a tool to attack people that he wants to attack. So, if you're such a person that you will use your sister, who obviously has a mental disability, what does that make you? What kind of person are you?
Piece of shit. Okay, which one is the former Marine MP or whatever the MPs are in the Marines? Was it Short Patrol's Navy? What is an MP in the Marine Corps? I'm not sure, but one of them apparently was a former law enforcement in the Marine Corps.
Well, I believe that's Ray Whitehead again.
Ray Whitehead. He's the assistant chief deputy or senior chief deputy or
assistant chief. He's the assistant to the chief. The chief is always going to be the top rank in a law enforcement agency. So the chief would be the sheriff. Well, he's calling himself chief, but he's leaving out the word assistant. He's the assistant to the chief.
Tuttle calls himself chief too. So maybe chief has a different meaning.
I just spit coffee.
It turns out one of the regulars on Stone Vet is also a Marine Corps, a former Marine Corps police. I really don't know what their title. In the Army, it's MP. In the Navy, it's SP. Air Force was AP and SP. I don't know what it is in the Marine Corps, but he got one-on-one with the guy in Meade County because he thought he could connect on that level to explain Kaiser's crimes, and apparently his response was, "I don't care." You don't care that he's a murderer. You don't care that he's 5-time convicted felon and has 5 more felonies. Queef. Maybe queef is a misinitiation for queef. Okay.
Hey, there we go. That's what we'll start utilizing because that's probably more accurate.
Who's
the assistant queef deputy?
Who's a woman beater? I know Tuttle is. He said he'd beat the shit out of the woman too. And feel good about it.
I mean, and obviously the reason that this whole woman beater subject came up in the first place, I'm the one that initiated the accusation of women beating and in the whole subject as a whole, because I openly said that Ray beat Tiffany. She's a woman. And then all of a sudden they tried to change it to wife beater and then started accusing me, and they're going off of a battery that I got when I was, I think, 18 or 19 years old.
Yeah, you're probably staying at the opposite end of a hallway doing this.
No, I've been honest about this the whole time. I don't mind telling people what happened in that. So I caught her. It was the girl. The girl was wild. I was young. I was wild too. I was pretty dumb at 19, and I was really dumb at 19.
I just crossing with the story you told last night. Is this the same person?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And nothing against her. I mean, we're grown-ups now. Life is different, I'm sure. I don't know. I don't speak to her or anything. I had no reason to. But and I don't want people, bringing other people, that I'm sure that person is not involved in YouTube. I'm sure that person is past the drama, and we're definitely both past what happened when we were teenagers, so there's really no reason to bring it back to her world, even though it's been brought back to mine. I'm sure she's always had her take on what happened too. She was very angry at me for catching her cheating. But she did end up marrying the guy, and then he passed away from what I understand. So I don't want to disrespect them. So whatever I say, I hope people understand that we can leave them out of this, but I am telling the truth about how it went. I caught them cheating, and then a fight ensued over it. Words were said. I called her a few choice words. He didn't appreciate it. And as we were fighting, it got physical. As we were fighting, she hit me in the ear with a stripper shoe, a stiletto with like a 6-inch long pointy thing. She hit me in the ear. So I ended up cracking her with an elbow. And then I felt absolutely terrible because, one thing, I didn't mind fighting back then. I enjoyed fighting, actually.
19,
yeah, I always thought fights resolved things, and I still think they do. But I realize how illegal they are, and that you can hurt somebody. So, I don't look at fighting the same as I used to when I was 19. But anyway, I did. I cracked her with an elbow, and I think it hit her in the side of the head. I felt really, really bad because one thing that was always instilled in me and still is today, is that you just don't hit a woman. And I had just committed that. So, the fight stopped. I called the police, and I can't remember exactly how it went, but I do remember the police were pretty much like, "Hey man, we get in fights too. Just, don't just take the blame for it. You got to tell us what happened," and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't want to. I just wanted to, like I was really sulking about the situation because I just bought this house. It was land. I had horses. I had, like it was my first place. It was all the money that I'd saved. And I started working when I was like 15. So I had money saved that was gone, and to me, it was like, well, what am I going to do now? Like, where am I going to go? Because I'm not like most people. I don't have a sane mother. So it's not like I can go live with my mom again, so I didn't know what I was going to do. So to me, it was just like, I might as well go sit in jail because I did hit a woman technically. And no matter what these officers are saying about it, how it's my house and I had the right to defend myself and blah, 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 I still thought, well, hey man, it's the right thing to do to go to jail. And then I chose to stay in the jail. So I was there until, which is a quick, the process went quick. It was only 9 days. And then they let me out, and I walked all the way to Indiana and ended up getting a roommate right away. I found a place to live. So it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be when it very first happened. Like life wasn't over for me. Like, I kind of thought in the moment, but yeah, that's what happened, and I pled guilty to immediately to everything that was true, So, I mean, that's the story. I don't know why and I've never made up anything different. I've always told that story exactly as it happened. So, I mean, I felt like it was a life lesson for me, an epiphany. So to me, it was a learning thing that I didn't want to let go of. And I was more than happy to share that with other people because, if you can share your poor experiences with others, you might save them from making the same mistakes. And, and not only that, but you're growing from it when you talk about it and admit it.
That's true. They tell us in the group therapy for PTSD, keep telling your story, because veterans don't like to tell their story about why they have PTSD. Because within the story there are triggers. They want you to remember it without reliving it. So one of their therapy theories is to keep telling your story, and it gets easier and easier, and you get to a point where you remember it rather than reliving it. What I like about, I don't like the story at all, but what I like about when you tell it, the key points remain the same. When Kaiser tells it, certain details keep changing, and that's how you know a lie from the truth. When the story's told a week apart, 2 weeks apart, a month apart, and the details are the same, that's most likely a true story based on an accurate or sometimes maybe an inaccurate memory. But
well, no, 25 years I've been telling the same story because that's what happened. It happened 25 years ago.
In my experience, but every time Kaiser tells it, the details change. The girl was 4, the girl was 5, the girl was 3.
Oh wait, let me address that too. So there was no child present.
No, okay, so
women don't bring their kids to cheat on their partners. There was no child present. The child was at, I think, the grandparents, which that's pretty much where the child stayed. She was only 18 or 19 years old. She didn't take care of her child regularly. She had a lot of help from her family that lived down the road. So I think, I don't remember accurately, but I do remember there was no, of course there was no child there. And then they're talking about a gun. Well, she had gone back to the police station the next day, I think angry because she wanted me to be punished because I really, she was scorned. Right.
Yeah.
So I think maybe in her mind, she wanted me to, she was angry. She wanted me punished. So she made up the thing about the gun there was no, I had guns, and I was packing my stuff, which would have also included, handguns that went into the bag because I took everything out of my safe first, which was my passport, my, anything super important you would keep in your safe. So, I mean, I was in the room packing essentials, including underwear and shirts and pants and stuff, because I was going to go stay with somebody. I didn't know where I was going to go, but I wasn't going to stay there. But no, nobody held anybody to guns. There was no kids around. Just because there's a report saying that from a scorned woman if that were true, I would have definitely been charged with a felony and not a minor misdemeanor.
Right. Kaiser's excuses as to why allegedly you held a gun to someone's head for hours. You wouldn't be talking to us right now.
No, definitely. Well, I don't know. I mean, that 25 years ago, I don't know how long.
You may be coming out of jail about now. Yeah.
Right. But my record would reflect that. You know what I'm saying? It's like I would have definitely been charged with something heavy if I'd done what they're accusing me of.
And Kaiser's come up with different bullshit reasons why you weren't fully charged. I'm like, come on now. Well, that's a pretty serious thing. What I like about it is sometimes she's 4, sometimes she's 5. But she remembers every detail, according to Kaiser. Now, we've never heard this person. Of course, I wouldn't expect her to, but Kaiser claims that her memory is impeachable. And I'm thinking, when I was 5, my daddy was an alcoholic just like me. And my memory, my vivid, very clear memory, I'm sitting in the back seat, my brother's sitting to my left, dad's sitting in front of me in the passenger seat because he's drunk, and mom is driving, and we're in England, and we're driving back to the base, and he's just drunk off his ass. And at one point, he opens the door while we're going what seemed to me pretty fast down the road. He's about to jump out of a moving car, and I'm at 5. I'm trying to pull him in, and my brother reaches over me, and we both pull him in, and he's telling my mom to go faster and faster while us boys are trying to pull him in, and we got him in, and we got to the gate and got on base, and everything was okay. When I share that story with my mother and my brother, I realize what they come back with me is that I have it all wrong. And the memory is vivid in my head. We're on the right side. I'm behind my dad. My brother's to my left. Mom's driving on the left side. That is normal in America for an American car. We were driving a Mini, an old English Mini, not one of these Austin Power Minis. The steering wheel is on the right. The passenger would be on the left. So everything in my memory is a mirror opposite. But I remember it clearly. But they explained to me that just it didn't work that way because we were in a Mini, and the side of the road we're on. And also, my mother and my brother's story was that as he opens the door and we're trying to pull him in, mom pulls over and stops, which makes more sense. Mom wouldn't go faster and faster while he's jumping out the door, although I kind of wonder why not.
Yeah, well, and also an important thing to hammer down on here, since I'm being accused, the child wasn't there. It simply was not there. I mean, it's just that simple. This child that Michael Kaiser is claiming to be, getting information from, which he lies about where he gets his information. He's never done a record request.
But he'll lean in the camera and says, she was 5 and she remembers every fucking detail.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's
a 5-year-old
lying.
doesn't remember like that. I was a 5-year-old when that happened. And my experience is far less traumatic than alleged gun being pointed at my mom's head.
Right. Here's another really huge, piece of proof. You saw in my videos. I don't know if you saw the video yourself, but people can clearly go and see in the videos. Tiffany and I went to the Kentucky Cabinet of Child Records and requested all calls involving that child's name using the social security number that the Kentucky Cabinet gave me for that child. Wow. And we did Kentucky did an extensive search for any criminal involvement, anything involving that child at all. Like there's nothing. That child has never been involved in any sort of incident at all in the state of Kentucky. So clearly, if there were a child involved in an incident where a person is holding guns to people's heads, that would have been recorded. That would be on record. And the reason I got the record or searched for any record in existence for that child is because I didn't know what was going on with the other, and it's a totally different case from Hardin County, where they're saying that I had a joint in 1998. So, police report on that case, it says, I'm going off records because it never happened to me. So like I've got no choice but to go off of the records. And some of that, I'm unclear about because I'm doing what everyone would do. I've just gotten all the actual records and I'm reading them and I'm going, okay, what is this story saying happened? According to these records. Well, the records are all botched up. They're such a mess. They have incorrect addresses, incorrect name spelling for me. It's just all kinds of stuff is wrong. So I'm going off of these really screwed up records. And it says, though, this part's clear, that the call that initiated an officer responding to a residence was a welfare check on a child, which gets recorded with the child, with the Kentucky cabinet. And the Kentucky cabinet says there was no welfare check for that child at all in the state of Kentucky, not just in 98, but ever. So, that was just me further proving that, I was never involved, not me, was never involved with a citation for a marijuana cigarette in a kitchen cabinet.
To hear oxycodone thief Michael Kaiser and self-admitted and self-forgiven marijuana bust Chief Tuttle, they can forgive themselves, but they sure still are hard on you. What was it, 1998, 1999?
Yeah, even if it was me, it's like, wait a minute, why are you so mad? A joint and a cat. When I first learned about why I had a warrant being, put on me, what it was for, like when I learned what it was for, I was in the jail overnight, and they finally come in and told me what I was there for, and I laughed out loud. I was like, this is over a joint, like one single joint. Like, who goes to jail over one single joint, at all? But yeah, they don't let it go, do they? They're angry about misdemeanors from 25 years ago. Yet here these people are, committing felonies right now.
Kelly, I think it's what we call tribalism. It's more than just pointing a finger at someone and having three pointing back, although that's part of it. I think it's evil for the other side to do XYZ, but it's okay for us to do XYZ. You see that in Mayor Proctor, you see that in JJ, you see that in Kaiser. There's other channels like Kaiser's. I think Kaiser's is the worst. And Danny's going to give us his thoughts. How you doing, Danny?
Hey, pretty good. Hi, Chris. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Danny. How's it going, buddy?
Good. Now get to see what I look like, but I'm not going to show you what I'm looking like right now.
Oh, well, that's okay, buddy. I've seen your icon before. We really appreciate all the support you've given us for, over the, I guess, a year now, huh?
At least that. I don't know. I watched so many of everybody's to help them out, which what I can't do with your algorithm, with hitting the like button, throwing some comments in there. So, you get monetized off of me that way.
Well, we very much appreciate that support, buddy.
I think Cliff gave me the membership. I think that's how I became a member, but I have been updated. I think I did it for this last month. So I've only been a member for maybe going on 2 months. But yeah, I gave Tiffany a call when you were in the jail, letting her know that if I needed to come from Fort Wayne, Indiana down there to help take care of your horses, I'd be happy to do so.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there was a lot of really great support like that from people like you, man. And I tell you what, I'll just be honest with everybody. I actually broke down in tears when I learned how much support Tiffany had, because I was scared to death for her. She was getting threats every single day and night while I was in jail. Like, that was their plan, was to put her through the most traumatic experiences possible when I wasn't around. And then I learned that all these, people like you were out there offering, support and protection and assistance. And man, it just, I was in the hole. I was in solitary confinement for 9 days. And
yeah, and you shouldn't even have been there.
No, yeah, not at all. I mean, completely false charges.
Yeah,
I never left my living room to receive those charges either, by the way.
Yeah, I was on on a panel last night with David, and it showed up that he had another panel going on today. I didn't know it was with you, but like I said, I watch a lot of these videos, and I see where these officers are trumping up charges over something, and it gets changed before you ever get to court, and you don't even know about it till you walk in the courtroom.
Yeah, that happens. I've seen that happen myself. Yep.
Yeah.
I think it was Danny. I'm not sure. I've been hosting so many people. I can't remember, and my memory ain't what it used to be. Was it you, Danny? Turned me on to generally specific.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember that night. I went back to check out generally specific, and he had a live stream on, and I realized he was talking about the whole Kaiser FPS Meade County thing, and he was pushing people for a goal. And I got caught up in the moment, and I gave the goal. And I stepped back and I'm like, wait a minute, what if this guy's a fraud? What if I just gave to the wrong things? I had to ask.
And we
FPS
achieved that
yesterday.
goal. Just so
Yeah.
everyone knows, we achieved it. We did it. So thank everybody very much, for helping us out on that. But we just needed $2,500 to pay our payment on our raid attorneys, so that everybody really came through for us on that.
Is that the final payment, or do you have another couple to do, or?
No, it's the final bulk payment. So the way we did that, a lot of people are confused about how the payments work on cases that should have been contingency. Well, it should have been, but it would have been under normal circumstances. But Tiffany and I filed that case ourselves, and we argued that case on paper for the first 3 months or so. So these lawyers that we got, they're super lawyers. They are the best. They're great. But they stepped in at a way later point in the ball game, so we didn't give them the opportunity. They didn't have the opportunity to start the case as they would have done it and argue it as they would have argued it. So it was actually a really fair agreement for us to make. But the agreement was this: we agreed to pay 4 payments of $2,500 once a month for 4 months, and then if there are like additional court fees and costs, stuff like that, then that come, some of those come out of our pocket, but it's minor from here. Like it might be, oh, well, we had to add an extra deposition. That'll be $200. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Like, or, the court needs an additional $35 for this thing. Like, we agreed to pay those types of things as well. So there could be more, but we paid the bulk. Like that 10,000 was the bulk of the agreement. So we're free and clear now. We're smooth sailing on
the
the
worst
raid
part
case.
about all that is, here you are paying it, and you're paying to the government so they can prosecute you for something that they did.
No, not this case.
Or not
the raid
that
is
you can
us.
fight for something they did.
No, this
You're
is
paying them.
yeah, we are fighting what they did.
Yeah. I
It's
said it
civil
wrong.
court though. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want people to get confused because I have 3 different cases in the mix. 2 of them are criminal that they're pointing their fingers at me, and those are both in Kentucky. And then I have the one civil lawsuit, and it's the only civil lawsuit that Tiffany and I have ever had. We're taking legal action against Clark County, who did the raid on our house.
Yeah.
And that's what started our channel.
Okay. Is there a cap that they will pay out?
No cap. No, it depends on what the jury tells them they have to pay.
Okay. Because I've heard that before, that, some states have a cap that they'll pay no matter what the judgment is. This is the cap. It's done.
Well, I think you might be referencing their insurance. So insurance has caps, but that doesn't mean the judgment won't be higher, that they have to pay, through different methods.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and some people need to understand that, because, I'm listening to a lot of different people and trying to put it all together. And if people understand that, hey, they're only going to pay out, let's say, $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's going to cost me $15,000 to fight it. Well, that's not saying you're only going to get $10,000. You're going to get your attorney's fees maybe on top of a judgment.
Mm-hmm.
And so you end up doing pretty good. And that's why a lot of people are sitting back saying, hey, there's no way I can win this no matter what I do.
Well, there are circumstances like that. I think, I can't remember whose panel I was on. Was it yours, David? I was talking about copyright You know,
Yeah, that
a
was
lot of times, like a
yesterday.
video, yeah, a video might only be worth like $100, right? Like that's all you could make off the video. And then a person might copyright, steal it, might pirate it, and then you would be faced with taking them to court. Well, it would probably cost you, $8,000 or $10,000 to take them to court and legal fees alone. It wouldn't be worth it for you to do that over a video that would have only brought you $100.
Yeah, it kind of entitles the people that are willing to do that to do it.
Yeah, it would be nice if those legal fees would be more equivalent to the case in particular. So maybe litigation, maybe law, maybe legislation will sort of shift and work more. But the problem is that the government is not interested in civil protections. Like they don't want nothing to do with it. Matter of fact, they're on the bad end of these cases typically. So the government is not excited to assist any of us in the legal processes. I mean, they usually shut the door on us so we can't utilize the legal system.
Unless it's going to get them $455 million.
Who let Muckster in?
When the state is the victim, you can see this for yourself. When the state is the victim, not being the representation for a victim, but when the state itself is the victim, they press every charge in the book. I mean, look at Jamie Knoll, the sheriff that we got caught. Look at his case. The state is the victim in that matter. The state is the one who lost the money. The state is the ones that he robbed. So look at what they're doing. They are pressing charges against the sheriff, all his aliases, his family members, all of them that made the state victimized. So the state's really quick to pick up cases that benefit themselves. But where are they at whenever someone makes we just went over this one a little while ago. Where's the state at when the victim comes crying and says, "Hey man, someone made false charges against me. It is against the Indiana state criminal law. Press charges on them, please." They say, "Oh no, you can take that person to civil court. Go file an EPO in civil court, protective order. Do that. That's what you got to do."
Yeah.
If the state's not the victim, the state just pretty much wipes their hands of it, and that's why you see so many, tragic incidents that people commit. Like, it's hard to talk about this kind of stuff without saying words that'll get you struck. But cases where children are the victim or women are the victim, or a lot of times these incidents occur because the perpetrator is well aware that the odds are they're going to get away with it, and that does happen, and it is the lack of accountability on the state's part to provide us with our legal system that we pay for. That's
it's
one of
just
the
like
things.
the people who rent a home off of somebody and then quit paying the rent. It's hell to try to get them out of that home.
Yeah, or get your money. Yep.
Yeah, you'll never get your money. I mean, they've already gotten that out of you, but it's hard to get them out of there. And then you got to pay. A friend of mine and I just went through a house that some people just trashed, had dogs running around in, had the toilet stool and the bathtub full of feces, just everything. And, the people still own the house. Now they got to come back in, put new carpet in, paint walls, do all this repair work just to be able to rent it out again.
I think there's a statute called vandalism. Pretty sure that should have been pressed, and I got one for you. My all of my horse equipment got stolen out of my horse trailer that was parked on property I was leasing. And, where are they at on that? They wanted me to do all the investigation. I already knew who stole it and I had proof. The person admitted it, as a matter of fact. And
I tried to find out who that was in this area because you said it was up here. And putting in.
Oh, you're talking about the recipients of the equipment?
Well, the company name I pulled up, and there was one lady who had a tack shop, but she was selling now tack online.
Well, we found the tack shop right away. They did have it, but they didn't admit that it was. They lied to. They said, I mean, but here's the proof was undeniable. There's numbers on the saddles. Like they have a numerical
Serial number.
yeah. And not only that, but on Tiffany's show saddle, on her really expensive show saddle, she had used the wrong leather treatment on it the very first time she tried to clean it, and where she poured, and you're not supposed to do that, but she poured it on the saddle and then was going to blend it in. It left a really dark spot in one place, and we have that in all the photographs of us on the saddles, right? And then those two things, which to me, it's proof, not evidence. When we have photographs of the serial number and the stain and all of the additional, the additions that were on the saddle, here it was, plain as day, on the website for sale for $1,000 or whatever. And we're handing this to the police saying, here it is, go get our saddle, please. Wouldn't that be stolen property? It's jurisdictional, it's kind of difficult. We'll call them. So they called them, and that woman, apparently whoever owned the tack shop, we don't know what their involvement is. We don't know if they're friends with the lady that stole it or whatever. They said, oh, we got that from I can't remember what they call it. What do they call it? Where you go to like an auction 2 years ago. And that's all they did. They just answered the question like that, and that was it. That was enough for the police to say, well, we can't prove it. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you
now,
can.
I do want to
Just
go
like
back
if you
and
got
say
a
this.
car sitting there, got the VIN number on it and everything else, and say it's not the car because the people repainted it.
Yeah, exactly. Like any excuse is enough for them to walk away. Well, I will say this. I called back angry after like a month, of nothing being resolved and our equipment it ended up getting sold from the website. And I was just like, what in the hell? Like, how did you all let that happen? It's sold now. My stuff is gone. So I called back and I was pretty upset about it. And at that point, I will give the officers credit for this. He said, well, I'm willing to step up on that one. Let's get more done on it. Well, I'm like, okay, well, too little, too late, buddy. But that,
Well, you can
that's just
stand up and say you're going to do something when it is too little, too late.
yeah, that's the problem. The problem is bigger than that, though. It's not just each case; it's all these cases combined. And the systemic issue of that is that the police are not provided. The higher government is not letting any individual officers expend their resources on cases that they would prefer to be civil matters. They don't want to spend the money. They're spending the money on themselves, right? They're not spending the money on us. So essentially the other end of that token is that we, the people, are being stripped of the legal process that our tax money pays for. That's the issue.
That keeps them in office. That keeps them doing the things they do. It keeps them that we need them.
It keeps them in Mercedes-Benz and Jaguars and big houses.
Yeah. I see that around here. I mean, Allen County is well known for the sheriff's department. All the sheriff's deputies are living in really nice houses. They've got campers. They got four-wheelers. They got 3 and 4 vehicles. And here I am. I got one vehicle barely running. And if I get my yard mowed, then that's a good day.
Right.
It's, I'm here by myself. So the things that I deal with, and then I go, what's been brought out with all the First Amendment auditors and all the FOIA requests is how much money these people are making.
Oh,
to
yeah.
drive around in our cars and with our gas and, every now and then. Because it's not every day that they get called out on something that is life-threatening.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And there's statistics that back up what you're saying, Danny. There's like, a lot of people get mad at me for bringing this to light, but it's not my thing I'm bringing to light. It's just something that I found. Statistically, a person, if you look at workplace accidents that cause injury or death, okay?
Yeah.
These are real statistics that are available to anybody just by a simple Google search.
Know exactly where you're going.
Law enforcement is way down at the bottom of risk. Like they're way down. I think number 3 or 4, I can't remember where it was placed. It was somewhere early on, was literally a person working at a fast food restaurant. So you're like 80 times more likely to be injured or killed at work if you work in fast food than you are being a police officer. That's a fact.
And the main thing that they get killed from is traffic accidents that they cause amongst themselves.
Yeah, and they drive like lunatics 90% of the time.
Well, you heard about the one where I don't know, he's only at maybe a couple years an officer at this one department, and he was chasing a guy. It was a high-speed chase. The guy turned around and did a U-turn and was going the wrong way on the highway, so the officer decided to do the same and created an accident with a semi, killed the semi driver and himself. Now they're trying to pin it on the guy that went the other way. He didn't cause the accident. It wasn't his choice to make that U-turn and hit that semi. That was that police officer. Go back to square one. Ask yourself what, when, where, and why it happened. And when you can't answer that question any longer, there's your answer.
If you go back, 50 years ago, I would give a lot more space, a lot more room to the officers feeling the need to physically chase someone for that, that extensively. Today, it's a whole different world. You have, a lot better equipment to identify the suspect than you did 50 years ago. So, I think these chases are very dangerous, and they don't need to do them that way. And we're seeing it getting.
Even back in the day with the moonshiners, they used CB radios to communicate with each other to strategically place themselves to where they could catch the guy.
Right, and you don't need to be right on their tail the whole time. You can radio their identification. You can go to their house and wait for them to come home. These days they can pinpoint them from a satellite in the space. Or catch them at the shop. Did you guys know that grocery stores are working with law enforcement now to identify people with warrants when they go grocery shopping?
I wouldn't doubt it.
No,
they got all the cameras. They got all the cameras at every register. They got the cameras that come in as you go out.
With facial recognition. Do you know those things with wheels, the box with wheels and the red and blue lights that are in the parking lots of places?
That you're supposed to be able to walk up to and grab a handle off of?
Do you know what those are? You know what those are?
Facial recognition cameras.
Tag readers.
Ah.
They're tag readers. So they're reading your tags in the parking lot, and they have cameras all over them, but they're reading tags in your parking lot, and what they're looking for are people with warrants. That's a fact.
I didn't know
Tiffany worked that industry for a year.
We got a new store around here called Amazon Fresh. Are you guys familiar with them?
Grocery stores?
Yeah, you go into a grocery cart with your Amazon account. You just put stuff in the grocery cart, and then you will out, and it bills your credit card. It knows exactly what you put in the grocery cart. I don't know how they do that, but if they can do that, they can do a lot of things.
So why are they chasing people up the wrong direction on one ways? What's the purpose of that other than, and it's getting worse. So the police are being driven and trained to be extremely aggressive in chases, in these dangerous chases. I'll make another point. They use their guns to catch people now. Regularly. They've always done that, but they do that so regularly now. What's the purpose in using a bullet for a foot chase? And why is this being overlooked?
Not to say if you got an acorn drop on a car that you're handicapped in the back or you're handcuffed in the back seat and you've already been patted down and they start mag dumping and you have to duck just to keep from getting killed.
Yeah, I'm so glad that person survived.
It's apparently okay now to what do you call it, mag dump, unload your magazine into a car for rolling through a stop sign.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've gotten efficient enough with my gun that I'm not going to waste bullets.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I actually fired a bullet out of any of my guns. When the prices went skyrocket during COVID of ammunition, I don't even do target practice anymore.
I've got a gun range here on my property, And I don't get out there every day. I don't get out there once a year. I just random. And if I can still hit the target, I go put it away.
Me too. Yep. I'm not out there wasting money.
No, I'm not going to sit there and just shoot up just to be shooting up something.
There's a range
right.
that.
Fires, watch your lane. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I cut you off, and it's your channel.
I was just being goofy. Speaking of it being my channel, I got a conflict of hosting. I'm hosting this, and my daughter and her husband both got called into work. So now I'm hosting my grandson. So I got a little conflict. I was going to leave. If Muckster's willing to continue the host, we can keep the show going while I'm gone. If not, I'm going to shut down. I'll leave it up to Muckster. No double bind, Muckster. It's up to you.
Well, I have a video dropping at 1, and I've got to go. I've got other things going on that I got to prepare for before that, so I'm going to need to dip out too.
Okay, maybe we should.
Yeah.
Maybe we should call it the end
to
of the
say
season.
that, Chris, if you need any help, I will get in my pickup truck and drive down there. I'll figure out how to make it work. And if there's anything I can do, physically, I'm restricted some on what I can do because of having COVID in 2021. But if there's anything I can do, that I'll be happy to help you. I've done a little bit of everything.
We're good, buddy. Thank you so much, man. Now we're good now. I mean, at the time when I was in jail, we were a little, we needed a few things, and thankfully, people provided through God. So, very, very grateful for people like you, Danny, and everyone else. We've got a lot of support. So, I feel very blessed. I think we're very blessed.
I always say when you're at the bottom, the only place to look is up.
It's right. That should be the premise. That should be the description on my YouTube channel.
Yeah. That's the thing, and the other thing is I've lost something, and the last place where I found it was the last place I looked.
That's it.
It just works out that way. Hey, have a great day, you guys.
You too.
It's a pleasure being brought up again there, David. And Chris, like I said, I'm going to try to get down that way sometime. Don't know when. Might be a surprise. Might be when you're doing one of your things, but we're going to try to get down there so we can meet up. I know you were talking about putting together a meet and greet kind of thing or something. Maybe this summer. Maybe we can get all that together and do that then.
Absolutely. Yep. And if you ever want to attend any of my court dates, we're welcome for that too. It's a drive, but
Yeah. Well, I was a juror, so I know how those can go. They can go on for a day, they can go on for an hour, or they can go on for weeks.
Well, yeah, these have been very interesting court dates whenever, JJ's calling the Ku Klux Klan to come harass us at the door. They've been a little interesting.
Let's not forget the KKK's got Tuttle's back.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just more proof that what I was, screaming from the rooftops is true. I mean, these people are affiliated with the KKK. It's not a joke.
Yeah. I'm going to go pretend to be a good grandpa. You guys have a great Sunday.
All right, you guys
buddy.
have a great day. God bless all of you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
To see that person react, but in a more intimate basis, it's like Gunner TV. He watches stuff and reacts to it, but he reacts
to watch that channel.
What?
I used to watch that channel. I'm trying to remember. Oh
Yeah,
I remember. Wait, that's the one that Chili went after.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So a react channel, does that mean a channel where people comment on other material or just other channels?
Yes.
Other material.
Oh, okay.
They can do music, react to country music, or react.
I know a couple
to
geezers who do about an hour music show on Tuesdays, and they pretty much watch a music video. And
it's not reaction what you're doing. You're doing, you're doing a discussion of the music.
Attempted,
and we get at least you're listening to it and oh my God, look at that! It's actually just hanging out talking about the music.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Sometimes we get 3 or 5
That's a
viewers.
good way of looking at it.
Who's rent?
Some channels are like that, like people that are just listening and talking about it. the ones that are like Gunner TV, where the personality is what makes that reaction fun or not. It's their imagination that they bring to the actual discussion that makes it fun, because they're going to take it in a comedic way or conspiratorial, depending on the crowd, right? But that's what a good reaction channel is, not just watching the shit, because like you're just watching the shit. You're trying to get a different perspective on it, and if it comes from somebody that you might agree with as far as like the points are, or maybe in a view that you haven't never seen it before, that's what a good reaction channel does. And yes, I agree with Dick Beck that it's also a reinforcement of things that people have seen before that they can just discuss and have fun with. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Very much so. That's why to me it's I don't think a blanket statement like that channel
It's more
suck.
commentary than react. I like that. Yeah.
It's not, I wouldn't call it commentary, because commentary is I think that's more like in our realm, like like we watch stuff and we comment on it.
Or
But
we yell
yeah,
at it, or we.
or yeah,
Hey.
or yell.
I'm being honest.
And there's gonna be some form of emotion to it, of course, but working on it.
All right. 2 people are watching on my channel, and I told them to like and subscribe to your channel. So we should have 973 by the end of this stream.
Fuck yeah. Thank you, sir. Well, okay. I know where we disagree. Brought it a wrangler.
Who is that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea, but I think I know who it is, but it's always fun shit. Oh, they can't find it.
Oh, I
think
fell.
correct. Jeez.
All right. Yuri, the Unforgiven. Is that what it is? Yeah. Okay. I guess I was too vague.
Oh, are you for real? I haven't checked it. I haven't looked.
Yuri. I got too many subscriptions. There you are.
I like that. I like that. Put it on a shirt.
Your use starts with FU. I like that.
Put it
Awesome.
on a shirt and use the enemy. Make some money off of that. Oh, I mean, don't be monetized, please. Don't make any money off of anything.
I'm not monetized. I'm afraid monetizing. I would have to out myself somewhere in the financial stream as to who I really am, and I'm trying not to let people know who I am. Although the other night I was on late night, and I apparently, when I signed off from a group stream, I said goodnight and I said my real name, and I was called out on the next day. I'm like, well, hopefully nobody remembers it.
I mean, I would say like 99.9% are not, but let that one person who's like has a hard on for you, like, go through your videos and find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you hints on a very long stream.
It's one of those really long ones.
Hey, you're up to 985 already.
Woohoo.
Wow.
Are we doing a countdown? Countdown.
986. You got 986 now.
Hey, okay, 986. 14 more.
That's more than my
14 more
2
hit the
subscribers.
1K. Let's do this. Let's do this real corny like.
Yes, that's like over 800 more than what I got.
Come on, 1,000.
This is the SPCA, the NRA, and the Humane Society bring to you the Jerry go to 1K countdown.
I'm trying to see if I have a fake badge somewhere. I don't.
Did somebody get Sarah McLaughlin into? Yeah, she needs.
Dirty hippie. What's up, buddy?
Oh, Mexican Americans are always on time.
Oh, Dirty Hippie.
I gotta get Dirty Hippie up here. Hold up.
Okay.
Hey,
Anyone who
Dirty
doesn't know
Hippie,
Dirty Hippie, he's the co-host on Stone Vet Show.
yeah. There's the link for you, buddy. There's the link. Hop up. Get up here. I need somebody to replace Tats.
Yeah. Oh, my feelings are hurt now.
What? You're dude. Burns. You're Kevin Eubanks, man. You're the Tonight Show band, bro. Come on.
Oh, okay. So when we go to commercial, I get to play. So that's be never.
hey, let me get monetized first. What up, Anarchy Television? That's actually, I like that.
I like that too.
I like that.
Hey, Burns, I know you're a
Appreciate a
guitarist,
lot of
but
that.
do you do drums too?
Yeah, I play drums a little. I'm not really
Okay.
that good. I have an electronic kit that I play my and for my studio stuff that I play it and then I correct it.
Get your drums ready because we're at 988 now. You're only 12 away from doing the drum roll.
Oh, I can feel it. I can feel the power.
I think Yuri's about to have a climax.
Oh, you know what hold on. I got to grab my acoustic because I know what I'm going to play.
Is Hippie coming up?
I hope so. He said, give him a minute. We got minutes. We got minutes to give, Hippie. I'm just waiting on you. Or let me know if you need the link again. It's still there. It's still floating there.
It's still visible.
It is still visible. Ah, damn. I'm having a good time, guys. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good.
Whoa! And the star of my show is here. Yo,
I'm way out
yo!
of my league. Orale, cabrón.
Órale.
Hey, ¿qué pasa? I'm Italian trying to speak Spanish. Io parlo italiano, ma sempre.
Excuse me.
What the hell is that, Bert? Did you sounded like Cartman when he does the taco burrito.
Taco. Burrito. Sempre.
All right, hell yeah, Frank. Stick around. We're gonna make history.
That you make it to 1,000.
YouTuber's gonna get 1K.
12 more needed.
Yeah.
Everybody fire up their sock accounts.
Come on, paid subs, let's go.
I can only possibly take credit for 2 because I only have 2 people watching on my channel right now. So I don't know where these other folks came from, but
Who let? Somebody?
I'll only take credit if you monetize.
Damn.
Maybe if Burns plays us a good tune, we can get those last 12.
I still haven't learned the Beaner song yet.
Okay.
Beaner.
Of course, you know it's an addiction. Once you hit 1,000, you're going to want 2,000.
Okay, let's ease up.
Oh, you want me? I could play the WAP song if you want me to.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the
WAP.
Burns, relax.
Dirty Hippie's looking into his screen after a good talk, going, "What the hell's in this?
What the hell's that?
What is happening, man?
This is some good ass weed, motherfucker.
Let's see if I can just make life more interesting. Just do this. Oh,
What you smoking on, Hippie? What's your strain today?
It's grapevine. It's a clear grapevine.
Ooh, what's the percentage on that?
93.
Shit, that's my dog.
That's the good stuff, man.
Hell yeah.
8 more to go.
Hey man, before we move on, I gotta say, Dirty Hippie, you have been the perfect pairing to SV, man. I loved you guys coming in together, bro. You made the streams alive again. Not that they were ever dead, but
I appreciate it. And we started this a long time ago, but I was so sick and I had to bail on him. I felt bad.
Oh, really? So you
yeah,
you started with him. You guys were going to do it like a pairing.
we were doing.
Oh,
he
they
had
got the
his
band
own
back
thing going.
together.
Yeah, we had Platoon Hard Drive going. That was our movie show, and we've been doing that for a while. But and I don't remember even how many episodes we did because we were always fucking stoned. But yeah, my disease got really bad, so I was so sick. I was in the hospital, out of the hospital, so I just had to give it up. I couldn't deal with it no more. And things changed a little bit. I came back around, so here we are, brother.
That's all. Yeah.
Wow, dude. Well, when you guys started the first version of the podcast or show, did you guys always have the Stolen Valor as part of what you guys wanted to do, or was it going to be something completely different?
He always had that for a whole nother side. I didn't want nothing to do with it, honestly. I just wanted to get high and talk shit about movies with some vets. But he was always kind of going that angle. He was always headed that way.
So it's safe to say that if you guys even were doing your show, he would still been the first one after Wrangler before you.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's crazy, man. The movies that you guys watch, I heard that there's you guys do do a technical thing with your service and everything as far as the movies that you guys review.
Kind of, sort of. We usually end up just getting stoned and talking about nonsense for hours.
That's
that's
usually all of the streams then. But I mean, as far as the movies that you guys talk about, is it just movies that are near and dear to you guys, or is it is there a rule to your reviews?
It was like a guideline more than a rule, but what it was, the movies were movies we would take on deployment. For him, it was different because in the Marines, they go on float, so they would take all their VHS tapes when we started these things in a big box. So they'd have to be very selective on which ones they took. So our premise was Top Gun, for whatever reason, was a big movie for everybody. So we put Top Gun as a deployment movie against the viewer's choice. So we'd always have a guest come on, and a guest would come on and they'd pick a movie, we'd watch it, and then we'd review it. But why did you pick that movie to take on deployment? You got limited space. Why did you take it? And that's what we would break it down. And my rules were, action, boobs. They had to have all the man parts when you're on deployment. So that's all. So Top Gun loses a lot because it doesn't have any boobs.
But you know what? I wanted to show SV another Cheech, a famous line that I think you'll probably appreciate right now. Let me just put it on real quick. Yeah, I think you're gonna know this. Based on what you just told me, I think you're gonna know this. All right, let's go.
Great movie, by the way.
Give us an upper on our best selection of pussy. This is a pussy blowout. All right, we got white pussy, black pussy, Spanish pussy, yellow pussy. We got hot pussy, cold pussy. We got wet pussy. We got smelly pussy. We got heavy pussy. We got serpent pussy. We got silk pussy, velvet pussy, tiger hide pussy. Here we got horse pussy, dog pussy, chicken pussy. Come on, you want pussy? Come on, in,
I forgot all about this part. I had forgotten all about it.
Oh
classic.
man,
That's
yeah.
hilarious.
Oh man, I love that. Like when he started putting the Mexican American song, anytime I hear Cheech, anytime I hear it, I hear that first, like that whole scene. And there's another part too where he says, "Take advantage of our penny pussy sale." It just ingrained in my head.
Was it Nice Dreams? Wasn't Nice Dreams where they went to Amsterdam?
What are we talking about?
Cheech and Chong. That's what we're talking about, dude.
No,
I said the movie Nice Dreams. Is it where they went to what you call it? To Amsterdam.
I was born
Because when I saw when they went to Amsterdam, that's what I did. I got on a train and went to Amsterdam and just started partaking in all those bars. Dude, I don't know if anybody remember this record from Cheech and Chong, and it came with the big old rolling paper, which is now missing because me and my buddies used it when I lived in El Paso. we just made that. It was like freaking long, and it had the gum on it and everything. So, yeah, I love these records. The Pill, Cheech and Chong. My favorite's this part of it.
I could go for some Thai sticks.
Yeah, so you know from Dusk Till Dawn. Of course, you know from Dusk Till Dawn.
That's my favorite one.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're a big Tarantino fan.
Oh,
I think Josh is a bigger Tarantino fan. I like him, but I'm not a big movie guy. Josh is a freak.
I love movies.
Really? Well, yeah,
I'm a
you
music
just
guy.
my bad. Yeah, you taking the fine arts. You like Metallica?
No.
Damn it! I was sure.
Just kidding.
I was. All right. Oh, wow, you're good. You see that, Kaiser? That's acting.
That's all my life is, man. It's an act. It's just like seeing 50.
That was.
Vegas Vapes is in the audience. Perfect Soulmates is in the audience.
Yo.
Oh, cool.
All right, so
count
I'm
now.
at 991. This is
What? We went
991.
down. It was 994. Oh man.
Well, I'm looking
Both of
at
my
I'm looking at it
channels are
through
subbed.
YouTube. So hang on, let me give me all the socks. Give me all the socks in the box. Yeah, 991 is where I'm at. All the socks in the box.
But it was 994 a minute ago. Who do we piss off?
I don't. But you know what? Maybe those are the bots. Maybe those were the bots. Possibly those were the fake ones. And YouTube is eliminating them. They're like, you're not going to get to 1,000 that easy. That's not going to be that easy.
I gotta make you work for it.
Now we're back up to 992.
Not that fucking Erie guy.
Yeah, I think somebody finally got the memo. They're like, holy
That was
shit.
the first one. I like that one. Where the whole van was made of weed. That first movie.
Hey, Dick Bag, what are you doing down there, man? How come you're not up here, bro? Is there a problem with me, man? You got a problem? Hey, man, you got a problem with me? Hey, for real though, Dick Bag, get up here with your Clint Eastwood ass. I remember I had a conversation with Dick Bag on the phone, and when I heard him, I was like, holy shit, you sound exactly like your YouTube character. It's like you weren't fucking putting on, man. That's your voice. Come on, 1000. Oh shit. So yeah, so you're not a Tarantino fan. What are your top 5 movies? Hippie.
Top 5 movies. Top movies, Goonies.
Goonies.
It doesn't have boobs, but it's a classic.
Well, there is action technically.
There is some action, but it's like little kid action. It's freaky, man. You can't really call it action, bro.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
They're in high school. It was cool when we were kids.
I take it back. It's a playful adolescence.
There you go. I like that.
We're 8 away. We're 8 away, killing. We're 8 away. Okay, so that's number 1 on your list. I'm not gonna judge. So what are the next 4?
Oh, you can judge, man. I'm good. Let's see. Blazing Saddles.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
That's a good movie.
Damn.
Where are the white women? Excuse me while I whip this out.
That's a movie of nothing but quotes, man. So you put me on a spot here. I got to think. If I had to have a top 5,
Mongol just a pawn in game of life.
Subs, Dick Bag Subs.
Spies Like Us.
Oh, that's a good movie too.
I've never seen that movie.
Oh my gosh, you got to watch it.
Been a million years. Chevy Chase was one of them.
Chevy Chase.
Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll give it a review. I've never heard of it before.
No, man, it's classic 80s Russian hate fucking funny shit.
Yeah.
Red Dawn, motherfucker.
See, there's another one. I don't think we've done Red Dawn yet, surprisingly.
The remake or the original?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like
There's no remake. There's no such thing. We only do originals, man.
The remake was this. The original was
I don't know, man. I would throw Top Gun in there, for a top 5 total movies, because that movie's pretty stellar, even though it doesn't have boobs, and it could have some hotter chicks. Let's be honest.
I like Top Gun. I like Top Gun because it spawned. Damn it! Why am I blanking on the name right now? Hot Shots. I like Top Gun because it spawned Hot Shots. I love Hot Shots.
That is a good movie. Periscope, Hot Shots Part 2.
Yeah.
I bet you were a fucking Van Damme fan.
No.
Oh fucking! Oh, come on, man.
The only movie I liked from him was that time travel one where he was that time cop, whatever. Was it Time Cop? That one was okay.
My brother was a big Bloodsport fan.
Yeah.
Nah.
Bloodsport, yeah. Frank Dukes. But hey, don't say Time Cop, Bernsey, because then Kaiser's gonna put on his wall of failure a Time Cop badge.
We're gonna put a clock on his wall.
That's broken.
Yeah, broken clock on his wall.
All right. Guadalupe tells us to check the sub count. I'm seeing 997. Someone reported 1,000 a little while ago, so I guess it's people are adding socks and YouTube's deleting socks. I don't know. 998 now.
Not you, Yuri. Damn it.
We're at 998. I feel like it's New Year's and shit.
I know we're doing a count.
Almost there. Get the drums ready.
I'm not. You have to go in the basement, bring them up, set them up. No, man.
Oh, all right.
I'll play the drum pads maybe on here.
I guess we're all like done offers. Oh, $9.99. I'm $9.99.
Woohoo.
$9.99 for all you can eat. Well, I was stuffed my face to this funky beat.
Ooh, 999. Yeah. So how you gonna celebrate 1,000? You gonna buy us all cake?
No, I'm gonna curl up into a ball and be extremely anxious because I got
Oh,
1,000,
Cannonball Run.
18 viewers right now. What the fuck is going on?
Wow,
Oh, there
that's
it is. 1,000. Yeah.
Bam.
Oh,
The man, the myth, and the
oh,
legend. Smoke on that one.
1K.
You know,
Look
so
at how
no,
Dora the Explorer's on. You did it. You did it.
it.
nice.
Oh, Best Day Whorehouse in Texas was a good movie too. I like.
I saw the Broadway show. We got in trouble for it.
Thanks, guys. Shit. I'd like to thank the bots that were bought.
The bots and the socks. Thank you.
Bots and socks.
Bots and socks.
Hey, that actually sounds like a good name for a fleshlight.
For a fleshlight or a flashlight?
You know what I mean, Burns.
Yeah, you know what you mean.
Oh man, thank you, Joan. You are awesome.
For those of you just joining, he had 500 subs until I joined, and when people saw my face, it shot up to 1,000, just like that.
I thought that's why they
No,
took.
actually, it shot up to 900 when you were here. Then when I brought up 30 hippie, he crossed the finishing line with that shit.
With my 5 subscribers,
I didn't bring nothing to
I
the
bring him in
table.
heavy.
We're still just
Yeah, yeah.
coming in hot.
Hell yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, man.
He tries to-
Yeah, but we got it. We stuck the landing.
Is it still there? Oh, I gotta refresh.
Yeah, for sure, Frank Leslie. Hey, shoot. Hey, what can I say? I'm thankful, regardless of how this happened. and no matter what, listen, this isn't NCAA. There'll be nobody taking my trophy after this, okay? Damn it. It's in the record book. Somebody take a screenshot.
I'm trying to. Oh, there it is. 1K screenshot.
Yes.
Hurry up.
Before it gets
All right,
taken away. There we go.
Kimmy Wrangler. Oh, this is what real men look like. Subscribed. Okay. Sorry.
There you go. Save the
Look
photo.
at these. Look at these gabachos right here on my stream. What am I doing hosting a bunch of gabachos on my stream? Orale, what do you guys want, huh? Hey, you've been on my stream this whole time, and you never told me once. What's your favorite Mexican movie, Holmes?
There's Mexican movies?
Blood in, blood out.
Oh shit! We're best friends.
I grew up in Pueblo, Colorado, bro. On the east side, lower east side.
What? Hey, Cinderella, go find yourself a fella. You're on top bitch and midnight is coming.
Hey, widow.
Oh,
Hey, blondie.
I would do the big outlines, but I'll wait till we're off the stream. Oh man, dude! I know that I could write that whole script out for you, man. I know every single word in that movie. The funny thing is that we recorded it off of HBO, and I must have had that recording for like 6 years straight, and I would see it at least once a week.
Nice. I
Those
didn't see
were
it
the
for a long
days.
time.
Reused VHS tapes from the States for folks back home and record something off HBO and send it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had people send me when I was in high school over here. They sent because MTV hit the States and they sent a VHS tape just to send music videos because they didn't have that crap. They didn't play that crap on AFM.
Yeah.
AFM was from 6 in the morning to midnight, and then they shut down one channel. And Europe didn't get the European MTV until what, the 90s?
Addressing the drama llamas. I love some of the names people come up with.
Oh yeah.
Hey, well, sometimes when I see good ones, I'm like, shit, why didn't I think of that?
Jammin' Jet. For so long, Stone Vet kept confusing the name for Joan Jett.
Oh, yeah.
And so I just had in my head Jammin' Jet was a woman that I came up on a live stream and jammin' it too. I'm like, that ain't no woman.
I don't know why, but before anybody was saying his name out loud, I thought his name was Jamin. Jamin.
Oh, that could be, but I read it as Jammin'. It might be Jamin. I don't know.
I seriously thought he was Jamaican.
Well, it's
I was
not
definitely influenced by Spinal Tap. I love that movie and the second movie. This is Spinal Tap. My favorite song is Big Bottom. They're all three playing bass. The bigger the cushion, the deeper the pushing. Those lyrics are outrageous, and they have the video on YouTube. I go watch it once in a while.
Okay, Joan Jett is Mr. Jett's sister. Okay.
Oh. And he says his name is Jammin' Jet, but the SV calls him Joan, baby.
Well, I keep refreshing, and you're staying at or above 1K. It just shows 1K from my view.
Yeah,
so I think YouTube's had a chance to weed out any socks or bots or whatever it is they weed out.
Well, I'm freaking out.
I think you're safely in the 1K club.
I don't think I wouldn't call it safe. I think it's a trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap. He's gonna wake up tomorrow and only have 2.
I'll wake up tomorrow and I have a channel.
It was all a joke.
It was all a joke. It's just an illusion.
Yeah. Call it my life.
You all live in an illusion, dude.
Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. If SV was here, you'd probably put those sound effects up.
Yeah,
dude. He healed my ears yesterday.
I was wearing earbuds, man. When that first, I just threw them out.
In the current context, shouldn't that be hit me with your best sock?
Look at Finkel being all.
Shut up, Finkel.
I had just sent him those freaking files right before the show, and he had just he didn't even test nothing. He just put them in there, and that's why we were so slow. We were so baked already. We're like, fuck, we're never gonna get this thing to go off.
I'll make sure to send my medical bills to you.
All right.
I don't know. Monastery game. He lost his clergyman.
Did he?
Oh, you know what? I do that all the time. I confuse Pat Benatar and Joan Jett. Okay. That's because I'm a geezer. I know John, Paul, George, Ringo, Janet and Joan. I mean, Janet.
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 Damn it, Janet.
Joe, not jamming, Jet.
All right. Gentlemen and audience, I work nights. It's about my bedtime, so I'm going to wish you congratulations and good night.
Oh man, thanks, Finkel. I'm glad you were here for it, buddy. I'll go take over your stream some other day.
Okay. Good night.
Later.
I have no.
Yeah. He's taking requests. I guess a puppet can play.
No, I don't know songs anymore. I don't play. When I played in a cover band, I knew 90 songs off the top of my head. After that, I went away from that cover band. I just
Wait,
lost it
wait,
all.
wait, wait. Bernsey, you, a
Yeah.
failed rock star, played in a cover
I failed
band.
everything,
Oh.
dude. You're not. It's muscle memory, dude. If you don't do it every day or play it every week or something like that, it just goes away. Oh,
Just
Britney Spears. Want me to play some Britney Spears? Let me see if I can find some Britney Spears.
Can you do I Did It Again?
That's hey, I was looking to look up the chord chart for it.
Toxic.
Yeah.
I know some Britney Spears.
Oh shit.
I know bits and pieces from here and there, so stuff that stayed with me for a long time.
Bits and Pieces, that's a channel. So yeah, man, I fuck, I'm like, so I'm like, I want to enjoy knowing that I got to 1K. I really do. I really do, but I don't feel like, damn, man, like man, I think it's artificial, man. Everything in my in my intuition, my feelings, the gut is just telling me this is not real. It's not real.
Congratulations, bro. It's definitely real. I'm looking at 1K.
That's good. That's good.
Well, thank you. Oh, damn.
What's up, Conspiracy Music?
How you doing, man?
What's up,
I'm doing good, man.
Clay wanted to play us.
Kind of see what kind of guitar you have.
Oh shit!
This.
Yeah, I like the finish on it.
This here, right here. I got this from a present for my wife.
Oh, nice.
I got this. Not this. When did I get this? Not this last Christmas, but the Christmas before. But believe it or not, it's called a Volgoa. You can pick these up for about $150 on Amazon.
Wow.
Yeah. When I first got it, I was a little concerned because it was only a $150 guitar.
It's a nice looking guitar, dude.
But
I love the
it
humbuckers.
plays really well. And I actually have a more expensive Epiphone guitar over here in the corner that collects dust because I play this cheaper guitar instead.
And I got too many. I got 10 I need to sell. I sold about 12 when I was in San Antonio, and I got about 10 more.
Damn, man! Look at these musicians with their swinging dicks coming in here. Here, look at this guitar. Oh, my guitar's bigger than yours.
Yeah, that's a beautiful color.
Oh, this Miami blue color that I bought this Fender. Oh, I bought it as my last year of working present. It's like I need to get an expensive American Strat just so I can have one.
Yeah, nice one.
And hey, thanks, mechanics, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Congrats.
Where's your partner Bandit at, man? I thought for sure you guys were gonna have a good back and forth. I always go back and look at him.
Who's that?
Mechanics. He's always going at it with fucking Bandit.
Is he?
Yeah, they always go at it, but it's not controversial. They just go at it amongst themselves, like never about anything that's going on the channel. Oh no.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that to him. That'll send everybody away and you'll lose subs.
You want to hear something?
Yeah, let's play a little something.
Do a little musical break.
All right, Clay, go ahead, man.
I haven't played today, so I'm going into this cold. But I think I got like a little 4-minute track here. Tell me how it sounds, you guys. Make sure. I just want to make sure the guitar's not overpowering the backing track. Something like that. That sound.
All right, man. Yeah. Thanks, bro. I gotta unmute everybody.
Yeah, that was sweet, brother.
Thanks.
Oh, and I gotta do this. Yeah, that was good, man. Well, thanks for I think we're gonna call it there. We're a little bit past type 2. We're a Lucy 2, but it's good. It's good. I appreciate everybody for coming on. Thanks everybody for being here with me for the 1K. I hope it's real.
It's real.
I'm looking at this
Yeah, it's
half
definitely
full.
real.
I'm looking at this half full. Okay, so I hope everybody has a good Thursday. Anybody
My Thursday's
want
almost
to
over with.
say goodbye? Oh, you guys want to say goodbye? Good night, anything? Mm-hmm.
Goodbye. everybody.
Congrats, Yuri.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man.
Nah, it's good stuff.
Thanks, bro.
Congrats, dude.
Thanks for stopping by, Hippie and Clayman. You guys are awesome. Thanks for showing up.
Thanks for having me
It was
on,
fun.
dude. Yeah. Had a good time.
And yeah, man. Next time, let's see if we can get SVO here.
Yeah, if we could ever find him, I could never find his ass.
Where are you, SV? All right. All right. Well, I'm terrible at goodbye, so goodbye.
Hasta luego.
Bye, everybody.
Ciao. Vediamo dopo.
Speak English.
I keep my head high. I got my wings to carry me. I don't know freedom. I want my dreams to rescue me. I keep my faith strong. I ask the Lord to follow me. I've been unfaithful. I don't know why you call on me. This is my canvas. I'ma paint it how I want it, baby. Oh, this is my canvas. I'ma paint it how I want it, nigga. Fuck you, cause there is no right or wrong, only a song. I like to write alone, be in my zone. Think back to Forest Hills, no perfect home. But the only thing like home I've ever known until they snatched it from my mama and foreclosed her on a loan. I'm so sorry that I left you there to deal with that alone. I was up in New York City chasing panties, getting down. Had no clue what you was going through. How could you be so strong? And how could I be so selfish? I know I could be so selfish. I could tell by how I treat you with my girl. Yeah, she's so selfish, but she put her with my way because she love me like you do. And no, it don't always show. I love her just like I love you. And I need to treat you better. Wish you could live forever, so we can spend more time together. I love you, mama. I keep my head high. I got my wings to carry me. I don't know freedom. I want my dreams to rescue me. I keep my faith strong. I ask the Lord to follow me. I've been unfaithful. I don't know why you call on me. Hey, 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 verily. You believe in me. You believe in me. Hey, 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 verily. You believe in me. And I thank you for it. All right. Another day, another rhyme, ho. Another day, another time zone. Today I woke up feeling horny, so it's only right I got two bitches playing on my trombone. Keep up, never sure where the words will take me. Niggas eat them up, with a dirt to take me. Shit trump tight, never slurred and lazy. Give a virgin the urge to rape me, nigga, please. Best friends really make great for enemies. My watch game niggas can't wait for one of these. I see, nigga, this ain't no Rolex, it's a 8B, nigga. I'm hot, y'all, catch up to me, nigga. Couldn't resist. Aim for the stars and I shouldn't have missed, but I was riding on fumes, so I stopped by the moon. Now I'm sitting on the hood of this bitch, like thanks for the view. Waiting on thanks from a few, cause without me you wouldn't exist. You know that shit gave you the blueprint, don't forget. Cold as your phone on 0%, going off. Now niggas showing off. Niggas where they hard, but they flowing soft. I'm taking off like Boeing on a big ass Boeing, getting head like a coin toss. Too easy. I keep my head high. I got my wings carrying me. I don't know freedom. I want my dreams to rescue me. I keep my faith strong. I ask the Lord to follow me. I've been unfaithful. I don't know why you call on me. Hey, 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 verily. You believe in me. You believe in me. Hey, 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 verily. You believe in me. And I thank you for it. Oh,
I just want to point something out. Share screen. I'm going to share this screen here. Okay. This guy here is real.
He didn't even realize he had lost that much of his.
This guy here is real.
Busy trying to fly the vehicle, and it held together.
This guy here is ridiculous, fake piece of shit. This fake, ridiculous piece of shit supports the fakery of this piece of shit, Mr. Fraudit Wrangler. This fake piece of shit, Mr. Fraudit Wrangler, is now hosted this fake piece of shit. Fake pieces of shit tend to flock together. But yeah, he's a fake piece of shit. And this is a fake piece of shit. And I don't know the guy with the big beard, but this guy here, he's a lousy piece of shit. He's really a jailer. He really is. Oh, by the way, I have nothing against people with balding heads, but this piece of shit here loves to make fun of people with balding heads. And now this guy's on camera. I wonder if the balding heads jokes will stop now. But one more time, what's his name? Chief Tuttle. Oh my God. Yeah, fake piece of shit. What's this in the background? Oh, he's a fireman too. He talks a lot of shit. He doesn't know what he's talking about. All fake. This vest is from like the late 1990s, early 2000s. Fake. Fraud. Fake. Fraud. Fraud. Fake. Get it? Understand? No. Let me stop the screen. Michael Kaiser, you're a fake. You host it. It's all fake. Michael Kaiser, you're a murderer. And Chief Tuttle, you're a fake. Again, if I'm lying, come after me. Sue me for defamation. That's all I got to say about tonight. A couple of fakes. Stone Vet is real. Master Sergeant Retired is real. Chief Tuttle, fake. Kaiser, fake. Killer. That's all I got to say. Good night.
I wasn't sure if that was a technical glitch or not. I heard it start and then stop.
Down to the MF show, you MFers, and we beseech all the real musicians out there, forgive us. We know not what we do.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. This is a song about a man who had a lot to do with music.
Little known fact.
As a matter of fact,
was a rocker song.
a relished memory in my mind he was. And a good musician, might I say so. This man was named Beethoven. He was named Beethoven. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask him to forgive us. Roll over and listen to a little of this.
Well, I'm gonna write a little letter, mail it to the local DJ. Yeah, it's a jumping little record. I want my jockey to play. Roll over Beethoven. Tell me how I'm rocking pneumonia. I need a shot of rhythm blues. I got the rolling on the rider sitting down at a rhythm review. Roll over Beethoven, tell the Kowski to do. Look at your lover, that's real and rockin'. Roll it over that cool down look. That's real and rockin'. One another roll over Beethoven, tell the Kowski to do. Yeah. You know, she wake up like a word dance like a minute clock. You got a crazy partner, you ought to be a real drunk. She got a dime, the music won't never stop. Run over Beethoven. 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 Run over me, toe. Run over me, toe. Run over me, toe. Run over me, toe. Well, Kowski the news.
That's right. We like all kinds of music, some more than others, but music connects the soul to the universe. Let's get into it. Well, I try. I realized I was talking in part of that music, talking about Jimi Hendrix. I edited it and I reviewed it, and I didn't catch that until just now. Twice.
Well, you know, I didn't know if you did that on purpose. Something I noticed with that video you did in the museum is you have to bring the music down anytime you try to comment, because it's hard to hear your comments. And you know, when I previewed that the other day, I sat here and laughed just now because I totally missed William Hung in there.
She bangs. Even William Hung appreciates music. Well, this week, go ahead.
No, I just said hi, people.
Hello, people. You MFers. If you're wondering why I said MFers, because this is the Muckster Finkel music show, and therefore our audiences are MFers. Is that old yet? It's only our second week. Can't be old yet. I was given the privilege of picking this week's music. We're going to try to do 5 pieces, and during the 5 pieces, if anyone can guess the common denominator, Burns made it. Burns 66. I hope he saw the part where we asked for his forgiveness. Thank you for joining, Burns. I apologize. There are no refunds for your time or money invested in watching us. What was I saying? Oh, yes. I picked 5 songs. Sing by the Carpenters. Oh, Canada. Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. I've Seen Fire and I've Seen Rain by James Taylor. And both sides now, Joni Mitchell. And I have not yet announced the common denominator to the theme, although Muckster thinks he may have guessed it. I don't know if he wants to share his guess yet or if he wants to wait until I announce it.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Okay. All right. Shall we start with the Carpenters, who when I noticed the video, I never realized it before, but Karen Carpenter's brother looks an awful lot like Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill. But let's see if you see what I see, and if I can find the video file. Which one is Sing, right?
Yep.
Nope. Canada. Let me see here. Carpenters. Here we go. This is the late great Miss Karen Carpenter. And I apologize. Last week I never followed up on my homework assignment Muckster gave me, and that was to link where I got the videos from. To save that homework this week, I've actually included the whole screen where you could see the artist and the channel I got it from. Play.
Sing, sing a song, sing out loud, sing out strong, sing of good things, not bad, sing of happy, not sad, sing a song.
See, that looks like Mark Hamill to me. Does that look like Luke Skywalker to you?
Karen Carpenter is Luke Skywalker. I don't know.
Karen, the brother. Who, when I was a kid, I thought it was her husband or a partner.
That was actually very common when a lot of times they'd go on an interview, and the interviewer would say, "How did you two meet?" And they'd say, "Oh, our parents introduced us."
Okay. Well, yes, that is the son of Darth Vader. For all you Star Wars fans, okay, maybe not. Let's continue.
Make it simple to last your whole life long. Don't worry that it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Just say.
And I do that all the time. I don't worry if it's good enough for others to hear. I'm going to sing because I do it so well, right? You do it pretty well too, don't you, Muckster?
Better than you.
We will have to take a survey at the end of the show, see who people think is the better singer, the Muckster or the Finkel.
That's one way to end the show.
Sing a song. Sing a song. Let the world sing along. Sing of love there could be.
I thought I heard some singing. Were you singing?
No, humming lightly.
Oh, okay.
I try to control myself.
If you want to jump in there, you're welcome to pause this too anytime you want. And if folks are disturbed by us ruining the song by pausing it, it's right there where you can go and listen to it without these two geezers interrupting.
Sing a song. Make it simple to last your whole life long. Don't worry that it's not good enough.
And I just want to point out another reason we pause isn't just to put in our 2 cents worth. It's also we found there's fewer copyright issues if we're commentating on it. Even though we've tested all 5 of these songs for copyright strikes in my smaller channel, and so far they're not hit. Last week we did the same thing, and someone struck us down until we debated with YouTube about it. So we're trying to avoid that if we can.
For anyone else to hear, just sing a song. Just sing a song. Just sing a song.
Yeah, I was going to mention that she died because of anorexia.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was anorexia or bulimia. I knew there was an eating disorder, which was sad. So many wonderful musicians were taken away from us before their time. Not always about drugs, sometimes other issues.
Well, some people said her brother used to harass her about her weight. and that contributed to it. And you know, when you look at that, I mean, she was so thin. You know, it's such a terrible thing that somebody can look at themselves in the mirror and go, "Oh, I got to lose weight." You know,
it's hard for us to understand. It's easy for me to understand for someone to point at me and say I'm a Chinese spy balloon, but I don't understand how someone that thin can think that they're fat or take it with more than a grain of salt when someone else says that they're overweight or whatever. It's pretty bad. What I did like her message that you can sing. Just have a song in your heart, have music in your soul. It doesn't matter if you're good or not. Hell, we'll even listen to Burn 66 music. Sorry.
Anybody ever wants to chime in and chat anything too, feel free.
All three of
tried,
you.
Yeah. I say we, but I try to keep an eye on chat.
Okay.
Some people aren't so good at that.
Oh, well, excuse me. Does this song bring any memories or thoughts or anything you'd like to commentate before we go to the next piece?
Nothing real specific, except I used to love the Carpenters.
Ah, yes, me too. My parents listened to it, and then a little bit later on in life in high school, my girlfriend at the time had all the Carpenters hits on 8-track. If that tells you what a geezer I am, we listened to these tapes called 8-tracks.
Hey, that was always a fancy thing. You know, you have an 8-track player in the car.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was
Right.
you're pretty special if you had an 8-track set. Now people laugh at it.
I always had the same thought about the song though as you, is the idea of, hey, I am going to sing. You know, I don't care who doesn't like it.
Yes. Oh, I'm going to go to another inspirational piece. This is the national anthem of Canada. It is actually appropriately named "O Canada."
Donna, you're an American again. INS has a grandfather clause. If you pass a 3-part literacy test, an American history exam, fill out a 1-page form, you're back.
My adopted country. Wow, Josh, I kind of wish you'd mentioned this before.
Why?
Oh man.
Wow. You were very good in there, Donna.
What the hell is going on?
I'm sorry, that was the wrong one. That was for our Feld show, the tribute to the West Wing. Let me try again. I get 3 strikes, right?
I thought you attached that on purpose.
I
as a
did. I'm
okay.
playing the part. Oh, Canada.
I'm sorry, it's easy to believe you do dumb things.
Hey, now I know where you stream.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land.
Feel free to sing along in French.
Patriot love.
Or Deutsch, Burns.
In all thy sons command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
If you just got here, no, a hockey game is not about to break out.
That reminds me. I had a coworker who came into work one morning all pissed off because his hockey team lost, and he says, "Yes, my team lost. I don't want to hear another word about it." I said, "So you're telling us to shut the puck up?" He didn't like that. Okay, in my heart, I know I'm funny. Inspirational and patriotic if you're Canadian. As an American, how do you feel about that?
I think other countries are so much better at picking songs than we are.
Oh.
You know, we had America the Beautiful to go with. You know, God Bless America to please, the people over on that side. And no, we picked that song that people can never remember all the words, and doesn't have as nice of. I mean, even the countries like like Germany, they don't have those like sweet songs like that, but they're so much more stirring. It's like boom, 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 boom. So yeah, that's.
I don't know a lot of national anthems. I do remember when Ukraine was invaded, people were playing the Ukrainian national anthem. I noticed that Our Star Spangled Banner and Oh Canada, no matter what their military status was when they wrote the song, it seems to be about triumph and military. And it strikes me odd as I'm reading the lyrics, because I never really knew the Oh Canada is about as far as I got. But they're talking kind of bravely, standing on guard for I'm thinking our national anthem is all about the flag surviving the battle as it rages on. And
of course, the person who did that video misspelled guard at one point, but
they have my typing skills.
I'll tell you another. A great national song, France. Da, 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 da. It's very stirring. And if you ever look up the translation of that, it's like this great song, and then you'll see it, and it's like, we're gonna hunt them down and beat them bloody, and
I didn't know that was the French national anthem. I thought it was a backbeat to the Beatles' "All We Need Is Love."
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Not to go very far off, but there's a great movie, and I can't think of the name now, so I won't even bring it up. But I remember it has to do with a guy who had like a brain injury and has very bad short-term memory. And he was a musician, and he was remembering that da, 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 and they thought he was doing the anthem, and then his father realized it was like the Beatles, and they started connecting through music. And if I think of it along the way, I'll recommend it because it was like really good. I think the father was at J.K. Simmons, and it was like a lot of it had to do with them connecting like later in life because they veered apart. Start the next song, and I'm going to IMDb and see if I can find that.
Okay. Muckster just brought up a memory for me. I'm a Navy veteran as well as an Army veteran, and one of the places we hit with my ship was visited was Ireland, and the Irish Navy hosted our crew in a pub, and they explained to us it was traditional in their Navy pubs that if people were starting it too diversive, if they were getting at odds, if an argument was about to break out, they would stand up and sing, and that was their way of alleviating the desire to get in a barroom brawl. And I thought that was pretty groovy that they use music to settle their differences. But so far we have "Sing" by the Carpenters and "Oh Canada" by, I didn't catch the lady's name, but if you're onto a theme yet, let me know, other than the general theme of music connecting everyone. But in the meantime, I'm going to go to the more faith. We've got music, we've got patriotism, and now we're going to go with faith, whatever religion is. What's the name of it? Oh, Swing Low. Swing Low Sweet Cherry Ats. Chariots. And I'm fumbling around with my file sharing. Bear with me. Here we go.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. A band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. If you get there before I do, coming for to carry me home, tell all sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home.
I think I blew it there.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home.
This is where I lacked in mouse control just now. Apologize for that. I doubled the length of this song. There were several versions. This is a very popular song amongst many groups of faith. And honestly, there were better versions, but I was looking for something that had a good voice and the text so that we could read the text as we go along. I don't want to leave your pizzas burning. Sometimes we hear text, the words wrong. And I've noticed this guy. I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? The same voice is singing "Coming for to Carry Me Home." To me, that should be backup singers doing that part, but that's just my limited musical opinion. Did I over-explain it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to continue.
A band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home.
The part I think needs backup is swing. No, I was gonna go. This is the way I always picture. Go ahead and play it. Swing
sweet
low,
chariot,
sweet
coming for to
chariot.
carry me
Oh, there you go.
home. Swing low,
Swing low.
sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. If you get there before I do, coming for to carry me home, tell all of my friends I'm coming too, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home.
I would really like to see Burn 66 live stream that from a pub in Schweinfurt, Germany. Yeah, no, maybe so.
So I have a couple of comments there on that one.
Okay.
First of all, the movie I was thinking of is called The Music Never Stopped. Now, the folks on IMDb only gave it a 7.5, but I rated higher. I recommend it to all 5 people that are here watching us. But I really I think especially the and music lovers would like it because of the whole music connection. And another thing about it is that's the first time I'd heard of the deal where they use music to connect to people. Like they do this a lot now, like with people with serious dementia, and that and they're even people that they're totally like uncommunicative. You play songs from like their youth and stuff, and it connects them. It bring I've saw videos where it was like the one lady. She just totally all she ever did was like sit in the wheelchair like this. Nobody, family would come and talk to her, and she didn't. They started playing music, and she like, "Oh hi, how are you doing?" She talked to them. She'd remember stuff, and after they'd stopped the music, she was still good for like another minute or two, and so it's just amazing the way music can touch people. Now, and then what was it? Oh, I got a little thing about this too. I started a thing over there on people's podcast, and I noticed it's kind of caught on, but I was sitting there once, you know how chaos goes, and there was 7 people going yak, 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 yak. And I sat there and I just started going, swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. And I kept doing it. And after a while, people stopped because it was like, at first you couldn't even hear me, but people would see me sitting there going, like stop there. So they're like, what the hell is he doing? And so I've done that. And the other day I did the song, I forget what it's called. I think of it, What's the Matter Here, but it's where it's like now I'm losing the words, but it's like part of it goes, well, I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed, and I'm out in my head, and I forget, but it's like, and I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and scream to the top of my lungs, what's going on? So I was singing, and then I could remember the whole words. But when I got to that part, pretty soon there was like 3 or 4 people singing along, and we're going, and I'm pretty sure, I think it might have been when the crazy lady was there, but there, all of a sudden there's 3 or 4 of us going, so hey. But anyway, it all started with Swing Low, Sweet Chariot.
I think you started something over there because I was on there last night and they did the same thing to one of the trolls that were trying to steal the stage. They all started singing. I noticed the one lady, Gina, she's got a really good voice.
Yeah.
We may be in trouble with our singing careers because there's people out there who can really sing. Good. Okay, so we've got the Carpenters sing a song or sing "Oh Canada," and now we have a tune of Faith, and all kinds of faith groups have used it. Swing Low. Is anyone onto a theme yet, other than Muckster? Okay.
Actually, I'm starting to tickle on to a different theme than what I first thought. So.
Okay, I like the mystery. My next tune is by the great James Taylor, who I understand may have dated Carly Simon, and one of the verses in her "You're So Vain" song may have been about him. I don't know.
Well, a couple of things about that.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, before this one, let me tell you the first time I heard this song. It was introduced to me by my 9th grade English teacher.
Fire and Rain?
Yeah, she was pretty, it was new at the time, because this was 1945. And she was like fresh out of college, and she said, oh, I want to share this with you. She shared it as like the poetry thing and like told us the imagery and things like that. But I always remember it because of that. So I think speaking of him and Carly Simon, another song he's known for is "You've Got a Friend." Carly wrote that.
Oh.
and she let him release it first. And if you ever listen, when they sing it, there's slight differences in a couple of verses the way they do it. But yeah, that was it's like a James Taylor song, but she wrote it.
That's a big mistake on her part. A woman should not let a man release first, because then he's done.
Yeah.
In my heart, I know I'm funny.
Maybe we should play the song.
Maybe, yes, let's do that. And while you're thinking about the theme, forget that Karen Carpenter is dead, and the Canadian national anthem is kind of militaristic about standing guard, and Swing Low Sweet Chariot may have something to do with being carried home to heaven. Forget all that and see if this one has anything to do with where you think the theme is. What is this? Fire and Rain by Jimmy Taylor.
Or JT, as his friends know him.
Oh, I did not know that.
Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were
again, there were several versions of this on YouTube. I picked this one because I'm on a low salt diet, and somehow this girl in the umbrella reminded me of a salt shaker.
and I wrote down this song. I just can't remember who to send it to. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus? You gotta help me make a stand. You just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand. I won't make it any other way. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Been walking my mind to an easy time, my back turned towards the sun. Lord knows when the cold wind blows, it'll turn your head around. Well, there's hours of time on the telephone line to talk about things to come. Sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground. Oh, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you, baby, one more time again now. Thought I'd see you one more time again. There's just a few things coming my way this time around now. Thought I'd see you, thought I'd see you.
Well, I get the impression from that song that he never saw his friend again. Do you think that was about death or a broken friendship or relationship of some sort?
Well, you know, as I was listening to it and I was remembering what Miss Shell, my teacher, said, and I was just thinking here, and I thought, you know, I've never looked it up again to verify the story, because you know how a lot of times we talked before about sometimes when the song comes out and people like a good example, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, everybody was saying it was about drugs, and when it wasn't, you know. And so I'm wondering now if what she said was, but what she said was this was about him and a woman that he knew when they were both in an asylum. Fire and Rain is electric shock therapy and cold showers. You know, they throw you into an icy cold shower then. And, you know, he got out and I think she died there or she died. But yeah, it was like, I always thought I'd see you again, but no.
Okay. I don't know. I was going down a different thought pattern. He was talking about flying machines and pieces on the ground. I thought his friend died in a plane accident.
Hey, Barbara.
I like your story better. Hey, Barbara.
Well, you know what I thought of as I saw those words just now, I thought fantasy, discussing fantasies, you know what I mean? Like that sort of thing, that it wasn't like actual flying machines and pieces on the ground, that it was, you know, these sort of, I don't know what, I hate to say things like insane dreams or whatever, but I wonder if that was like part of it. But I don't know. That's I'm too lazy now, but I really should look it up sometime and see if that is what it was really about.
I spent too much time this week goofing off on YouTube. I should have been doing my homework for the show. But so far we got Sing by the Carpenters. The main singer in the Carpenters is Karen, who's deceased. We have Oh Canada, the national anthem of Canada, which surprisingly had a little militaristic point in it. We have Swing Low's Sweet Chariots, which is, it seems to be a song about faith, about being faith, having faith that you're going to go to heaven. And I've seen Fire and Rain, which seems like it might have something to do about a lost friend, maybe to death. But that's not my thing. They do have that commonality, but that's not where I was going with this. Anyone who thinks they guessed it, they could put it in the chat, or they can wait till after our last song in today's review, Both Sides Now by Joni Mitchell. And I'm going to fumble around with digging up the video file again. Joni Mitchell, where are you? There you are.
And the first person to guess the theme correctly, Pinko will send you $100. We had discussed that, hadn't we?
Let's discuss.
Oh, I thought.
Rows and flows of angel hair and ice cream castles in the air and feather canyons everywhere. I've looked at clouds that weep, but now they only block the sun. They rain and snow on everyone. So many things I would have done, but clouds caught in my way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, come up and down, and still somehow it's cloud illusions I recall. I really don't know clouds at all. Moons and Junes and Ferris wheels, the dizzy dancing way you feel as every fairy tale comes real. I've looked at love that way, but now it's just another show. You leave them laughing when you go, and if you care, don't let them know. don't give yourself away. I've looked at love from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's love's illusions I recall. I really don't know love at all. Tears and fears and feeling proud to say I love you right out loud. Dreams and schemes and circus crowds, I've looked at life that way. But now old friends are acting strange. They shake their heads, they say I've changed. Well, something's lost, but something's gained in living every day. I've looked at life from both sides now, from win and lose, and still somehow it's life's illusions I recall. I really don't know life at all. I've looked at life from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's life's illusions I recall. I really don't know life at all.
I was going to cut it off when the lyrics stopped, but I saw Burns appreciating the guitars, so I thought I'd let it play out. So what do you think? Is the glass half empty or the glass half full? Or could it be looked at both ways?
And who the hell drank half my glass? Well, whenever he made that comment, I was thinking Burns right. That's a perfect example of a song that doesn't need anything else except just an acoustic guitar.
Mm-hmm.
If the wrong producer would go into a studio with that and say, okay, now let's bring in, some violins and let's, it would ruin it, Sometimes more cowbell just doesn't work.
For a rare occasion, I think I agree with you. Yes, that was made for the guitar and only one acoustic. Very good. And what really amazes me, as we were playing that song, I saw that Burns 66 hung in there with us this long. That's pretty fascinating. By the way, this show is generally about the music. That's why there's only two people on the panel. When we're done with the music, we will, if Muckster wants to, open it up to other guests to talk about anything, politics, vaccines, COVID, other YouTube channels, whatever. We're just trying to keep it narrowed to the music at the beginning of this show. Well, now we've gone through all five. Sing by the Carpenters. Oh Canada, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, I've Seen Fire and Rain, and oh, thank you. And Both Sides Now by Joni Mitchell and her guitar, which I believe Burns 66 taught her how to play the guitar. I could be wrong. Does anyone think they have a common theme besides they're all music and they all, the usual musical connection? And no, I don't have $100 on it.
A couple times I thought I knew where you were going, and then I think, but I'm not quite sure how that would fit. You know, there'd be like one song that didn't seem to fit what I was thinking.
Okay.
I'll tell you one silly thing.
Yeah.
That I thought this cannot possibly be right. It's kind of egotistical. When I first saw your when you first put them up, and I started seeing them, I thought, well, this is the kind of thing that only Finkel would notice. But it was like they were all songs that I had started some of my God, I'm losing my words. Some of my YouTubes with. You know how I start a lot of mine by singing, and it's like, wait a minute. Every one of these I have started.
You really think it's all about you, don't you?
Yes.
What's the word for that, Burns? Is it narcissism?
No, it's called being Muckster. It's
being Muckster. Okay. Well, you're close. They are all covers. None of them are the original artists. And I did some. Sorry.
Oh God, no! Guess I already had my theme for next week.
Yeah.
I've even tested the songs. Guess what the theme was?
Covers.
Yes.
Do we have to rewrite next week's show or what? I don't know.
But it's because I did the same thing. It's all songs that you wouldn't realize were covers. Holy cow, that's so crazy.
Well, these songs are all covers, and I dug real hard, and I found the original artists for all of them. And so let's set aside Muckster's narcissism, thinking it's all about him. I put together a video about this. Where did I put it? Uh-oh. There we go. The inspiration for the show. Here we go. David Finkel here. This is pre-recorded on the 12th of February. I wanted to share the inspiration and the commonality these tunes all have. They're all covers. They are not, none of these are the original. And as I was trying to figure out what music I wanted to play this week, I found that the common denominator is the originating artist for all of these tunes. He was there when Canada created their national anthem. He was there when ancient Jordan had angels coming over, and he even babysat Joni Mitchell. That's why she stole his music. But this is the original artist of all of these pieces.
Don't worry if it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Yes, son of a bitch. Sing a song. Man, no. Canada.
That one took 2 takes.
Our home and native land, which of course it isn't. You know, swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. James Taylor. I've looked at YouTube from both sides.
This is a great one.
The good, the bad, and still somehow I go back to YouTube at least once an hour. I really can't quit YouTube at all. So, you know, whenever.
Sure. In my heart, I know I'm funny.
Had to work that in there somewhere. All right. You did guess it. I have to give you credit. You did guess it. You're not a narcissist. You were accurate. But now, if folks would like, do you have something?
Well, no, it is funny because when I first saw, when I was doing your, preview thing, and I that was going through my mind, and I thought, no, I mean, and at first I thought, well, he's the only one who would probably notice that, and I thought, no, that's silly, why would it be about? But then there was I forget which one it was now. I thought it was like I thought, no, I don't think I've ever done Fire and Rain. So and just now when you were doing them, I was looking for these deeper meanings because they're all like inspirational and stuff like that. And then you said it had nothing to do with death, because I was yeah. And you just ruined my theme for next week.
Oh, well, you blew it, not me. That was your OPSEC misstep. Burns. We're going to hire Burns. Go ahead.
Something though on that I thought of for a future show when I was thinking of covers, and this one I don't mind announcing ahead because I thought it might be interesting. We'd do 6 songs because we'd have to do. I thought pick like three songs, 2 different versions, and have people decide which one they like better. It might be just like 2 different versions, or it might be, hey, here's the original, here's the cover. I thought that might be we could do.
That's a great idea.
We could probably even do like 4, 3 or 4, get them in time.
Yeah, and I was thinking we could hire this guy to do the acoustics, the guitar, and that Gina lady from People's Podcast to do the vocals.
Gina's my buddy, by the way.
We can't afford the other one.
I told her the other night because she kept screwing things up, and I said, you are the blondest black woman I've ever met.
The what? Oh, blondest.
Blondest, yes.
Blondest
because I kept joking about that she was. I'd make a joke and I'd go, okay, now wait, everybody, give Gina about 15 seconds and she'll laugh.
Oh, okay. Well,
but anyway,
I'm curious if Burns would do Swing Low in a pub in Schweinfurt.
I don't know the song, how to play it. I mean,
how you doing, Burns?
I'm doing good. I played in the Irish pub with my bands I was in acoustically with another guy before here in Schweinfurt.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
One interesting thing, I'm not sure specifically about Swing Low, and the genre is no longer PC to mention, but it's always songs I like that they used to be called Negro spirituals. And I forget if Swing Low was one of them, but a lot of those. And the interesting thing about them is they were written by a white preacher from Erie, Pennsylvania, even though they're Negro spirituals, and you always picture like of Southern slaves or that singing them. I always thought that was interesting how many of them. But anyway, back to Burns.
Gospels, yeah.
Yeah, they sort of led into gospels later. I guess they do lump in now, but there was that specific set of them that's what they were called.
I normally play. I mean, as far back I go with music would be the blues.
I love some good blues.
Yeah, I mean, it started because a guy in my dad's unit that came over and brought a BB King because he wanted, hey, can you show my son how to play some stuff on guitar? And the guy told me, he goes, who do you want to play like? I said, I want to play like Eddie Van Halen. And he goes, well, you need to learn your history first. And I'm like, what are you talking about, history? And he goes, who influenced Eddie Van Halen? I said, Eric Clapton. Well, who influenced Eric Clapton? You keep going back that way. It's like who influenced Jimmy Page, So you start, and he said, learn your history. And you go back, he goes, this is where it all started, handing me the best of BB King. He goes, this is one of the Kings. Forget who the other 2 are, which is Albert, and I always forget the other one.
Wow.
So I started with the blues, and I went through the 30s, 40s, 50s rock and roll, found how music, the 145 on the guitar, the 3 chords. And then as I got into the 60s pop, I went off into the psychedelic way, then to the little jam rock stuff. And back in the 60s, there were so many avenues and different types of genres that they all blended together, but it was just great music during the 60s. And then you go up into the 70s where it really exploded. And then in the 80s, that's where you started seeing the marketing of music to specific groups of people. And that's, so my dad would trip out. He came home from work and I'll be listening to classical music one day. And then the next day I'll be listening to the Four Tops. And then the next day I'm listening to Judas Priest, and it just bounced everywhere.
Judas Priest, I've heard them. Living after midnight, rocking till the dawn.
Yeah.
Loving till the morning, then I'm gone. Yeah. I'm gone. Well, I haven't heard them in a million years.
Yeah, I used to play the metal stuff. I even played in Bremerhaven. I played for about 7 months. I would say R&B soul review band where I had to wear a suit and tie, and this is the first time I didn't stand and stare at my neck because I had to do the moves with the horn people, do the dance moves.
Oh yeah.
So we had to get the coordination to do that. So great experience, but then I found another rock band to jump into. I always just like playing live in front of people.
In 1950, for my 40th birthday, I went to watch the David Letterman show, and the musical guest was B.B. King.
Oh.
And of course, every commercial break, he was playing. It was B.B. King. It was great.
So on the guitar for solos, they call it the B.B. King box, which is these. It's like. Just those 5 notes is what it's called, the B.B. King box, and that guy he can vibrato and bend a note. I'm jealous that you got to see him because what a player and a singer.
And that was a cool thing about it too. Now that I say played through all the commercials, because he was a musical guest, but he sat in with the band through the whole night.
Nice.
Yeah. Wow.
It's probably on YouTube, I hope, because I saw the one with Eddie Van Halen on that he was there as a special guest musician with the band. He would jam during the commercial breaks.
Yeah, they used to get a lot of really good. It's amazing, the quality of people that would do that.
Yeah. So yeah.
One of the regulars was Warden Zevon.
Yeah. Oh,
and
that's another player.
I'll never forget watching the show, his last appearance, when he knew he was dying.
Oh.
And he played some, and that of course, Keep Me in Your Heart Tonight. When you listen to that song, knowing this guy is singing this song, knowing he soon won't be around. But I always remember Dave talked to him, and they talked up, and Dave said, now at this point, and I forget, I can't quote Dave exactly, but I do know exactly what Warren said. But Dave said, at this point, he said, is there anything you now know that you could tell us? And Warren Zevon said, enjoy every sandwich. Yeah. And it's like, of course, he wasn't just talking about, ham and cheese. It was like the whole wider thing. Just enjoy life while you have it. Enjoy every moment,
Every moment. Don't take it for granted.
Excellent timing. We have a request here from BSBT for a love song for KFAR. And the first thing that I thought of, Muckster was talking about eating a sandwich. And I thought, I'm streaming. And while I'm doing that, I'm eating. Okay, I suck at it.
Now I'll sing K-Far Blues before I say a love song.
I got the lowdown, fathead.
There you go. That's actually by Danzig, called "I'm Alone." I just played it much faster. So everybody thinks Danzig is some hard rock dude. He got this really cool acoustic blues song called "I'm the One," which is a really cool song.
What is like you said about well, who taught Clapton? Well, who did, and it is so many of, like, especially like the 60s rock groups and that, the Stones and all them, they said it all comes from the blues.
Yeah, Stones were a blues cover band at first. They played all the blues classics. It's that's amazing. They went from playing blues classics, and then I think right around the time Brian Jones left or whatever, they started doing more original stuff. Especially after his death, they went more original. I mean, even one of my bands with what's called John Mayall and the Blues Breakers is another great band where Clapton got his start. Where he went to. I like the version with Peter Green in it, the original Fleetwood Mac guitar player. People don't realize Fleetwood Mac was actually a blues band that got up to 3 guitar players. They're the ones who did Black Magic Woman. Carlos Santana covered it. So
was that before Buckingham Nicks joined them?
Yep. I forgot the one gentleman that was in the band before Buckingham Nicks joined them. Yeah, he was the bridge between the blues guys and the other one. Oh, man. His videos were coming up on my YouTube stream, and I was like, holy crap. And there's his whole live show 1980 at the Roxy in LA is on YouTube, and Stevie Nicks goes up there and sings a couple songs with him.
And by the way, I saw both Fleetwood Mac and then Stevie Nicks in concert. That would be like in the 50s.
Were they at the original Woodstock?
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah. Okay. They tried to do a redo of Woodstock in my hometown after the Air Force Base closed, and it turned out to be chaos. The big guy, I wasn't there at the time, but it's some kind of kerfluffle over bottled water or some stupid shit like that.
Well, what happened with those festivals in the late 60s is that the fans started making, they thought the music belonged to them and it should be free. And that's what happened at the Isle of Wight Festival, where they just stormed the fence.
You know who agreed with the fans that the music should just be free, but his band wouldn't let it be that way? Jerry Garcia.
Oh, Grateful Dead.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I purchased on iTunes a Woodstock album. It was just live recordings of the artists at Woodstock, and I was actually surprised. I thought it was always about the hippie movement, but we had Sha Na Na on there, which I kind of grew up with as a Priester group.
I remember watching their TV shows on AFN.
Yeah.
It's funny because of course, the big act that it was Jimi Hendrix. It's like that was going to finish, and because everything went so long, he ended up playing. I think it was like ridiculously late at Sunday night. You know,
it was Monday morning actually.
Is that what it was? I was gonna say it seemed like it was early morning, but then I thought, oh, I might be remembering wrong.
No, and more than half the people left. If you look at the actual video of the show, you just look at this crowd before you would see it just full of people, and then it just emptied out because I think a lot of people left that early that morning or the night of.
I have a friend who really was there because there's an awful lot of people back, you know, the 10 or so years afterwards, we're always saying, oh, I was there. And, you know, but this one, he actually was. And I remember him saying, because he's a bit older than me, it's like, he said, we had to leave because we all had work Monday morning. Yeah. And so they totally missed Hendrix. You know, something I didn't know until fairly recently, you know, the last few years, that they actually had the second stage set up at the I think they called it the hog farm, where they had like a food stand and stuff, and a lot of the acts would go up there and they would be sitting there, you know, just strumming guitar and stuff too.
I didn't know that. A nearby farm, not just
right here. Jimi Hendrix live at Woodstock. I still have my iPod. I love my iPod. In fact, I got three of them.
I still have the 3-page fold-out vinyl album of the original. You know, they lost money on Woodstock, by the way.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It wasn't until the album came out that they made any money off it.
Right. Yeah.
I still have all three.
Oh wow.
Wow.
I have to because I have over 2,000 CDs and I have over 600 LPs. I had over 300 cassettes, but I converted them all to digital. Took me about a month to do that.
During the countdown, when I'm kind of going through all the music, you see a shot of Jimi Hendrix in London, and you hear my voice saying, "Little known fact: Jimi Hendrix was a rocker-son." I didn't intend for that to bleed through onto the countdown, but while I was at the museum, I had a memory bubble. When I was in the 3rd of the 187th Infantry at Fort Campbell, I ran an errand over to one of the other companies, and they had a big mural of Jimi Hendrix. It turned out that at one point he was in that company, which really struck me as odd. I had no idea he had ever served, but
oh yeah,
he was a rocker-son.
He got medically discharged. So
and not for a bee sting.
No, not for a bee sting. He messed his ankle up on a jump.
You okay, Muckster?
Yeah, this is me trying to think. I was trying to remember what the band was that kicked Jimi Hendrix out.
Oh, Little Richard's band. And
is that who it was?
Brothers. Yeah, Little Richard. That's why you see Jimi Hendrix. If you look at Little Richard, the way Little Richard is, the way he dressed and stuff, he copied Little Richard. I mean, Jimi Hendrix copied Little Richard. The way way he started. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was because Little Richard was homophobic. Because didn't Jimi Hendrix say, "Excuse me while I kiss this guy"?
No. Here, I'll just show you some of my guitars here.
Well, you got almost as many as Muckster.
Yeah, you can see my collection behind me here.
So mine are mostly Strats. I got more in the basement. I'm just a guitar-holic. I sold sold about 10 of them when I was in Texas.
Where's your 59 Les Paul?
Oh, I don't have a Les Paul. Those things are too heavy. I got to play 68 in the studio. A friend of mine let me use it in the studio for my band's CD. I needed something for a different sound on a certain song, and that needed a Les Paul, and he had a 68. He also has a 72 Strat. I have it's locked up in the basement. I have a 1957 Telecaster. Not a reissue, but a real one. So that one's it's been valued at over $40,000. So people want to buy it off me, and I'm keeping it.
Speaking of classic guitars and that, what was forget that Western that Tarantino did, where it all takes place, like in that stagecoach station. Do you know what I'm talking about? But anyway, in there, the one guy has a guitar, and there's a point where someone takes the guitar and smashes it. Well, the guitar they were using in there, a guitar museum let them borrow it. It was like some rare, guitar that was like of the time, and the prop guy was supposed to switch it out for the smashing scene, and he didn't, and they destroyed this classic guitar.
Oh, I bet you they had insurance on it though. They normally
Yeah,
do.
but
it's still
the-
sad that an old guitar.
Yeah, the museum said we'll never loan another one out
Probably
again.
somebody tried to repair it and stuff, and it's not the same value.
Well, it was. I mean, they did a regular, the Who smashing guitar kind of a thing. It was
I
destroyed.
couldn't do that. I couldn't even do that with a cheap guitar. I couldn't smash one on stage. There's no way. I like guitars too much. I love jamming acoustics, my electrics, because I got about 4 acoustic guitars. I forgot how many electrics I had. I sold a bunch of them. I never took out of the case, and they needed to be played, so I just sold them. If I'm not going to play them, somebody else might as well.
Yeah. When you were playing that little bit earlier, and you said about it was Danzig, but you speak. I love when someone will take a song and just totally reimagine it. Either like a hard rock song, and they'll just like slow it down and make.
Oh yeah.
Or do the it's always great when it's like, it's just like.
I'm trying to figure out how, because I'm trying to figure out some cover songs that do that you can't even tell that they were covers of the song until you hear them sing the lyrics.
Let's see if I can find one of my favorites of that happening.
I know what song that I thought Nazareth did Love Hurts, and that's actually what you call it song. Let me see. It's God dang it. Everly Brothers song.
Really?
Yeah, so when you listen here Nazareth sing Love Hurts, it's actually Everly Brothers song. And Nazareth, it was a little bit faster with the Everly Brothers, but the Nazareth slowed it down, which I found very interesting. I thought it was, and then my dad's like, that's an Everly Brothers song. I'm like, what? My dad has a great record collection too. That's where I probably got that from. My dad has everything from classical music, country music, rock and roll, 60s rock, 50s rock. He grew up in the late 50s, early 60s.
There's I always love this. I watch a lot of these shows, and I was like, here's a good example of somebody changing up a song, because I just love this. I might have to pass, but yeah, she just took that and made it a totally different song. It kind of reminds me of Janis Joplin, Me and Bobby McGee.
Yeah.
And that was written by Chris Christopherson, a country singer.
I didn't know that.
I remember seeing Chris on something, and he said he was in his car, and that came on the radio the first time he heard it, her singing it. And he said, I said to myself, that's the way that song should be sung, But Chris Christopherson's one of those guys that he has a lot of songs out there that other people, you wouldn't think it was a Chris Christopherson song. I'll tell another one that a lot of people won't even remember. There was a country guy back called Hoyt Axton, and he had a bunch of, and he was like a real down home country singer. But on the other hand, he wrote songs for like Three Dog Night and a bunch of other groups at the time. It's just interesting. I mean, that's true musicians who could do that. Not just be stuck in their own little.
Yeah.
But I always loved that thing there with her singing, and it took Boy George so long to realize she was singing his most famous song.
Well, good, because when he came on MTV when I was a teenager, it took me several weeks to figure out his gender. I mean, I saw the title Boy George, but I'm like, is that a man or a woman? I couldn't figure it out for the longest time.
That's when he was part of Culture Club, right?
Yeah,
Culture.
Yeah.
Culture Club.
Do you really want to hurt me?
Yes, we do.
You really want to make me cry? Oh man. Yeah, I've heard that good artists borrow from each other, great artists outright steal.
Well, there's only a lot of songs. Me and a friend of mine went down a rabbit hole on YouTube where this musician says how everybody's taken from everybody's music, and you'd be amazed on how many people are copy. And it's I can sit here, write a song, start recording it, throw it down, and I'm thinking this sounds familiar. Then a couple days later, I'll hear the song. I'm like, God dang, I just rewrote somebody else's song. So all that time and effort, I just throw it away. It's like, okay, because you subconsciously have it, and
you think about, there's really only so many ways you can put notes together. So
when
it's
you
bound to,
Yeah. When you deal with 1/4/5, which is basic rock and roll, there's only so much you can only do with those three chords right there. And if you play them or you could do the 4 chords, which is I would like to go I played that. There's 3
I noticed you cut off right before the part where I was going to start singing, so that was smart of you.
Because they play in so many different keys, and it's like so that's the original key, which is or the country version is then you have the country version is I know there's a country version, and then there's another version they do, and it's like when I go play with another person or something, they always play in a different key, and I have to sit there and figure it out. I always have to tell them, you guys played in the A, or do you play in the C, or the G version,
So let me give you an unfair question. How about, we'll say, top 5 guitarists of all time?
It's all personal stuff.
I know. I always hate those I always hate those
I hate
questions
doing top
myself.
fives because my top five is going to be completely different for other people, and
Well,
my top five will change every day.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But let's not even put them in order. Just who are some of the that you think were great? You know, we won't
Eric
even
Clapton's got to be in there somewhere.
Who?
Eric Clapton. Sly.
I don't know, because I have like one of my favorite guitar players is Jeff Beck.
Yeah.
That's a guy who completely kept going this way in skill level all the way to the day he died. And then I have Hendrix is another one, Van Halen. Clapton, I liked him in I liked him in Cream, but after Cream, some of his solo stuff was good, and some stuff he did in the '80s was good. He's a great guitar player. Let me see. And Page is another guitar player I like. And then the reason why I play Stratocaster is Buddy Holly. That's the guy. That's the reason why everybody thinks because it's Hendrix. No, it's Buddy Holly. Because my dad listened to Buddy Holly when I was a kid, and I just remember seeing pictures of him with the Stratocaster, and I just loved that guitar from the first time I saw it. So
That's a good point. I got a friend who discovered a few years back that I'm a Beatles fan, and ever since then, every time he sees me, he says, "So, what's your favorite Beatles tune?" I'm like, "Dude, every time you ask me, I'm going to have a different answer because
that's the way.
Yeah,
that's the way I am too with those.
A couple years ago, I went down to Beatles Road and I just started buying all their records, all the CDs on Amazon. I went on Amazon. It's okay. I got to get this one now. I have to get this record now. I got to get this record.
When I first saw the Beatles, and this is true, I'm not making fun of my age with this. I did not like them because the first time I saw them was when they were on Ed Sullivan.
Oh,
okay.
And I think I was like 5 years older, maybe a little younger. I forget. But anyway, I just remember because my older sister, because not the oldest, because the other one's younger. But anyway, she was like, the Beatles. She was like, and I remember to my young ears, when that came on, all I heard was 3,874 young women going, ah! But let me throw a guitarist out there that no one hardly ever puts on their list because you don't think of them. You always think of all the rockers and stuff. But in my uneducated opinion, I think was brilliant. Roy Clark. That guy had amazing hands.
Roy Clark, and what's the other one that starred in Smokey and the Bandit with
Eastbound and Down.
Yeah, he's another amazing guitar player. Buck Owens and Roy Clark on Hee Haw. When I saw them battling out on the guitars, oh my goodness, what guitar players they were! Holy crap! Yeah, talk about the Beatles. My band used to play. We used to play. Let's see if I can remember. La 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 la. Yep. Yeah. But if you listen to this, if you listen to the.
That's Richie Valens, isn't it?
Shake it on, baby.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So we used to combine both songs. So we start off with La Bamba and go right into
Twist and Shout.
Twist and Shout.
Oh wow! I'm growing up a Beatles fan. I thought they wrote "Roll Over Beethoven," and just the other day I'm at the African American Museum, and they had this whole area due to culture, and you may have heard it in the countdown. Chuck Berry doing it, and he even introduced it, and I'm like, the song's meaning changed right before my eyes. I'm like, oh,
yeah, that's to me is like the foundation of rock and roll is Little Richard and Chuck Berry right there. Those two guys right there. That to me is the pinnacle of rock and roll.
And often did not get the credit for it or the money.
Yeah, up until the other day, I thought it was a Beatles tune. I didn't know.
I'll tell you.
Well,
I'll tell you what.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say my favorite Beatles story that is probably pretty well known now, but I remember Paul saying when they were first, him and John like first got together and was making songs, they used to meet at Paul's house all the time because they had a piano, and him and John would be sitting in there, and Paul's dad was a musician, and they'd come out and they'd say, "What do you think of this?" Anyway, they sat in there and they wrote "She Loves You," and they go out and it's like, "Hey, Dad, listen to this one. What do you think? You know, she loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah." And his dad says, "Well, I like it." He says, "But do you have to say, yeah, yeah, yeah? We've got enough Americanism. Couldn't you make it yes, yes, yes?" and, and I always think, if they'd listened to his father, we may have never heard of the Beatles. Because if you try picturing it, just doesn't sound right. But yeah.
Well, I forgot about Roy Clark. Thank you for bringing him up. He was good.
Yeah, boy, he that hand would just. I can remember watching some, and I thought, okay, did they speed up the film? And it was wow, it was just amazing the way he could. But again, people don't think of him because he was country, and nobody really thinks of there being any country artists who are great musicians. You know what I mean? Because it's mostly doom, doom, doom.
A lot of rock guitar players are influenced by guitar country pickers because of the way they play. I don't know if you ever heard of Hank Garland.
I don't think so.
There's a Steve Vai who major rock guitar player, played with David Lee Roth. He produced a movie about Hank Garland, and I watched the movie and I went out and bought this guy's whatever CDs I could find on Hank Garland. Very, very, very interesting guitar player, and he was climbing up there to be one of the best guitar players, but he had a tragic life with a car accident and them trying to put him in the mental institution. He had a lot of bad things going on for him, but what a guitar player. And a Gibson guitar, I think it's a Songbird, is one of the, I think it's called a Songbird. That guitar is his design. Him and his cousin designed that guitar. It's very interesting. I know the movie was free on Amazon Prime for a while, but it's a great movie about this guy. But his music's really good. It's a lot of instrumentals. He was very influenced by the jazz players of the day too, because he was country picking, but he kept looking for other things to play, and he started just wandering in the jazz clubs in the 50s and 60s. So
I'll have to see if it's still available on Prime.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the movie, but let me see if I can find it.
You know something I have found interesting about like documentaries like that. I sometimes, just out of curiosity, I'll see they did a documentary on some group that I would have no interest whatsoever in buying an album from that group or anything, but I find the documentaries about their life very interesting.
Oh yeah, same here. I'm the same way.
A year or two back, we watched, I can't remember the name of the movie, but it's about Freddie Mercury and Queen.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it closed with a scene, which I think I was 1.5 miles away. I was on Messenger of the Watch in Philadelphia, and about 1.5 miles away was a stadium where they had that, what was it, Live Aid or Band Aid or something like that. And I remember I could hear the music and the crowds off in the distance. I'm like, man, why am I on duty today? I want to be at that concert.
Okay, see if we can get the album artwork up.
And Queen wasn't even the featured act.
No, they were one of many. It was, I don't know, comparable to the number of acts in Woodstock, I believe.
It was kind of one of those, okay, we'll let you do a couple of songs.
This is the movie right here.
Crazy.
Called Crazy.
Let me go to Prime right now and see if it's there so I can mark it.
Yeah, it's a really good movie.
He's not the guy that wrote Crazy for Patsy Cline, is he?
I don't know. I gotta look that up now.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating watching you stream, be on the stream and show your iPhones with your quickly accessed music. Because when I think of Schweinfurt, I think of dollop modems and 23 pfennigs per minute.
Yeah. That's what I had too in my apartment. I put a timer. You know, I put one of those sand-dial timers for how long I could be on the internet to chat with my dad in the States. Okay, Crazy was actually written by Willie Nelson.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
Willie Nelson wrote that song for Patsy Cline. You can hear that's a Willie Nelson song after I hear it in my head.
Yeah.
I did live stream last night, and Master Sergeant Retard was on, and Mr. Wilson here was kind of heckling us from the chat. And now that I'm thinking about it, Master Sergeant Retard could be here today, and we could be the police. No? Yeah. Okay. All right.
I did not know that. That's interesting. Yeah, I got a chance to watch. Yeah, there it is.
Still available.
Oh, that's good. It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. It's tragic, heartbreaking. It's really, really good. It's a good movie.
Now, Muckster, last night or the night before, you were whining that you lost Netflix. You got Amazon Prime. You don't need Netflix when you got Amazon Prime.
Well, I also allegedly have a very good torrent site that makes it unnecessary to have any kind of paid service.
Torrid? I'm not familiar with
A friend
that.
of mine does
Torrent.
that too. Torrent site.
I actually will download TV shows that all I really need to do is go like this and watch them on TV. But when I download the torrent, well, first of all, it works good for my ADD because I can be watching the TV show on half of my monitor and be over here playing a game or whatever. And also, when I download the torrent, it doesn't have any of those annoying commercials, you know. But yeah, I've watched a lot of movies that way, allegedly, in case the FBI is listening.
I have my parents let me use their Fubo streaming so I can record sports events. I have to use a VPN over here because none of that stuff works. I have Disney Plus, Netflix, Max, Hulu, so I can watch. I have all that stuff, but they only work with a VPN over here. So I'm glad I got the VPN before I left a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
A funny thing. A lot of stuff that I go to watch on Amazon, it'll say not available, and I got to turn my VPN off. Even though right now my VPN is set for like another place in America, so
Yeah.
you think it wouldn't matter, but I forget what it was. I wanted to watch. There was a British show. It might have been the British Voice or something. I couldn't watch the stream of it, and so then just go on the VPN and go, oh, guess what? I live in London.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what I do. Netflix is the only one that gives me problems over here. I know you can use Netflix overseas if you have it paid for it stateside. I like the American version because the American show selections and stuff. So got the VPN on for that. And then I'll be watching a show and I'll stop in the middle and go, oh, we noticed you're using the VPN. I'm like, oh, dang it. So I have to switch from Dallas to New York or something like that to get continuous. I try to stay on one city so they think I'm in one place. So they're like, okay, he's still in one place because you know how these places they think you're sharing your login information with other people. So I don't.
I I hate when people do that, and I hate even more when after 2 years Netflix realizes that I've been watching it for free because of my friend's account.
Yeah. All right, guys, I got to head out.
All right. Thanks for joining. Thanks for sticking it out with
thanks
us.
for having me around and deal with me fiddling around on my acoustic.
Oh no, this was great. You added some class to the whole music show.
I don't think I did.
Well, I mean, at least you. I mean, I don't know for sure, but at least you pretend well that you know what you're talking about. So, which is a big improvement
I
over us.
It's all fake.
Yeah, that was a toy guitar, and what we heard was pre-recorded.
It was pre-recorded.
Yeah,
yeah. You know, when he plays, the guitar is never actually seen because what he does is he leans back and he hits a little button. It's got.
We're on to you, Burns.
Yep.
Thanks for joining the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. And I'll be here. I'll be here next next Tuesday because we do this every Tuesday. I'll be hanging out.
Now that I have to come up with a new theme because they will ruin mine. Maybe,
right, guys.
maybe next week we'll set up that comparison thing where we'll come up with like 2 versions of songs and have people decide what they like better. That might be interesting.
That'd be better. That'd be.
And if you have, and since the theme is public, if you have any suggestions, send them to Finkel of songs you think would fit that good.
Okay.
Or to Muckster.
Okay.
Well, I've heard he probably is already contact with you.
Just through Stone Vet or Master Sergeant's live streams on the chats.
All right, guys. You all have a great day.
All right. Cheerio.
Thanks a lot.
Are we staying on, Muckster, or are you going to call it a day?
Not if anybody wants to. I see Eyes On just came in.
Yeah. Okay.
If anybody wants to talk about anything, I'll stick around for a while.
Doesn't have to be music. If y'all want to join and talk about conspiracy theories, audits, anti-audits, politics.
I just ended. I was streaming.
I'm sorry.
I was streaming this to my channel just to have it there. I just ended that. I figured the music's pretty much over. I was going to end like when we get to the end of our thing, but then when Burns came up, I thought, oh, this is definitely we want something to keep recording.
I was pleased that he joined at the beginning. I was surprised that he was still there near the end. I'm like, I would have thought this would have bored him. Cool.
So
now we're going to hit the top 10 on YouTube now, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, we still got 4.
maybe
I've seen as low as 1.
Maybe you have to change the title to featuring Burns.
Oh,
by the way, you know something I thought of? Oh, there comes. Oh, hey, Mello.
Here we go.
Oh, wait. No, he's a foreigner. Are we allowing foreigners? But I was going to say something I realized. You know how a lot of times you sit here and you watch how many people are watching, and it'll like say 3, and then it'll say 2, or then. You know what I realize why it keeps changing by 1 often? That's YouTube. That would be the AI coming in and seeing what's going on in the streams.
How you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
Not a lot. I'm just seeing what's going on. I saw you guys up here chatting. Well,
Yeah.
I'll come and say hello, show my face.
We were talking about you, but now that you're here, we have to change the subject.
Good. Good. I hate it when people talk about me to my face.
Call me a dumb nerd. I pick up an accent, but I can't identify it. Is this from the British Islands or Australia?
As Guardian, I get a lot of confusing.
It's funny because the one night over there on Eli's, I was saying I'm pretty sure it wasn't Mello. It's one of the other guys. I said something. It might even have been like Aussie Nathan or something. I said, well, you have to understand, as far as Americans are concerned, English, Irish, Australian, New Zealand, you all sound alike to us. You know? But this may be too much British for me because I just spent about 6 hours last night reconnecting with an old English friend.
As a child, my dad was stationed in Bentwaters Air Force Base in England, and I started schooling, public schooling in an English school. Earl Soam was the name of it. So you'd think I'd be a little bit smarter on these things than most Americans. Fast forward to 1996, I'm on a checkpoint in Bosnia, and one of the convoys comes through with a Union Jack on their side of their vehicle, and just trying to stir up conversation. I said, "What part of England you from?" I spent some time in Woodbridge in Suffolk County, and they looked at me kind of weird and said, "We wouldn't spit on the blood English. We're from Wales." I'm like, "Oh shit."
So here's a totally off thing, but you know how I said to you before about how I don't see the chat box when I'm here? I can see the chat, but I don't have the thing to type into. And today it was like, oh, hey, there it is. Well, I just realized when I ended the stream over to my channel, the little box disappeared on me. When I typed in, I had to go over to the YouTube thing. So that's kind of a weird little glitch.
So if you're running both at the same time, you can only use one or the other. Stupid Americans.
Anyway.
You know, I was chatting to a friend of mine earlier, and he was planning on going on holiday. And I said, "Well, is this the first time you've been abroad?" He says, No. I guess, well, where you been? Because I've been to Scotland.
You know a thing that is hard a lot of times. Something that's hard for us a lot of times when we first start talking to people over there is, like you guys will say something like, "Oh yeah, I went over to Portugal for the weekend," or something. And for us, going to any other country, unless you live near the Mexican or Canadian border, it's like a big deal. But you guys, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to Amsterdam. It's like
even now we need a damn passport to go to Canada.
It's cheaper for me to fly to Ireland than it is to get on a train to London.
Really?
Right? I can get to Ireland and back, right? Cheaper than I can get a one-way ticket to London on a train. I can book a holiday for like a week in somewhere like Lanzarote, Tenerife, somewhere around there. They're always doing some deals. Probably £100, include return flights and accommodation for a week, 4 or 5 days or something. You find these deals, £100. Off you go. You know what I mean? Need to get the fuck out of Dodge for a few days. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna cost you a fortune. And they say there's, it's weird, isn't it?
I forget where Danny's from. One of the Dakotas or Minnesota or Montana. Apparently she travels a lot. Maybe she's from all of them because she travels so much. I can't remember exactly where, but I know Danny said she would never join a live stream, but anyone is welcome. We'll talk about anything you like. Montana. Okay, that's what it was.
We obviously did not require camera. If you want to come up voice only, that's fine.
Oh, that's not how Mellows actually looks.
This is my natural look.
That's your natural. Okay, yeah, I thought so.
Well, yeah, but this is an old picture because didn't you get a haircut?
I did actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite. Speaking of because we all are familiar with the People's Podcast. That was one of my favorite moments. Was doing the whole shave of Untrack.
Untrack. That was brilliant.
And I was glad I could. Usually when I go in there, I'll come in and I'll lurk for a few minutes. Maybe sometimes I'll check, but to sort of catch on and what's going on. And I came in there and I saw Untrack standing there with those clippers. It's like, okay, I got to get on the panel right now. And it just worked out so great because they were like talking about, who who would pay? Who's going to pay on track to do this? And I was when I said, well, how about people make pledges to Eli, and when we get 50,000, he's got to shave his head. And so we sat there, and people started going like $2, $5, you know. And then Gina went, "Hey, here's $50, you know."
Yeah,
But it's just
let's get this done now. I want to see it now. I ain't waiting around.
But it was just like, it was such a cool moment.
She even sent another because it was like $10 to go, and she's like,
Yeah,
another
yeah,
$10.
yeah. But it's so cool. I love those moments over there, and then there's other moments that are not so great. But you know, we get a lot of those cool little moments where people are just together. You know.
Yeah. I don't. I like how people can just chat about whatever as long as they want, but then it kind of gets crazy when the trolls come on and they try to grab the stage and dominate.
Bad, isn't it? You know, with an open panel like that, you're going to expect the trolls.
Yeah.
You know? And
Well,
you don't mind so much because, to be fair, it's the trolls that keep that thing going for as long as
yeah, probably.
It's true. It is entertaining when they
It
get
is.
all.
I've actually been there. You know, when it comes and it's like eight hours into the stream, so there's a good few more hours to go. But you know, whoever's in control of the thing, they've started nodding off, and whoever's left on the panel, they've run out of things to say, or they're winding down, and it's like, all right, well, good night. No one can come on the panel to change the subject or make the subject interesting. You know what I mean? You know.
Except I have
how
no
much do you
interest.
say without repeating everything you just said?
Except I have no interest in any panels that include the crazy lady. I can deal with Nidal. I can even deal with Dubs when he's pretty far into the bottle, but that crazy lady, I just can't do that.
Was it Nada and that Alexander NYPD?
Oh, another one of my favorite moments. Bellows, were you there for when we tortured Alexander?
Alex, oh man, I've tortured him a few times. I've kicked him.
Oh, but this was great. He came in and and I wouldn't have done it except he was starting off with it. It seemed like he tried to do a new leaf, and then he started in with the crazy NYPD talk and all that stuff. And so then he said, "I want to tell you guys a joke." And it started off with, so there's this black, well, because I think we might have been throwing around, you know, the Yo Mamas and stuff at the time. And he starts off with, there's this black guy gets on a plane from Hawaii to go to America, and right off Dubs goes, where he's going from Hawaii to America. But then here's what I can't see, you're blurring out. Whatever it is, it's just coming up brick wall. Yeah, you're still muted, you know.
Sorry, it's my girlfriend reminded me that 4 years ago today, we were in Yellowknife, Canada, looking at the Aurora Borealis.
Oh, but
here's 40 below zero Fahrenheit.
Here's the way it went. So Alexander started wanting to tell us this joke. So Finkel, just start talking about anything, and I'll show you what I did.
Well, 4 years ago today, I was
guys, listen. Alexander wants to tell us something. Go ahead, Alexander. Go ahead. Come on, guys. Be polite.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
that's how it is.
I did that to him. I don't know how long. You know, I just kept, every time he started talking, I'd be going, "Come on, guys, come on, Alexander, would you please start telling us the joke?" And he'd go, "Oh, I'm not going to tell you guys." And then we'd sit there begging him, "Come on, Alex." We were all just laughing so bad. And finally he went off in a pout.
Yeah, when they start getting silly like that, I kind of lose it as well. I mean, how many different ways can you tell someone to suck a dick? Do you know what I mean? You kind of end up repeating yourself. Do you know what I mean? So I think, what was it last night, I think it was, I kind of run out of things to say, and I was tired, so I was just blah 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 over everything he said, and it seemed to have worked. He rage quit at one moment, and then he came back. So I thought, let me try that again, and he was doing it. I think he lost his shit. He started, you know what I mean? So when they come in like that and they start doing nonsense, you know, I see it as a green light. You know what I mean? When people are sitting there talking sense and having a conversation, you see me, man. I'll stay quiet. I'll stay out of the conversation. If I know a little something, I might add my little 2 pence. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, I'll stay quiet. I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna challenge no one. Anytime I'll challenge somebody or take the piss out of someone, is when they come in and they start behaving like pricks. Do you know what I mean? That's it. When they start playing games, gloves come off, man. You want to get stupid? Let's get stupid. You know what I mean? see how long you can take it. See how much steam you got, you know? Because I'm having fun right now, you know what I mean? It's just distracting me from my work.
Well, that's like people like the crazy lady. She's got like 5 insults she cycles through. You know, it's like
repeats them.
Yeah.
They get tired after a while. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, first time I started with all the dick sucking jokes. And I mean, how many different funny ways you can tell somebody to suck a dick? You know what I mean? You're going to find a limit, right? And then, you know, it's just a matter of rinsing and repeating and continuing to repeat the same dick jokes. You know what I mean? So, you get bored. Is that the tent you were staying in?
That was we didn't spend the night there. That's where we kept warm. We couldn't stay outside very long. This is on a frozen lake up there near Yellowknife, and the folks who put the tour on for us, they'd let us go in the tent and warm up because it didn't take long for our fingers and toes to get numb. But my sweetie just sent this to me to remind me what we were doing 4 years ago, and I think it was Danny said it looked like a house and a dark blue screen on your phone. The phone didn't do it justice, so I sent it to myself. And this is a frozen lake, and there were 3 tents like this. And that green stuff you see above the tent was the aurora in a snapshot of time. One of my favorite memories is about that is to warm her hands up when we huddled inside the tent. She went like this to, you know, get the blood circulating in her hands. And everybody else in the group was from Korea or China. It was near their Chinese New Year's. And none of them spoke English, and we didn't speak any of their languages. But as she repeated it, the whole tent kind of joined into that same rhythm. Yeah. And it was just so cool. Maybe you had to be there to really appreciate it, but music does connect people. Oh, okay. I'm going to shut up now because you guys were having an adult conversation. I was just showing.
No, we weren't. We were talking about the People's Podcast. There's nothing adult about that conversation.
Fair point.
I'll say something else about that though. And like the last couple of days, there's been so many great moments on there because if you weren't around for him, that when Eli, the one time when he was reading some of the letters that he got in jail, which I learned that now if you're in prison and somebody sends you a letter, they don't give you the letter, they Xerox it and give you the copy because they are afraid of people infusing drugs into the paper. But that was cool. He was reading those and he just picked like some random ones. And then after that, we met Eli's son for a few minutes and that was cool. And then some, you know, other stuff like that going on. It just sometimes that's really a great place to be.
It is. It's a good show. I like. I like how most people who come there, you got to have a certain type of lining in your stomach to kind of survive that panel, right? You got thick skin, rhino skin, and some, acid inside your stomach to be able to swallow some of that shit that comes out of that place. But if you can stomach that shit and you can handle, and you've got thick skin, you can handle yourself. And, it's actually good practice for Kung Fu, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know what I said about the place, that some people didn't understand what I was saying and others purposely misunderstood, and they got all up in arms and was attacking me. But I said my description of it is, the great thing about it is Eli lets in absolutely anybody. The bad thing about it is Eli lets in absolutely anybody.
Yeah.
And of course, then they all start jumping on me. Well, who would you get rid of? And I was like, well,
you,
I mean,
you, and you. You can fuck off right now.
well, and my thing is, if I was an admin there who could actually do that stuff, I wouldn't.
Glad I'm not an admin there. I would have kicked
I
off
wouldn't.
the people.
But I wouldn't get rid of anybody because I'd be acting in Eli's stead. Now, if this got popular and we had a bunch of people coming up in here and some of those idiots came here and did that stuff, I'd be hitting the button over here. You know what I mean?
Straight, man. I'll be kicking them straight. Give me an excuse. Go on. Go on. I'll tell you. Gun. Boom. Oh, you didn't get a chance to, didn't you?
Although I did say the other night, I posted in chat, I said, you know, when you guys asked who you would get rid of, I put, I have a name now. And it's when Crazy Woman was talking about 9/11.
Yeah. You know what? Everyone keeps picking on that girl, but she's got some fucking balls, man. I rate her. I do. I've got a lot of respect for her, man. She can hold her own, handle herself. Have you seen her audit videos, man? She's fucking awesome, man. I've got a lot of respect for her, you know what I mean?
No, but you know, I know a couple of people said about that, how she stood her ground and stuff. And I don't give her credit for that because I think she's just too crazy to know when to get out.
Sometimes in this world, you need to be a little bit crazy, man. I mean, how could you be sane in an insane world? How could you stay sane? You know what I mean?
Well, I do pretty well.
You caught me paying attention to my sweetheart. Who are we talking about? One of the auditors?
No, we were talking about you.
No,
however, since you started going in there, everything went to hell. The crazy 911 Pearl Harbor lady that the police have been following her for 50 years. And
okay. I'm kind of getting myself in hot water. My sweeties texted me about tonight. We're going to the Kennedy Center, and I couldn't remember what it is we're going to see.
I was just going to ask you.
Google it and see what's on.
Well, I thought there's 4 shows on at the same time. It's a big cultural arts center, but I figured it out, and she hasn't caught me yet. And forgetting, it's Ain't Too Proud: The Life and Times of the Temptations. Now I remember. I had to go through the calendar like 7:30 tonight. What? It's got to be this one. Bad boyfriend. Bad boyfriend. All right. She has really broadened my enlightenment on culture. I think 10 years ago, I wouldn't have known Beethoven's Seventh. If someone played it, I'm like, what is that? Now I get Beethoven, I get Mozart, and I get the Temptations.
Tell them the story because I can't remember it. I just remember mocking you about it. What you went to see, you had that epiphany halfway through. I forget what it was.
It was a Shakespeare show done to the backdrop of the Beatles. I'm drawing a blank on the name of it now. It's the show that All the World's a Stage is a line in it.
That's what it was. Yeah. You didn't really.
They put it on a modern backdrop, but they're talking like Shakespeare. And I thought that was the deal, was they're going to talk like Shakespearean actors, but it's based in the 1960s in America around a wrestling thing. And at one point, the actor goes into all the world's a stage, and all the I can't remember exactly how it goes. But I'm like,
All the people in it, yeah.
yeah, I leaned to my swing. I said, "That's from an actual Shakespeare show." And she just kind of looked at me like, "Really?" And after the show, she let me in on it. It is a Shakespeare show, just put to a different backdrop. I'm like, oh God, as you like is the name of the show. I felt so dumb. It's a good show. As you like it, as you or something to that. Yeah.
I know that's the name of the Shakespeare play, As You Like It.
Yeah, and that's the name of the redo.
Okay.
In fact, this is right across from the arena where the Washington basketball team plays. I can't remember their name now. Oh shit! It's not the Capitals. Is hockey. What? All right, I'm that age where I forget everything. I'm going to excuse myself and take a memory pill. I'll be right back.
I'm jealous. I have to spend a lot of money to forget everything.
Pardon?
I have to buy loads of weed. Just forget like that.
I'll be right back.
What's he saying? Oh shit.
So while he's gone, let's talk about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like his style too, Barber, how he just goes around the streets of DC and the surrounding area and stuff.
Who's this? Finkel.
Yeah.
You know what? I've got to admit. You can juggle. Can you juggle? Be right back.
Oh, it's mine. It's all mine. Again, anybody else that wants to come up, feel free. We can hang around for a while, talk about anything. If nobody else comes up, I'm going to have to resort to start singing.
Muckster, I'm going to have to jump off, bro. I've got to take this call.
Okay, we'll see you later.
I'll see you in a bit. Take care. Say goodbye to Finkel.
Okay. I obviously missed the clown school reference. Okay, we'll see you. I don't know. Did I miss an insult? No, that's what I'm going to have to search for that one thing just to see. I don't see it. Anyway.
Did you kick Mellows out?
No, he had to go take a call, he said.
Oh, okay. All right. Should we wrap it up? Oh, we got 6. Oh, that's a record. Maybe we should stick it out.
Did you see Barbara sent you a message?
I love your videos because it gives me a chance to see stuff I didn't get to see. That's going to be my answer when somebody asks, why am I recording? So the people who aren't here now can see what happened here and now. No, okay. In my heart, I know I'm funny. There was a West Wing episode where 2 magicians did a disappearing act with an American flag. They did it with flame, and they're getting a lot of crap about whether or not they burned American flag in the White House. And Josh asked the magicians, It was a comedy magician show, Penn and Teller. He says, he gave a good constitutional reason why it doesn't matter if he burned the flag or not. And he says, did you go to law school? He says, no, clown school.
Yeah. Well, Mellows did say, "I'll see you in a bit." I don't know if he meant he was going to come back here or just, see you around town. Yeah, me too. Did you ever watch what is Fool Us? Penn and Teller Fool Us, where they have people come on and they'll do tricks, and Penn and Teller try to figure out how they did them, and it's amazing because those guys, they've been doing it for so long. Plus, they've studied all the magicians and stuff. Mm-hmm. But every once in a while, people come up, they'll do something, and they always, Penn will always like talk in code. He'll say something like, "Yeah, well, this kind of reminds me of back when in England where the police, they called them bobbies, and nobody except other magicians would know that like Bobby is a clue to some kind of a thing." Mm-hmm. And then they'll be like, they'll say, "Well, did we pretty much figure out what you're doing?" And a lot of times then the guy would go, "Yeah, that's what," but then they're going, "Nope." And so they get the Foolish trophy, and they also get a spot in a Penn and Teller show, which of course would be a big deal, for especially someone who's up and coming. But it's really good. Oh, that's right, yeah. Penn's own daughter came on and fooled him, and they were surprised when she came out. It's like, wait a minute, that's but because Penn thought that his daughter was, I think, in Scotland at the time, that her and I think it was like her graduation trip, and her and her mother were going to Scotland, and actually she stayed behind and went on his show, and she did a trick that fooled him. And I remember Penn saying, people aren't going to believe this. They're going to think that they said you really didn't. The funny thing is too, when she was talking, she said it was actually Teller who taught her a lot of magic, rather than her own father. But yeah, that was a good one.
Danny asked about juggling. I wanted to demonstrate Finkel juggling.
Yeah. I used to like Penn and Teller had an old show called Penn and Teller Bullshit.
Uh-huh.
And what they would do was they would basically examine things that everybody knew were true and weren't, or they would do the one that I always remember. They did one on like psychics,
Mm-hmm.
And I remember one of the things they did. They invited, they didn't. It was supposedly, this lady invited this psychic to come to her house and give her a reading and stuff. But what they did, and they showed where the lady really lives, was sort of like my house, just all cluttered and stuff.
All those guitars.
Yeah. They did it at another house that was, all nice and clean. And, obviously the people who lived there were OCD, and it was just so funny because, this psychic comes in and she's saying, "Well, I get the feeling that you like everything to be very orderly," and stuff. It was like just so obvious that she and the thing I really liked and they showed other stuff with that, but it's like, when somebody would go in and see a palm reader or whatever, and the person will say like, "Oh, I get the feeling that I'm seeing like a military thing," and they'll watch the person and see if they start like nodding yes, and then they'll dig into that farther.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm thinking maybe you were in the military, and then it's like, oh, it's somebody close in your family, and they go like that, and the person leaves there going, "Oh my God, I can't, I never wanted to believe it before, but they just knew so much about me. But the people just remember when they get it right, because they showed if you videotape it and watch it, you can see where they're actually getting 70% of the stuff wrong. But then they keep doing that. Oh, okay, no, maybe not your father, but somebody else close to you, But yeah, that was a really good show. Bullshit.
I'm still here.
I was just reading the other. Danny said that way she could practice and perfect her magic trick that she also fooled them with. Yeah. I haven't been keeping.
Everyone's making fun of Kafar for eating on screen, so I thought I'd turn the
No.
camera off while I shove a few bites in.
But I haven't been keeping up with Fool Us a lot, but I definitely saw that episode. That was great. And his daughter was cute. I remember one from a couple years ago when there was a magician. He was like, I remember he was like on video, like I think he was doing like a remote thing or something, and he said, I have a mystery guest. He's actually a friend of yours, but I'm going to keep his ID hidden, and he's going to help me with the trick. And then he goes to talk to the mystery guest, and the mystery guest is like, "Yes, hello." It was so obvious, Gilbert Gottfried, because there's no missing that voice.
In my case, this is a taco. There was a taco. It's a taco no more. K-fart. I like the rename. I don't know how long we're going to go on, but I have to leave at 3. Prepare for a team meeting or my real job, and then I have to shower and shave because I'm going to the Kennedy Center. Can't go to the Kennedy Center dressed like this. Actually, this is yesterday's T-shirt.
Yeah, that works for me too, because I want to do a couple things, and I'm going to try to meet that friend again tonight. We had quite a discussion last night, and
you have friends?
Yeah, well, it used to. I told her we'd meet up again to continue, but it was so cool because, and I'm not going to give any details or anything, but she's somebody that I used to talk to all the time, and we just sort of somehow lost contact. And I was doing something yesterday, I think it was. I went to send somebody an email, and when you hit the send to, and like say you're going to do Finkel, and you see Fowler right next to it. So it was that kind of thing. Whoever I sent, I saw her, and so I sent her a email saying, I don't know if you still use this email or not. It's been a while. Just wanted to say I hope you're doing well, that kind of thing. Then she got back to me and she said about would you want to meet up on Discord? I guess she uses that a lot, and I had to sign up for Discord and had never used. But I mean, like I said, and the thing about it, not only we were sharing memories and stuff, but I've never one of these people that believes when people say, "Oh, this happened for a reason," or well, God had to made, but it's so weird that it was yesterday that I sent that message to her after however many years that we haven't talked, because something in her life had happened where she really needed a friend to talk to. So, it was almost like there was something, saying, okay, let's have Muckster notice that email because she can really use him right now.
I don't know if you believe in divine intervention or divine inspiration or just a chaos theory where randomly things will come together. But things do come together sometimes.
Yeah, that's I don't, not really divine intervention that much. There are some times that I've thought, well, maybe fate or something like that. And then there's other times it's like, well, coincidence is funny, but I don't know. I would never say that I knew. You know what I mean? It's like, for all I know, there really is a God out there pushing things around. But if so, I really want to have a long talk with him someday about some of the things that he's done. I hope no one ever emails me.
Well, in the randomness of it all, they may email you when you need to talk to someone.
You know what? While we're on the subject, let me tell you, since she says that, I hope they never. If you ever have somebody like that really needs to talk to you, just remember that in most cases, they don't need to hear from you. All they need is somebody to sit there while they say what they have to say. And if you can, along the way, give them some moments of insight, that's great. But a lot of times, people just need to talk. And so many people think that when somebody is talking to them, they expect you to provide the answers. But a lot of times that's not what they want. They just need to get it out there. And that's a lot.
I feel that trap all the time. They just want to talk, and I'm like, I'm trying to solution it, and they don't want a solution. They just want to vent it.
Like last night, I helped her a lot, but what I told her was I was just reminding her of things she already knew. It had, and I don't want to go down this road too far, but basically I had to remind her of the woman that I knew she was, because things had happened that made her forget that sort of thing. But but anyway, the point is, that's usually what people, when they say they need to talk, that's what they need, is to talk, and don't try to, and because a lot of times too, your solutions might not work for that other person. I think it's particularly hard for men, because we are by nature supposed to be fixers. You know what I mean? We see a problem and we're supposed to be the ones who grab the wrench and tighten the bolts or whatever. Where I think maybe a lot of times women are better at just listening and commiserating.
I don't know if one gender is better at things than others, but my girlfriend's definitely smarter than me, more cultured, can reason things through better than me. But I can reach that light bulb on her ceiling without a ladder, so I got some value still.
Danny says she's got like 10 million unopened emails.
I'm getting better at recognizing this spam and just hitting delete.
Yeah. I like that for the last 2 years. I really should just hit the unsubscribe sometime, because I'm sure it's probably in there, but it's been for 2 years now that I've been getting a today's your last chance to get the New York Times online edition for this discounted price. And I also, for quite a while, was getting a thing from Photo Bucket saying, this is the last time we're warning you, your Photo Bucket will soon be deleted, because they went to a paid service. But it's just funny how many last chance things you get.
We've been trying to get in touch with you about extending your car's warranty. This is your last chance. No, last week chance.
I haven't heard from them for a while. I wonder if the word got out, because the one time I sat here and I decided to talk to them. And when they do that, they call and it'll be the first person. And again, like I said before, I don't do accents, but it's always like, hello, my name is Bob. It's like, yeah, sure it is. But you'll get that first person, they say, oh, we're calling about the extended warranty. And it's like, and if you go, oh, really? That's interesting. And all they're doing is they're like the initial thing. Then it's like, okay, let me transfer you over to my supervisor or whatever. And so then you hit the next. So I sat there the one night talking to them, and I made up a car that I owned. At first, I started off with it was like a 2008 Porsche, just to see what they'd say. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry, we can't do that. Do you have another car? And so then I came up with, an Oldsmobile or something. Oh, okay. So like after Bob sends you to this person, then they talk to you a lot, and telling you and stuff. And so now when they figure they got the final sale, then there's a third person. You go up the ladder again. And I let them go through the whole thing until I just told them, hey, fuck off. I might have told you before, one of my favorites that I ever did to a telemarketer. Did I tell you about the guy that called about my credit card the one time to give me, they called and said, offer me a credit card and you can transfer your balance from your current card over to this one and all this. And so I kept him talking for a while and I'm asking questions. And then I got to, okay, I said, well, let me go get my card. My wallet's in the other room. And I sat here and I just sat here with the phone, put the phone down. I waited a couple of minutes and then I go, are you still there? Yes, sir. Okay, well, hold on. I must have left it in the bedroom. I put the phone down again. And after a while, I come back and I said, okay, I got it now. Okay, sir, could you read me the numbers off it? I said, well, wait, I just thought of a couple more questions and I asked him a couple of things and he answered. I said, okay, yeah, this sounds good. I said, just one more thing. And by now, I've had him on the phone for at least a half hour. And these people do not get paid by the hour. They get paid by the sale.
You're right, yeah.
So I said, just one more thing. I said, what color is the card? And he goes, oh, well, this is our gold card, sir. And I said, no, I mean, what is the actual physical color of the card? And he goes, I think it's green. I said, well, that would clash with my wallet. And I hung up.
Cool.
I used to do that kind of stuff all the time when I was in the mood, just because I felt like, you know what? You're going to call here and interrupt my dinner, or you're going to call here when I am very intently watching Jeopardy. I'm going to screw with your life too.
Yeah. Jeopardy. Oh, yeah. I've figured out time is money to them, and although they know most of their calls, they're not going to sucker one in. So as soon as they realize they're not going to, they move on to the next. I'm getting hung up more and more as I'm getting sillier with my responses. When I do have usually my phone's set to, if it's not a known caller, it drops to voicemail. I go through cycles when I'm on call, so I have to take all my calls because I never know who's calling from where, and they get me there, and then I go right into let's waste their time mode, and they're getting better at figuring out that I'm wasting their time. Like the model of my car they want to extend the warranty is a Model T Ford. Like, okay, you figured me out. I'm just trying to waste your time.
I had the one call one day, and it was like, "Hello, this is Joseph calling from wherever," and I said, "Oh, hey Joseph, how's the weather in Bengali today?" Click. But so there's something else I thought of. I can't remember what. But yeah, they're fun to screw with. And you're right. Once here's another thing I've done too that keeps them on the line for a while. When you realize it's going to be one of those calls, answer the phone. Hello? Oh, who is it? You sound old and frail as much, and they think, okay, we got one, and then I'll talk to them like that for a while, and then finally I'll go, You think I'm fucking stupid? You know? Did I ever tell you about? I'm sure I had to tell you about the hearing aid guy that time that called when I was at my friend's house. No, I was telling somebody recently. I had a really good friend, and the funny thing is, he was literally old enough to be my father because I graduated with his son. But I used to go down the house, and I got to be really good friends with the parents, you know. And anytime I'd come home from wherever, I'd always go down there. But anyway, I was down there the one time, and me and Lee were out on their back patio. I think he was grilling some fish or something. And I got up to go in the house and get us a couple more beers, and just to show the relationship, you know, it's like one of those things where I was sort of like an associate family member because the phone rang and I answered it. You know, it was one of those kind of things where, but so I answered the phone and I said hello, and the guy said, "Hello, I'm calling from Miracle Ear to talk to Mr. So and so," and I said, "Miracle Whip." He said, "No, sir, Miracle Ear." And I'm like, "Miracle Whip? Who the hell sells mayonnaise over the telephone?" It's like, no, sir, Miracle Ear. And I let this go on for a few minutes, you know. And finally he said, "Miracle Ear." And I go, "Oh, you mean the hearing aid people?" And he's like, "Yes, sir." And I said, "Nobody here needs one of those."
You're a bad man.
But yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna head on out and stuff my face some more so I can look like I'm eating responsibly tonight's date.
Hey, you know what's weird? You know how they'll say like always end on a high note and stuff like that? If YouTube is right, we're going to be leaving with 7 actual viewers. So yeah, anybody who is still listening, I hope you had a good time, and we'll be back next Tuesday with more songs. I think, are we going to try to do the comparative thing?
Yeah, why not?
We'll do like either the original or another version and the cover, and we'll let everybody decide which ones they like better.
Maybe play some games and see if they can figure out which one's the original, which one's the cover.
That's true. Yeah, that's.
I never would have known Chris Christopherson wrote. What's that song about?
Me and Bobby McGee. Yeah.
Michael knew it.
Okay.
I didn't know.
So yeah, folks, you can look forward to that next Tuesday at noon Eastern time.
All right.
The time varies depending on where you are, but Eastern time is all that matters because that is the official time of America.
That's also where I'm at, and I'm the center of the universe. So, all right.
But seriously, thanks for coming, people. All right. And we'll see you later, Dave.
Cheerio. Just goofing off. Just thought I'd check out, see what's on the live streams on YouTube. Is that one? It is that one. All right. Saturday. I'm sleepy. I don't know. If I go to the live tab, well, as usual, we have the live open panel for the peeps. Willis versus Trump. A lot of this political stuff up lately. Ice skating outdoors live at Strawberry Bank Museum. Looks boring. CPAC. Oh, is it CPAC season already? Yeah. Not jobs there. Hello, Roger. Don't really know if this show is going to be about anything, but everyone's welcome. Oh, cool helicopter. Let me take a look at the helicopter. A little bit slow on the. There we go. How was that? Interesting. The result, somebody has a helicopter fetish. Cool. What else we got on live? More political stuff. More political stuff. This Fonnie Willis story in Georgia, that's pretty big news. Vladimir Putin hails authentic heroes. Okay, I'm not surprised this channel's covering that idiot. White House live stream. What? It's just a picture of the White House. Okay, fascinating stuff. Riveting. Trump speaking at CPAC. I guess they're not in National Harbor this year. They were last year. I went and paid them a visit. More Fonnie Willis. Joe Biden impeachment. Like, that's clickbait. Joe Biden is not being impeached at this current time. Let's get the party started. Growing up in Scientology. I've seen a lot of Scientology audits. Okay. These go NHL. That's the hockey. Yeah, looks boring. Live now from Fox. Yeah, boring. Okay, dude dancing. Okay, boring. Oh, somebody's live streaming their video games. Boring. Nikki Haley. Boring. By the way, I'm using live stream. What are these folks using? You see how my picture's in the lower left-hand corner of your screen? This guy is also, but his background is what he's displaying. I've always wondered how they do that. But that's the end of my interest in that. Let's go back to the lives. Politics, hockey, dancing, politics, magnificent house party. It looks like it's music there. A green screen. Yeah, but how do they project it onto the green screen? Maddie in the morning. I don't know what that is. Anastasia Luna. Yeah. Oh, she's doing music apparently. Just more video games. Cruise ships. Anybody see anything they're interested in? A Ron collab. Chris without a Hellcat. Don't understand the context there. The inside of somebody's RV. Yeah. Could this be that utility truck that Chuckleberry has? I don't know. No, it doesn't. I'm homeless shelter RV. Okay. Animated sports. Yeah, boring. Hot girls. Where are the hot girls, Osceola? Oh, you know what? I forgot to do my little. I guess I have to stop sharing the screen to get the link. There's the link. Okay. My bad. I forgot to invite folks up. Anybody wants to come up? Come on up. Northwoods Press. Let me see. We got Roger. We got Lemmy. We got Northwoods. We got Osceola. Whoops. No, we did it again. We got to get that shit straight. How you doing,
I knew
Muckster?
you would. Oh, pretty good. I just got done doing a bunch of rearranging in my living room.
Okay, you're going to do mine now?
No, you know what I found out?
You bitch.
For some reason, furniture has gotten heavier in the last 20 years or so.
Yeah, it's amazing how it keeps gaining weight. You said you want to see hot girls? Where are the hot girls?
If I knew, I wouldn't need you.
Oh, good point. Good point. I don't know. The only hot girl I know how to find is my sweetie, and I'm not sharing. You get your own. What's new in Muckster world? I saw you earlier on the People's podcasts.
Yeah, I actually left there to, well,
Move furniture.
Besides getting tired of people. Well, actually, I was going to do my video for tomorrow, and instead I got caught up with rearranging.
All right. I don't know if everyone knows. My co-host has a channel, and he does videos. And where are you? There you are. His name is Osceola Muckster. He does videos just about daily about life and times in the thriving metropolis of Osceola, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry.
No, keep talking. I forgot I was saying hi to Northwoods, and I forgot that.
Oh,
it wasn't a private conversation.
Well, yeah, it's not apparently quiet. I see him saying hi, Muckster, and I heard you say hi, Northwoods. Muckster, I gotta tell you, you left your live stream connected last night, I guess, and I watched these two, and I was one of your videos a while back was kids these days. I was thinking of that title. I'm like, what? I don't know what's going on with these two. Anyway, Osceola Muckster is on the YouTube, and usually he does life and times in the thriving metropolis of Osceola, Pennsylvania.
People who live here say either way. Depending on who you talk to, it's Osceola or Osceola.
Yeah.
That kids these days is actually the one that started me down this whole road.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You want to watch something on Fonnie Willis or Vlad Putin? Ooh, San Diego webcams. It's warm in San Diego, isn't it? It's getting there here.
I don't know what live stream I would have left running.
Oh, let me go back. It looked like you left it running because you weren't actually. It was like you were sniping it, but you weren't there.
Oh, I thought. Well, I ended the stream. I guess I must have not turned it off at my end then.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It's still live. It's still show live.
Well, it's done now. This is when I stopped watching it. I was very disappointed in those two kids. Very disappointed.
I started sniping that because he said he was challenging a friend of mine. I thought I'd see what it was.
Oh. Looks like they waited a long time. I think you and I have slightly different opinions on the person they were challenging, but I don't think the person they were challenging knew that they were challenging them.
Oh, no.
It's like they're waiting all night for no one to show up.
I talked to him, and he was 4 hours away from home and had no idea he was challenged.
Yeah.
And what got a kick out of it I didn't watch a lot, but I left the snipe going. So I heard one of the two people say, I know you're lurking there. I know you're lurking. Why don't you have the guts to come up? I know you're lurking. It's like, no, he's not lurking. He's not even home. But anyway.
And then other people who wanted to come up there were saying, no, we don't want you up. I'm like, well, okay. Oh, it was Guadalupe, I think. What are we up to? We don't know public safety. We don't know what we're up to.
Come on up and tell us.
Yeah. How come when I'm sharing, I can't see my link?
But just use up, can't you see the regular address bar up there? That's what I always do. I just copy it from up there and paste it.
Oh, that's what I should do, yeah. They're slightly smarter than me. I haven't had a shower. My smell-o-vision's not working, so unless that bothers you, it doesn't really bother me. Somebody told me I'd do this last night. Go to my live and paste the link. Make sure I'm on mute so I don't get the echo. Yeah, paste the link. Boom. And okay, and then I go to the 3 ellipses and pin. There we go. Now I have to post it every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Assuming you're like, oh look, we're having the infinity mirror. All right, Finkel, stop it. All right, there's the link. Y'all can join if you want.
I'll just say one other brief thing about that other thing. If you're going to challenge somebody, let them know you challenged them.
Yeah, it's kind of disingenuous if they don't know they're being challenged. Although it would have been a shit show because they have very strong opinions about each other. I just noticed my sweetie popped up. If my girlfriend ever leaves me, I'm going after this hottie. She's my favorite.
MTG.
Yes, I'm joking. I wouldn't give that bitch the time of day. I'm off the live thing now. Go back to the live. Unless you find the hot women, Muckster, I don't know. Other than Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's quite the looker. Chief Tuttle. I kind of troll his comments pages, and I came across a comment on the one where he's got the KKK's going to have his back. I see a familiar face, kind of give him a little boost, which is weird because he's also, we can make fun of Tuttle. Yeah, I'm all for making fun of Tuttle. Let's bring up the Chief Smuckatelli. Chief right? Tuttle. Okay, learn how to type, Finkel. There we go. All right. By the way, for public safety, have you ever interacted with Chief Tuttle before the last few days? He sure seems to have a strong opinion about you, and I don't think he's ever met you. Chief Tuttle. I did a video on this earlier. I think it was this one. Can you hear it? No, I got to put it off mute. Can you hear that?
I don't.
You didn't? Okay. So you didn't hear that? Okay. I think I have to start the stream with that particular channel on. Stop stream, presents, share screen. Chief's records, way back to the 80s. He's apparently old like us. Somewhere in here.
Over that place. I was
there. It is.
I was a sheriff's, but
beg your pardon?
Can you hear it now?
Yes. Okay, cool.
The dope charge is the only charge I ever came. I scored high on
about your dope
because it's just the way. I love being a rural deputy.
Well, by the way,
Ohio, I took the civil service exam.
Somewhere in here, he talks about in the 80s, he got busted for marijuana and he got a $50 fine. And I'm thinking, how blessed are you to be Caucasian? In the 80s, can you imagine a person of color getting busted for marijuana? You think he'd get off of a $50 fine?
Yeah.
Well, somewhere in here, he mentions who's got his back.
Exam, and I scored high being a rural. Every day I bump into a small town. Americans are getting bullied. Every fucking thing that fucking illegal immigrants are. 2 of them on the south to New York. Well, we'll ship you to Chicago. Well, we'll ship you to San Francisco. They put their tails under their asses and headed for the south of the border. 2003. So I've been retired quite a long time.
Must have been before all that.
Morrill County, Ohio is home to the largest militia in
there we
the state.
Go. Listen to this.
And I've been retired from law enforcement since 2003. So I've been retired quite a long time. Mrs. Chief knows all of those militia members. We have KKK here. We have white supremacists here. We have tons of separatists here. You know, if you think Chief Tuttle's alone, Mrs. Chief only makes one phone call. I could have 25 militia guys here loaded to the teeth and probably fucking more trained than the Texas DPS.
So who's got his back here? What he calls the militia, the KKK, the white supremacists, and the isolation group. I didn't catch that last one. But his connection is through Mrs. Tuttle. She knows them all. And with one call, he could have 25 of them are locked and loaded, ready to defend his sorry ass. Really? He wants to lean on the KKK to cover his back? Oh, wait a minute. We did it again, Muckster.
Yes, but I was 2 seconds ahead of you. He was sitting there when you clicked him. You got
I'm
him
going
up.
to take away your co-host status. You keep undoing what I'm doing.
Hey guys, what's up?
How you doing for public safety? How you doing?
This is so funny to me. Like, this guy comes out of left field. I'd never heard of her before in my life until she started threatening me on YouTube. So this big lady, you know, she wants a tune-up. Apparently, it sounds like something like that.
When you say she, you're referring to Chief Tuttle?
Yeah, the 6'5" ball of crap right there you got on the screen.
Okay, all right.
I asked her address, and she keeps deleting it from her YouTube.
Oh, when you call her she, you're insulting women everywhere.
Oh, I am. I'm so sorry, ladies. No,
But it's either that or insulting men, so I don't know what to call it.
well, I don't mean to be insulting. I mean, by the looks of it, I couldn't really tell.
Apparently, he's been on the YouTube sphere a few times over the last few years. He was originally Chief Tuttle, and then he was Chief Tuttle 2, and that channel got shut down. I don't know why, but the way he runs his mouth, it doesn't really surprise me. And now he's Chief Tuttle 3. That's all the same.
His mouth is probably running because all them teeth being missing, he can't control it. It just flows right out.
I'm not allowed to make fun of the teeth. I did a video where I point that out, and they shot me down because I was bullying somebody for a physical characteristic that he had no control over.
In other words, you mean he went and reported it because he's got his feelings hurt?
That's what I mean, yes.
Right, because there's really nobody speaking on behalf of, was it Chef Turtle? I'm sorry, I forgot her name.
I don't know who Chef Turtle is.
No, I know. I really can't call this person a chief of anything other than ignorance.
I'm only calling him Chief because that's his YouTube name.
I will tell you, I did make a phone call or two to try to figure out what was going on when I found out that he was threatening me. And I did hear from Morrow County Sheriff's Department that he's never been employed there, to the best of anybody that works there now's knowledge. They said, you know, they have an abundance of police impersonators and they can't keep up with everybody. But
right,
you know.
The first time I saw him, he was presenting himself as a current police officer, current chief, and I called bullshit on that. The next day, someone corrected me that he was at some point in his past a cop. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but as I've watched him over the last week or so, at different times, he presents himself as a current cop, as a retired cop, as a former cop. I'm like, well, which is it? He challenges us to contact his attorney general. I don't really care. What I care about is his story changes. To me, that's what makes him a liar. Not which one is the truth, the fact that he contradicts himself, just like that Kaiser fellow we all know and love so well.
Who's that?
Yeah, who's that?
Who that?
I'm thinking he's never met you. He's never met Tiffany.
No, not at all. Neither of them have.
Somehow he has a strong opinion on the same video he presented, where he was a bit butthurt because people were kind of making fun of the women in his circle. His wife, Kimmy Wrangler, from Wrangler's channel, Dixie and Casey, like, leave the women alone. And then within the same breath, he goes on and refers to Tiffany as Tiff, you know, the derogatory term. Yeah. I'm like,
yeah,
leave the women alone. Shut up.
right. Yeah, he doesn't mean all women. Jeez, just some women. Just the ones that are supported by the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
Just so.
He openly, I'm shocked that he openly said that, because in other videos he talks about how the Ku Klux Klan was bad at one time, and I guess now they've evolved into something good. A racist is a racist. I don't care what lipstick you put on them; they're fucking racists.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of glad that he did that. What I've been doing lately is just letting these, and they call everybody else trolls, but they're obviously the trolls. Everybody else that they call trolls doesn't even bother, with them until they attack, the other. But I'm glad that they do what they do. And I've been sitting back and just letting them dig their own holes because, as you know, I've got current litigation in process over a certain Meade County jurisdiction thing going on. And it just looks so great on me to have been telling the truth the whole time whenever I implied or said or, I just made it known that certain people of Meade County government were inviting Ku Klux Klan members to town. And all this did was verify that, that I was telling the truth.
Yeah, that's exactly this racism. Some of them are more blatant than others. I also grabbed a piece. Kaiser did a video, a live stream, and he titled it "Members Only," but I'm not a member. I even checked with my real account. I can see it, so I went ahead and sniped part of it. Not JJ, the guy from Georgia, the Mayor Proctor, an elected official from Meade County, to the jailer, an elected official from Georgia. I don't know who the third guy was, but then this guy comes up, and the mayor starts suggesting that he tone it down a little bit. And then he almost said why, but then he backed up, because on one hand, he doesn't want to offend his racist friends, his racist supporters, but on the same hand, he doesn't want to get in trouble with the non-racists who may or may not vote for him next time. So I did a little video to the voters of Meade County and to, what was it, something Georgia, Graniteville, something Georgia. I'd have to look. I never heard of Meade County before all this stuff of Kaiser came up, and I never heard of Grantville, Georgia before all this came up. But I ramble.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that to voters' attention, because obviously, the voters need to pay better attention to what's going on with their elected officials. I mean, they made the mistake of voting these people in, obviously, and now it's time for those voters to correct their wrongs. I mean, unless they support racism in both of those towns, and I highly doubt that there's a collective group larger than the other that would support this type of activity. It's disgusting and immoral, and everybody knows that. And I don't think that there are very many, Chief Tuttles and Michael Kaisers out there.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of smack talkers. There's a lot of bullshit artists and bullshit wannabe artists, but very few are pulling it off like these guys. That mayor, one night he was hosted on Kaiser's channel, and he was bragging about how his election, he just blew I'm going to paraphrase. I don't remember his wording, but he apparently stomped all over the competition. There are about 3,000 people in that voting district. 400 voted for one candidate, 200 for another, and 900 for him. And at first I was like, 900, how's that stomping him? But I realized it's a very small voter base. But if those other two candidates would combine somehow and get the word out that he's hobnobbing with racists, with open racists. Yeah, everyone knows that the mayor is a racist. If you do a little Google search on him, you see him going at it with his oh, Danny, I posted comments in about, let me read that up here, about the wonderful KKK and the 31 hate groups in Ohio. Yeah, there are hate groups everywhere, and it's not just the KKK. It's the I can't think of half of them. There's all kinds of white supremacists, skinheads, oath keepers, which technically are actually oath breakers, the 3%ers, the
Methodist.
Proud Boys. I'm sorry, what was that?
Methodist.
Oh, hey, don't forget the hate group that was formed by the Meade County official's sister and Kaiser and Tiffany's ex-husband. There was a hate group formed against us called the Unraveling of Chrissy and Tiff Tiff. That was a hate group of 68 members. Yeah, that really made a huge impact. I never thought we'd be important enough for anybody to form a hate group just specifically against us, as if we're like a whole another race or something.
On my previous show, I got a little heated at the end. My previous live stream or my previous... I was set off when he was so blatantly aligning himself with the KKK. I don't know if that's what you mean, but yeah, let that one get to me. Calm down, Finkel. Calm down. Take a deep breath. They're out there. They've always been out there. I'm surprised that someone openly articulates, they got my six. The racist got my back, and my wife will call him up. And oh yeah, he calls her Mrs. Chief. And I saw one of his videos. There's another guy. I can't remember his name. One guy's been following him for about a year, one of the auditors, and a couple times Mrs. Chief comes up behind him and says, "Hi, this is Mrs. Chief. Love you all." The other night he says, "Mrs. Chief doesn't go by that moniker." I'm like, yeah, she does, unless that Mrs. Chief is somebody else. I don't know.
What it probably means is that even his wife, who is, apparently in the connect with, I don't know, what did he say, 20 or 30? Did he say that she's hooked up with 20 or 30 KKK members or something? I can't remember. But apparently she only wants to be referenced as his wife sometimes.
Oh, okay. Well, she identified herself as Mrs. Chief on one of the videos. I think the way he articulated is one, he's near the biggest conglomeration of militias in Ohio, in the state. Two, they have his back. Three, Mrs. Chief knows them all. And four, if anybody came to get him, she would make a call, and within 15 minutes, 25 of them would show up locked and loaded.
There it is. So she's really, and I mean, wink, wink, really close with at least 25 of those boys.
I figured out who it was I was thinking of. Rights On. I don't remember why I followed his channel, but he does have some videos covering this guy a while ago, about a year ago, 4 months. Apparently he's lost a lot of weight in the last year. Since this is 6 months ago. And
I'll be right back. I got to take my dog out. Hang on,
okay.
guys.
When you go back, I got another question for you. I just want to make sure it's legit. But yeah, do the dog first.
No problem. I'll be right back.
Where 10 months ago? Okay, we're getting there. It was about a year ago. 11 months ago. Scanning with the eyeballs. Oh, this guy should marry Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay, don't get political, Finkel. Okay, 11 months, a year ago. Here we go. Nope. He's in here somewhere. Maybe it wasn't right, son. I don't know how wide of a range quote 1 year ago is.
I thought you had said something on your previous video that was it Georgia Transparency that he had an issue with?
Yes, Georgia Transparency. The mayor cried that he's going after both Chief and him.
Well, define
But
going
yeah,
after. I kind of wonder.
Yeah. But the question I had for you was a guy I didn't hear about until like last night or the night before. I watched the show and I hope I donated to the GoFundMe he was talking about. I hope it's legit. I didn't know anything about him until someone pointed out Generally Specific. Do you know him?
Yes, Todd. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so if he's pushing people to this one.
Okay, so yes, Tiffany and I had, and I want to be clear about this so everybody hears me. You can stop donating to our GoFundMe. We reached our goal. Thank you all so much that did donate. We had a deadline. I'm really bad about not asking for help until the very last minute when I absolutely know that I have to.
I do know that.
So there were a few people that were like, "Hey, man, stop waiting to the last minute to ask," and I didn't mean to come off as if I didn't do that on purpose, but we had a bill that it was our last payment on that quarterly agreement that we had made with the attorneys for our raid lawsuit. We had an agreement to pay the $10,000 in quarters. So due to all the recent activity, I guess, that's been going on in Meade, they drained me financially. So we were overdue for our last statement that was due on the raid suit, and had a meeting with them yesterday. So I waited till the last second and realized that I wasn't going to get any checks in the mail or anything for work. And then we reopened one of the GoFundMes that was for that. Enough to get the 2,500, which we achieved in 24 hours, which was amazing.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, that's it. I just couldn't be more grateful for the support. I mean, it's amazing.
Oh, yeah. I heard about him yesterday. I can't remember who pointed him out to me, but I thought, okay, I'll subscribe and I'll check him out later. And later when I did check him out, he was pushing people. He had a goal of 4,600 or something, and he was a couple hundred under it. And he was pushing for it. I got caught up in the moment, and I followed the link, and I donated. I went anonymous because in order to do it that way, I have to use my real name. I'm trying to conceal my real name.
Well, it's not so anonymous anymore, Mr. Finkel. Thank you very much, buddy. We really appreciate it. And then for anyone else, make sure that everyone knows we reached our goal. We don't ask for anything unless we need it at the moment, and we always have. Like when we do that, we always know exactly what we need, and that's all we ask for.
Well, when I went back, I'm like, okay, this seems right. And then I saw something where you're saying your goal was much less, and I'm thinking, is this guy a scammer? So I thought I'd ask you about it today. Okay, he's the real deal. He was overzealous. Okay.
No, I'll clear it up. So the original amount for that particular GoFundMe was supposed to, because we needed 10,000. That was the agreement.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And we had already collected 1,800 something around there, 17 something and some change. And I closed it because when we opened up the other GoFundMe for the Thomas Clay attorney, people over donated by $5,000 more than what we were asking for. So we took that 5,000 and we used it. That's what we were using to pay our raid lawsuit lawyers, so we made the two payments, but we were still short the 2,500 for the final payments. So we reopened the one that already had the 1,800 in it. And then our goal was, I think we were shooting for 4,500 just to try to make sure we reached it. And like I said, that's what people got it to. So it went from 18 and some change or 17 and some change to the 4,500, and that's what we were asking for.
Okay. Anyone watching who's not familiar with the story, I can vouch for him. He doesn't want money until he needs it. When I first heard he was arrested, and I had been in communication with him, and he got out, I did a super sticky. I don't remember how much, but him and Tiffany were like, "Oh wow, thank you. But by the way, don't do that. One, YouTube keeps 30%, and two, we don't want it yet." And I'm like,
right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we ask our subscribers not to throw their money, at us. I mean, we're in it for the greater good, and just trying to help people. I mean, I'm monetized, so like I get paid by YouTube. It's not significant by any means, but it's enough to afford the equipment and the gas money and stuff like that. Usually, as long as nothing goes wrong, like it has been. So, if nothing goes wrong, we encourage people to save their money and just watch, be there. But when things go wrong, I mean, we simply can't control the world. And, I guess we have to be humble enough to allow, some financial support sometimes. So, I've been working hard to come to grips with that reality, just because I'm not a person that likes to ask for anything from anybody.
That's true. You guys are very humble that way. You were right. It was Georgia Transparency. For some reason, I thought it was Rights On, but this is actually the same character. Oh, he did a couple of videos.
Warning: the following.
Oh, and all your court cases.
You guys.
Position. The offense date for.
Was getting my rear end about that. About being too harsh on criminals.
Tuttle, shut up. Somewhere in there, he's on a porch, and he's much heavier than he's in the more recent ones. I can't remember which one. One of the videos when I went down the rabbit hole, it might have been Kaiser's stream. I think he was restreaming something Dummy Kruger did, and he came up with a picture of you, maybe 5-10 years ago. And you maybe more recently. And he said, these two guys, and I'm like, those two guys are the same guy.
What? I don't even know. I don't keep up with what they do. The only reason I ever have to torture myself enough to pull up a vomit bucket and watch the content is if there's going to be litigation potentially against it. I mean, because these fools would be, they are fools to believe that we're not going to, defend ourselves from a legal standpoint. So, when it's not criminal nature, obviously there's still the civil side of things. We expect, we follow the law. Tiffany and I, we follow the law, and in that we expect everyone else to do the same. If I can do it even on my YouTube platform, then I expect people to follow the law on their YouTube platforms as well, when it comes to direct relation to us. So, there are things that have been happening in which I have needed to collect some of the specific portions of content that has been created because, I don't want to say much more.
Yeah. Look, I apologize if we're over talking your attempts to talk.
No, I'm just listening.
Sometimes I ramble and I think I bore him. Earlier today, Muck went off of video and he had that picture up. I didn't recognize him, and I thought he got upset and left the panel. So I'm texting him, man, you okay? He goes, yeah, I'm still here. I'm like, what? And then he went back to camera. I'm like, oh, he's right there. Woodrow McCall asks a good question.
If you're going to complain.
Has any channel ever asked you for comment? Now, you came, oh, shut up. That's one of my subjects from when I was auditing. One of my more fun subjects. Woodrow McCall's asking, has any channel asked you for a comment, like maybe some sort of interview? What the hell is that? Muckster, you're distracting the hell out of me. I was wondering, has anyone actually done a formal question answer type show with you, or is it just you pop in and talk a little bit? I don't really know.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I keep getting distracted by Muckster, but he keeps changing his.
I'm sorry. I had to understand the question was directed to me.
Poke the bear.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I answer questions as much as I can. The only questions that I refrain from are the ones that, relate to the ongoing litigation. And that to a certain extent, I mean, we can talk about things that have already happened or that are public. But of course, upon advice of our attorneys, we wouldn't be spending all this money on these attorneys if we weren't going to listen to their advice.
and sometimes it is an absolute trap. Some people like to play the middle school game. Hey, come have a one-on-one with me. And when they show up, there's like 6 of their buddies and they gang up on the guy or the lass.
That wouldn't bother me, but what I have noticed, especially in the drama world of YouTube, is that there are a lot of people who are trying to set you up to only ask questions that they know for sure you can't answer because of litigation. They're smart enough to be able to figure out which questions are not appropriate to ask, and then they pretend to have beaten you in some type of debate that you weren't aware of. And I'm just not dumb enough to fall for that trick.
It's funny. A lot of them they claim to be pro-Constitution. If you claim either the Fifth Amendment or the Sixth Amendment, that you don't have to answer questions without a lawyer guiding you. That's part of the Sixth Amendment. They'll say, "Oh, look, he's hiding something." It's the Constitution. All these experts on the Constitution, they would twist that against you.
Yeah,
I think Woodrow's just curious.
I heard a supposed expert the other day say, "Well, there's no reason to invoke the Fifth Amendment unless you're guilty," which is absolutely the opposite of what the Fifth Amendment is there for. To say that, well, obviously you're guilty, then that just is stupid.
Well, I like to sort of elaborate a little bit on that. When I first started really understanding constitutional law, which is fairly recently, by the way, I was just a plain Jane, typical, dummy American until we started researching the law after our raid. And one of the first things that hit me, and it hit me hard, I thought, oh no, if people learn this the way I feel like I'm learning it, a lot of people could take advantage of this and commit crime and get away with it, because they could abuse their rights. And just a simple understanding of what your rights are does give a window for people who have ill intentions to utilize it in their favor, even when they're guilty. For example, I'm going to give 2 examples. For example, if a person, did commit a heinous crime, such as, I don't know, I don't want to use words that'll get you demonetized or anything. If a person were to have, punched a child in the face, and then when the police arrive, say, hey, I'm not going to answer any questions, and then the marks not be there to back it up, that person could very well get away with punching that child in the face. I guess that's a bad example because I think a punch would leave a mark, but you guys know what I'm saying. Abusing these constitutional rights can also help you get away with crimes. And then example number 2, this one's a really good one. What if you were on trial for a capital murder in Okeechobee, Alabama, Alabama, and for some reason the prosecutorial staff puts the wrong verbiage to a statute violation that they're charging you for, and then you could utilize your Sixth Amendment to suggest that if you proceed with the case after that mistake, that we're going to claim fruit of the poison tree and you're going to lose all of the evidence. Does that one sound familiar, Mr. Finkel?
It sounds very familiar.
I wonder whose case was that?
I have no idea. Kaiser.
Kaiser. That was what happened in Michael Kaiser's case.
I think Woodrow is talking about Huckleberry, Dingleberry, Chuckleberry. They practically begged Stone Vet to come on their channel, and then they kind of ganged up and wouldn't let him talk, just talked over him. I'm sorry. Yes, Vegas Phipps, I did deny you access to the stage. I don't mean to get involved in the middle school level games, but I saw what you and Perfect Soulmates did on a live stream recently, and I'm just not about that. Try again in about 6 months when you grow up a little bit. Okay, let's put that aside. Sorry, didn't mean to distract from the conversation. I don't want them to keep popping up and have to kick them back down. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Fifth and Sixth Amendment. Yeah, there's it's more than you don't have to tell on yourself. It's the questioners, whether it's a prosecutor or someone doing an interview or someone trying to set you up, will spin the question and the answer to incriminate you or to make you look guilty. And yeah, you got to be careful with that stuff.
Well, I mean, police are trained to do
you
that.
have information that will accidentally sidetrack the investigation. You got a lot of people on your side, man. A lot of intelligent people, not racists like Kaiser and JJ and Mayor Proctor and Chief Tuttle and Huckleberry would make a good couple. I don't know who this Mrs. Chief is, but they seem like they're perfect for each other.
Well, Mrs. Chief is pretty busy with her group of 25 KKKs.
KKK.
She's got plenty of. Give her some space, man.
All right,
She's probably tired of getting hit behind the phone books.
Things are about to get serious. Muckster just went to video. That means we're in trouble.
When we talk about the Constitution, more specifically the Bill of Rights, you know, you always have those people that talk about someone getting off on a technicality and stuff like that. And I go back to Ben Franklin. Better 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man be incarcerated.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I think that was the statement that he intended to make, was the subject that we just went over. I mean,
yeah.
You know, our forefathers were very intelligent. The Constitution is an extremely well put together, almost perfect document, you know, and I've been accused of, I've been called, as if it hurts my feelings, but a statist, you know, for making comments like that. But, you know, I couldn't care less of what they call me. I mean, I have my opinions, and they're, you know, my opinions are my personal opinions. I try to differentiate those, you know, from anything else, especially, you know, my channel or journalism or what have you. But yeah, I think that our forefathers did a tremendous job in thinking that through and putting everything into words that they could possibly do to make it solid. It is really, really solid.
Yeah.
I
do like the line. Oh, go ahead.
I just wish that more people that run their mouth about it would actually read it.
Right.
Yeah. And even if you read it, it's a good idea to remember. I saw, when I first found out about Kaiser, I was watching one of his videos where he sniped an auditor, and the auditor kept going on and on about the Third Amendment. And it actually occurred to me, I don't remember what the third, I mean, we all learned it in middle school, but I don't remember. And then when I looked it up, like, oh, yeah, that one's obvious, but it had, in Kaiser's defense, this auditor is being kind of silly. Why are you asking National Guardsmen about the Third Amendment? It hasn't, I don't think the Third Amendment's been violated or addressed since the Battle of Gettysburg.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting subject because, you know, if one were to try to make coherent sense from beginning to end of the document, you know, the Constitution, the third comes after the second and before the fourth on purpose. I mean, this is my opinion, the way I translate the document to now. And of course, you know, that was the intention of it as well. You know, they tried to make it living and breathing. It feels to me like they're saying, you know, the government does not belong in your private space, you know, on your property without, you know, due process. So,
okay, that makes sense.
I disagree. I gotta disagree on that one.
And you're more than welcome. Please, you know, fill me in on your thoughts.
Because, you know, they covered that with the fourth. They were specifically talking about being forced to house soldiers in your home because that had been forced upon them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought about, you know, and you know, and that you can come back anytime with anything that you feel. You know, I've seen situations where, like, you know, you talk about housing, and I guess that would be a definition that I'd have to dig deep into, because there are situations where, you know, and it's permitted because of the Constitution, I believe, but like, say, a federal investigation may ensue, and they may utilize your home, say you're a subject in it, they may utilize your home to bunk up, to set up, and do a sting op. And in that, they spend the night. You know, they're not just there for one night either. A lot of times they're there for weeks, or if not months. So I kind of felt like it's all sort of blend. You know, the whole Constitution kind of blends together. And like I said, it's my interpretation, and I'm open to suggestions to learn more.
I get both of your point, and for my childhood learning and watching movies, I know that's not a law degree. I got the idea that the Third Amendment about quartering came from examples during the Revolutionary War, where people like John Hancock were kicked out of their house by the British. Was it the general or the governor, to use his house as his headquarters? So the idea that we shouldn't provide quarter was from that. But I think what for public safety is saying is the reason they placed it in that sequential order between the second and the fourth was to further elaborate on. I don't know if I'm articulating.
I agree. It was a very important one at that time, and of course it was pre-revolutionary, and it wasn't just generals and officers. They would just come along and say, "Okay, we're going to have these 2 soldiers now live here, and it's up to you to feed them every day." And you know,
right. But I think what for public safety is saying the reason they put it in that sequence in 1, 2, 3, 10, and why some auditors covered. It didn't occur to me why our auditors covering it, because it can be used to protect us from things like he was talking about. I don't know if the founding fathers thought of setting up a sting operation in my home, but
well,
it's good for auditors to point that out.
I have to ask about that. Are they going in and using people's homes without permission or any kind of warrant?
No, but I'm saying, you know, and you gotta factor in the living, breathing. You know, that the Constitution was written in a way that it could apply to the future. And I'm like I said, I'm only going off my opinion on this, so I don't want to make it sound like I'm making a legal argument by any means.
I think the two of you can actually have a disagreement without doing this middle school stuff like some other people we've experienced recently.
Oh, you mean we don't have to go on our channels and bash each other? What?
Right. You're just like, okay, that's his opinion. I really enjoy Master Sergeant Retired's the way he goes after Kaiser, the way he goes after Stolen Valor. I disagree with him on a point about the Clinton administration, but I don't think it's worthy of getting into a big spat with him about it. It's just, okay, he has opinion.
This is how we learn from each other. I mean, this is what we're supposed to do to grow.
Right.
Can I just say, Finkel, that it's kind of rude to say that just as I was about to call him a pig-faced motherfucker?
Woodrow
jumped on my cigarette.
Woodrow brings up a good point that they should complement each other, not compete each other. So many times I've got in political arguments and debates where people debate which is more important, the first or the second. We wouldn't have the first without the second, or we wouldn't have the second without the first. I think it's very important to remember that they do complement each other. We need each for the other. It's not one is more important than the other. I think they're all.
We need them all. Yeah, I mean,
we need them all. Yes.
I also, and I don't want to get a debate on this single subject, but I also got to say people keep forgetting a well-regulated militia being necessary.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And I've had people argue with me about, well, yeah, in Michigan, we have a well-regulated militia. No, don't just read the Second Amendment. You also have to go back to the Article 2, where it says militias are regulated by Congress.
Yep. The KKK is not a well-regulated militia.
Now, I will say this, though, also. Well, go ahead and talk, and I will illustrate what I'm going to say.
If I would squeeze in, I recognize our National Guard as potentially a well-regulated militia.
Well, that is exactly what I think.
That's where it's going. I moved my head so it's right underneath my National Guard unit, the 42nd Infantry. That's the New York Army National Guard. That's a well-regulated militia. They're citizen soldiers. They have other jobs or otherwise unemployed when they're not doing their drilling weekends, and they're trained and they're armed. The weapons are kept in an armory and in a very secure locker. But that, to me, is what the Second Amendment's about: citizen soldiers, regulated, and trained.
And a lot of them go for, like, a lot of the supervisors in the National Guard are trained from the military first, and then move over to do training in the National Guard, which I think is also important to recognize, because you need to know what the United States military is doing in order to be on a somewhat equal plane, which we're far from that, in my opinion. But I think the National Guard is supposed to be the designed what the Second Amendment was trying to entail.
I will, on the other hand, point out that this is an actual picture from my living room, and that is just one.
Yeah,
that one's just display. There's actually working ones around. So, and I don't belong to the National Guard, but on the other, but it's just the way people argue about it. It's not quite what. Anyway,
I think a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, Americans particularly, are very much confused at the intention of the Second Amendment. They think it stops at just having a gun. It's far from that. There's a whole lot more to it. It's not that cut and dry.
I definitely disagree with the people who say, and this is something that people didn't start saying until like recent decades, let's say, the ones who say they did that so we could protect ourselves from the government. And I really do not think so, because I can't imagine any human being taking over, freeing themselves from a government. Now they're the government. They're going to say, you know what? But we want to make sure you guys can kill us anytime you want to. I really don't think that was the point. I just think it was more that they knew they could not have a big enough standing army at the time to protect all their borders and to protect against all those nasty savages and stuff. So they said, yeah, the people are going to have guns. And
well, now I interpret it as our Second Amendment gives us the right to protect ourselves from government tyranny. And the way I feel that applies, in my personal experience, is this: when my home, sorry, my phone was ringing. When my home was broken into, with officers with an invalid warrant, and they were firing ARs and breaking my girlfriend's spine. Looking back on that, I think, maybe that's when I was supposed to use my Second Amendment. And I've weighed that real heavy. It's been 2.5 years now. So I've had, every single night to think about it. That is the way I'll approach it next time. And I'll find out if I'm right in court,
I'll say this. I disagree with you on what the founders intended. But on the other hand, if I was on your jury, you'd be innocent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it applied to a person just a couple of months previous to my raid. And I'm not trying to glorify the subject any more than, well, no, that's a terrible word to use. I didn't mean to say that. I'm not trying to bring this sore subject up because a lot of people feel like it's been overused, but literally I'm only 20 miles away from where Breonna Taylor raid was. And my raid happened like a month after hers. And her boyfriend, not the Jamarcus Glover, not the guy that lived in a different house that they did a proper raid on, but the boyfriend that she had, well after that guy and lived with in her apartment, he responded to them breaking into the house by shooting one of the officers in the leg. And he only shot in the leg is because he intentionally aimed downward when he realized they were police, but he was already pulling the trigger, so it was a little too late for him to not fire at all. But he shot the cop in the leg, and he was not charged because the warrant wasn't valid. So, I mean, that's a good example of the Second Amendment in play, in my opinion, and being protective of him.
I would really hate to be in a position to make that decision. I believe I could be wrong, but the founding fathers thought that it wouldn't be our government to be tyrannical. They built in a lot of checks and balances, various levels, state, federal, county. They built in a lot of checks and balances, Senate, Congress, executive branch, judicial branch, lots of checks and balances. I don't think they really imagined that a police force would get that out of hand and the citizens would have to defend themselves from that.
Or did they? Or did they?
Or did they?
It is
Because
possible.
I mean, we're still using the same document today with very minor alterations, and it still works if it's applied properly.
I
I
will
don't
say
know, I do. My favorite part of the Constitution is both, in my opinion, very accurate and bad English. A more perfect union. You can't get more perfect than perfect, but I think what they meant is we always will strive to be better, but we're always going to come short of perfection. I'm rambling. Oh, you were going to say something, Muckster?
Yeah, I will say that I don't think we're very far apart on the Second Amendment today. You know, I just disagree on maybe what was in their minds back then, but I would like to go back to the third because I feel that most of those guys who go, "Can you tell me what the Third Amendment is?" They know nobody's going to know that. Nobody but me, but I mean, that's beside the point. So it's like a trick question. It's like, it'd be like saying, "Oh, you're such a great American. Can you tell us what, George Washington's middle name is or something?" It's like they know 99% of people are not going to know that, and you're trying to make cops look stupid. You go out on the street and find people that know it,
Yeah.
But I will say, I knew all the amendments long before the internet was created.
I have to admit, when I was watching the video on this screen and the auditor started asking about the Third Amendment, I'm thinking, I actually don't know. So I went over to this screen and I Googled Third Amendment. And then when I saw it, I'm like, I feel really stupid because I knew that once upon a time. I just had forgotten it because it's just not something we use very often. But I like, for public safety's explanation, whether it's opinion or fact, it makes sense that it is where it is between second and fourth. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it fits.
Interpretation would be a better word. That's my interpretation.
Well, yeah, I could see like this never actually occurred to me. I just figured they picked like the 10 things that were important to them. But that, I could see where when they were doing it at that time, they said, okay, number one, this is the most important. And actually, I always did think that. I just never really thought that it was like the top 10 list in order, And so the only thing we really disagree on is, I say, there was probably number 3 in their mind at that time, but it's not really the third most important today.
No, and I think that of course anybody who's experiencing a violation of one of those amendments is going to think that one's the most important at the time, But in all actuality, I believe the way it was written, like I said, it was so well thought out. I do believe that they were copying the process, or vice versa. The process had to fit the numeral steps to the Constitution. So, I mean, because everything in law comes from the Constitution. First Amendment was the very first fundamental law, and that's why I believe it has the 5 elements inside of the one first article, is because everything starts there in the process, if you think about it, and moves towards the end of the article in play, in motion in the legal system.
Do you know how the 10 amendments came about, by the way?
I do not.
That was actually...
Muckster went up to Mount Sinai and had a conversation with the Almighty, and he wrote down the 10 amendments on a tablet of stone, and Muckster brought them back down to the people.
Actually, I only talked to Moses in person. And
Okay.
He had 10 other things, and I said, no, that stuff looks.
Oh, the other
silly.
10 things, yeah.
How you ever going to enforce, the being jealous and stuff? But it's just when they were having the Constitutional Convention, there were, and I forget who was on which at the time, but there were several of them that all that stuff that's in the 10 amendments, they wanted it actually in the Constitution. But there were other people that didn't want it in the Constitution. So in order to get it passed, they said, okay, look, we will pass it without, but the very first thing we're going to do then is do these amendments.
And there were the 91, oh, help me out, what are they called? Where a few of the forefathers had to write letters to convince their constituents to ratify the Constitution. Alexander Hamilton did most of them, but there were a couple others. But not the article. How? Yeah, I need to go back to 8th grade because I can't remember what they're called.
But it always seemed funny to me though that like a delegate from South Carolina would say we don't want it in the Constitution, but we'll go ahead and make it an amendment.
Oh, okay. Hey, I see that Rights On is on, and he has apparently a stronger opinion about the Second Amendment than I thought. Earlier on, when I was digging for the video of Tuttle that I'd seen where he'd weighed more and he was on a front porch, I was looking through Rights On channel trying to find it. It turns out it was in Georgia Transparency's channel, and he was reposting something that Rights On did. And I'm wondering if Rights On can, maintain a civil discourse like we are. If he wants to join, he is welcome to join. Actually, anybody besides Vegas and Perfect Soulmates is welcome to join, as long as we can keep it civil.
What was wrong with the two you just mentioned? I'm kind of out of the loop when it comes to the drama.
They're both nice guys, but they play the drama game a little bit too hard for my liking. They play that game where they say they invited someone to a live stream to have a discussion or debate, never tell that person, and then they talk crap about them behind their back when they were never. There's a whole bunch of stuff they do. There's a couple of conflicts, and they play the childish side of it a little bit too strongly for my geezer liking.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I just didn't know.
That's fine.
And they're obviously sniping or something because Vegas is now talking to Ben. And I will say this to you, Vegas. Me and Finkel have not talked about this since that day. He came to this decision on his own after looking at various things.
Well, hey, listen, whoever snipes, that's great. Snipe away. Just make sure you put David Finkel's link in the pin it in your comment section for people to come to what actually happened later.
Right. I figured my site is publicly visible. You can copy it. You can snipe it. You can quote me. You can even misquote me if you want, as long as I have this to back me up on my side of the story. I live a life of thorough honesty, or an attempt to. One, because it's the easiest thing to remember. Later on, if I have to lie to cover a lie, I'm going to contradict myself like someone we know like Kaiser. But two, it's part of my program of recovery. If you ever read an AA opening meeting, they have how it works. They advise us to be thoroughly honest, or at least as honest as we can. Yeah, I tell a white lie or I embellish every now and then, but really the easiest thing for me to stick to is the truth, because I can't remember the lies that I would make up.
That's the old saying. If you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory.
Well,
but let's
that's
get
right.
back to the important stuff, because I do disagree somewhat with what Rights On said. Well, let's just go ahead and show her.
Okay.
I understand why people say it. I understand what you're saying, but that would mean that everybody has to walk around carrying a gun in order to have rights. I think our protections lie more in the guarantee of a jury by peers and things like that.
Well, and the other part is that we would have to regulate and you know, be more. We're not trained as a society to work together as a militia. You know, that's one of the issues that would lie in considering if individuals packing firearms are what the Second Amendment, you know, is all about. And I mean that all about, because I do think it's in there. You know, that would require us to be more well regulated in a militia. And I think we could all agree that we aren't going to the range in training together, you know, 3 times a week.
A good example, since we started this conversation on Chief Tuttle, in a recent video, he claimed that he was safe from anybody coming to get him because his wife's militia friends have his back. And he further elaborated that her militia friends are KKK, white supremacists, and some other group. Yeah, each of those individuals has a Second Amendment right to own a gun. But do you think if 25 KKK members came to protect Tuttle, and what's the group on the other side? Oh, help me out. Not Black Lives Matter. A little more aggressive. I can't remember what they're called, but an armed
Antifa.
Antifa. If Antifa came to show up to have the other side's thing, these aren't citizens working together for a common cause, and each side thinks the other side is being tyrannical, and everybody's armed. It's just going to be a bloody fucking mess.
Can I say this? Okay, let me interrupt for just a second for a technical point. Bright says he's never done the live stream before. If you want to come up, all you got to do is click the link that's sticky at the top of chat, and it's pretty easy to find your way through.
Just make sure once you've clicked the link and your studio StreamYards pops up, make sure that you close out the window from the YouTube where you're watching now. Close that out, otherwise it'll bring an echo with you.
Or you don't have to close, you could just mute it, but yeah.
You can come on without a camera as long as you have a microphone and speakers to hear us, or earphones. You don't have to show your face. But I am going to I'm going to put on a better avatar. There's a handsome motherfucker. I'm going to step away and use the bathroom. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay. Anyway, you were about to say something.
I forgot what it was. Whenever I saw David's beautiful face pop up as his avatar, I completely forgot everything I was talking about.
Made your whole brain go fuzzy. I know.
Yeah, my Saturday is now complete. No, I was interested in something there, and then we were talking about helping somebody come up for StreamYards, and I totally lost it.
I don't know if we were still talking on the second, or
I think the conversation was in the second. Yeah, I mean, there's so much we could talk about, right? Like I think we so much agree so far on that subject that, you know, inviting, was it Wrights? Somebody Wrights on. I think inviting him in would be beneficial if there's, you know.
Yeah, if he has a different view on it.
Yeah, I like to hear other views. I really enjoy, like I said, I'm new, you know, fairly new to truly understanding, or I think I'm truly understanding constitutional rights. So, you know, I'm still in that learning stage where I'm just a sponge for other people's opinions, you know, and of course I reference back to the verbiage that's actually written and try to make sense of it for myself. And a lot of times I end up applying, you know, what people bring to the table, and other times I think, no, you're just way out there on that, you know.
It does sometimes somebody you think you've decided how you feel, and then somebody will say something, you go, oh, okay, there's a good point. You know.
Yeah, you have to do that, you know, in every subject, you know, for everything, because I mean, if one of us were right about everything all the time, we wouldn't need anybody else, right?
I've said a few times, but not today, so it doesn't matter. When I was a kid, my parents and their friends, they got together every Saturday. And we never had babysitters. It was like the men were in the kitchen, the women were in the dining room, and all the kids were in the living room. So we knew what was going on. But like out there in the kitchen, those guys would be sitting there and they would be arguing politics and all kinds of stuff. And, you know, it would be very heated. And at the end of the night, it'd be like, see you next Saturday, you know? Nobody took it personal or whatever. And that's the way it should be. And I fell into the hole for a while with the whole MAGA thing. I got to be, you know, I just didn't want to have anything to do with people, you know, who
Yes,
were like that far over there and stuff. But I've come back to more what I want to be anymore, you know, although I still can't talk to some people, but
Yeah, I think, well, you know what? I mean, what the biggest issue that I recognized of that time period that you just mentioned, we won't even say the thing again, but everyone knows what we're talking about, is that no matter what side you were on, and I'm throwing quotes around side, everyone would have to agree, because it's a fact, that it brought so much division to the United States of America and Americans. It brought division, and that in itself, no matter all the other attributes, that division was damaging and is damaging still to date, like you just mentioned. We do not need to be divided as Americans. We need to be united. And the more united we get, the more the better this country operates, period.
and the interesting thing is both sides blame the other for the division. You know,
Exactly. Yep. Which is part of the division that was created. I mean, it existed, but it was elaborated on during that time period.
I've noticed another interesting thing, sort of along those lines, is, you know, anything you're talking about now, or if someone knows you're an auditor, if they don't like what you're doing, if they are a conservative, they'll say, "Hi, you obviously voted for Biden." If they're a liberal, they'll go, "Oh yeah, you're another, you know, damn MAGA head or whatever." You know, people seem to think that just because someone disagrees with them on something, then they must be part of that other crowd.
Yeah, suddenly it's a president's name gets attached to your forehead in any argument, and that is so ridiculous, because 10 years from now, neither one of those names are going to matter.
True. I've noticed you have a left and right divide, conservative, liberal, and you have a anti-auditor, pro-auditor divide, but they're not left and right. It's like kind of
not at all. My channel, I mean, I'm up to, I don't know, 56,000 subscribers, I believe. And my channel, you know, I try to read all the comments. I always try to read all the comments on every video, because I want to be as proactive and interactive with everyone who joins as I can. And one of the things that I've recognized is, and I don't side. I don't have a side on that. I don't believe in the division. So for me, you know, everyone's saying whatever they're saying in the comment. That comment is what I'm paying attention to. I could care less of who they voted for or what their political positions are. That doesn't matter in the video, you know, in the comments of each video, or what the subjects are in relation to the video. I mean, we are all there in that comment section under that video because of something that was brought up in that video. And to me, what I've realized, like I said, you know, a fairly healthy number of subscribers, and there's a lot of comments. I see people saying, you know, they're on the Biden side and on the Trump side in their comments all the time. And it doesn't even faze me. Other than that, I go, well, it doesn't have anything to do with the president. However, you know, and I go stick back to the subject, but it does not surprise me anymore that a person thinks that their opinion that they're providing, which is usually like 99.999% time, a very valid opinion to the subject in the video. I go, you didn't have to attribute that to Trump or to Biden. Your opinion is your opinion, you know, and you don't owe it to Trump or Biden to give your opinion. So I wish people would get, you know, past that and just start providing their own opinion and own it. It's theirs. Be proud of it.
Own, yeah, exactly. Back to the Tuttle example, and there are, he's not the only one. He'll refer to situations, I think it was Fort McClellan, where the MP school used to be in Alabama. Before they shut down, racism was so bad. He claims that it's probably true. Black soldiers were advised not to leave posts in that local town because the racism was so bad.
Especially after dark. That's what it was always told. Yeah.
And that was the case outside of Fort Polk, even in the late 80s, early 90s when I was there. Leesville, but some of the towns outside of Leesville, they actually had signs warning Black people not to be in town after the sun goes down. There was some kind of sickening rhyme about it. But he painted that as though it was a bad thing to have that kind of racism. And then just yesterday, he's saying the KKK's got his back. I'm like, don't play both sides, you know? Either you're
guys are such
racist
idiots,
or you're
man.
racist. It's like Kaiser saying you homophobic butt buddies.
I'll tell you a little stereotype I had kind of when I first started watching auditors. I assumed they were all liberals, just because, you know, they're out there standing up for the First Amendment and that, and I thought that was like a liberal thing. And then I think from my limited scientific study, I think the liberals are kind of the minority, you know,
in the First
auditing
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
How I started was some veterans that I associate with. We became aware of some of the plans for January 6th. And at first we thought, oh, we're going to stop this. And we realized, no way, we're way outnumbered. So what we resorted to was taking pictures and filming and you know, catching people in their crimes. And I was very nervous about this. I'm like, do we have a right to film people without their permission? And they all laughed at me. Hey, you ever heard of a First Amendment audit? And that's when I started watching First Amendment audits. And initially, I got the impression that most of them were conservative. And I thought, oh, I'm not going to be welcome in this community if I do this. But it turns out there's plenty of liberal auditors and there's plenty of conservative auditors. And there's plenty of auditors who may lean one way or the other, but they're focused on the Bill of Rights. Whether you're a Trumper or Bidener, or if you like Hillary, or if you like Nixon, what they're focused on is the Bill of Rights, and the politics doesn't really matter. Much to Vegas. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I was trying to jump in there when there was a space. I didn't mean to create one. Honestly, like when, you know, and I'm not saying this because I don't even really consider myself technically to be an auditor. I'm a person who has audited. But not an auditor. I mean, I learned from auditors to do what I do. But anyway, I look at it like, and again, this is my take on it. This is personal, you know, my opinion.
Can I interrupt for just a second?
Sure.
Let's not bother with the disqualifiers anymore. I think we all know we're using our opinions and stuff. Let's just go ahead and do them.
Well, as a person that I'm responsible for my channel, you know what I mean? So I don't want people to confuse my opinion from what I put out on my channel. You know, as long as that 4PS logo's up there, I think it matters a little bit for me to differentiate.
I got you. Go ahead.
But in my opinion, when it comes to anyone who is out there promoting constitutional rights. Now, I'm not saying everybody does it and they're completely correct about the Constitution, but I think their intention being to protect the Constitution, and they're putting that out there to the public and they're screaming at the top of their lungs, however they're doing it. it's unconstitutional to go against them. So to me, what I see are two sides, just like a lot of people. And the sides I'm seeing is either constitutional or unconstitutional. For example, I think it's really, really obvious that the people who attack my channel, they're unconstitutional. We got Tuttle, we got Kaiser, we got a few government officials that are obviously tyrannical. You know, I have government officials who, a lot of them, actually the majority, believe it or not, that support what we're doing and are really good about being a part of it, being subject on my channel, you know, talking to me on the telephone about situations that I'm looking into. You know, I have more productive and positive relationships and discussions with non-tyrannical, constitutionally supportive people than I do with the opposing side of that. And the opposing side of that is always anti-constitutional, anti-freedom, anti-rights. They want full control, they want power, and they want people on their knees. And you can see that in the way that they treat others. They want to put other people on their knees.
The thing I've noticed, and I've said this before, but well, first of all, let me go back to something earlier when Finkel came back from sneaking that taco and pretended he went to the bathroom, but he didn't want to share.
He didn't bring us any tacos, Muck. What's up with that?
I know. Terrible host. Terrible host. Like he said about, you know, that divide down the middle, you know, and conservative, liberal, and there. It used to be, you know, it was more of a, what is it they used to call that in school with the little number line type thing. But anyway, you know, you had like the radical left and you had the radical right. And then you'd come in here. And I always thought that was a good thing because it's like you'd have the ones on either end. And then the reasonable people could meet in the middle and come up with a solution. Now it's gotten to be where it's like that because especially in Washington, it's like not so much about coming up with the best way. It's all about beating the other side. You know, we're going to own the libs or whatever.
Yes.
And I forget what the other thing was I was going to mention though. What were you
Go ahead. I'd love to jump in right here. So, and I'm currently working on a huge case on this subject right now. As you all both probably know, I mean, I don't know if you follow my channel much, you know, but I know that you keep up a little bit. You're probably aware that Tiffany and I, you know, we're a huge part of unraveling that whole case against the former Clark County Sheriff, Jamie Knoll, you know, and that he's up to 25 felonies being charged against him now. And his wife has been thrown in and charged, and that he's been, you know, some of the co-ops that he's been running his criminal empire with have been getting raided and stuff being, you know, seized and all that. Tiffany and I were a huge part of exposing that. We knew about this stuff long before an investigation was opened up. We started exposing that all this criminal activity was happening on our channels, and then also reporting a lot of the things that came out in this investigation so far. But what we learned was, see, that guy, Jamie Knoll, which it's weird to me because I'm talking about, I know the guy, you know what I mean? Jamie was, he's the 12th chair Republican for the state of Indiana. Or is it 9th? I'm sorry. He had the Republican Party chair for the state, and he just recently got kicked off. But in that, what we see, and this is one of our biggest hurdles, is that what they have been doing to win their elections doesn't even necessarily apply to their campaigns or their promises or their platforms. They're just simply fighting campaigns like this: vote Republican or vote Democrat, and that's it. Like, I'm Republican, don't be stupid, don't be blue, you know. And it's working. Like, people who view themselves as Republicans are voting for these tyrants, these criminals even knowing that they're criminals, like after they've been exposed, and they're like, yeah, they broke a law or two, but so what? I can't vote for the Democrat, you know. And that is literally what we are dealing with in the current video that I just dropped. Now I'm not trying to throw a draw. This isn't an advertisement for my channel, but you really should watch it because it applies. So I just did an interview with the sheriff, the elected sheriff of Scott County, Indiana, and what's happening is Hugh Banks is the name of a husband wife who are incriminated now in the entire corruption empire. Like their house was raided, the $282,000 was seized of fraudulent money that was received from Jamie Knoll. All this is coming out, and so Kenny Eubanks was the former Scott County sheriff before the one that I just interviewed, which is named Jerry Gooden, and of course they're Republicans and Gooden is Democrat. Now his wife, Eubanks, Lenny Eubanks, she is the president of the county council in Scott County. So they are literally abusing the county council's position to defund the current sheriff department so that they can make them look bad and get a Republican, which I'm throwing quote fingers around that, into office in the next cycle of votes. And the reason being is because they've already staged the two people, and they're both staged as Republicans that are ready to come and continue the criminal empire, right? These are people who have benefited financially already from the corruption and are going to continue the corruption with or without Knoll. And they are literally using the party position as their platform to continue the charades. So what's going to happen if people don't get it through their heads that they're not divided between Republican and Democrat? They're going to end up voting in another person who is corrupt just so that they don't vote blue.
Yeah,
and that's a problem.
That's a huge problem. Now, for those watching, I know there's a bunch of you, a total of 9. For Public Safety said he wasn't plugging his channel, but I'm going to go ahead and plug it now. By the way, I noticed I wasn't joined. I was subscribed, but I wasn't joined. The channel is for Public Safety, and I believe he's talking about sheriff gets defunded for all the wrong reason.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
By the way, when I pulled up this screen, I noticed the Generally Specific is live now. I have no hard feelings. If everybody wants to jump over there, I'm fine. If nobody wants to jump over there, but for Public Safety the other night was obviously in for Public Safety's corner, and we appreciate that.
The link to that actual video, by the way, is over in chat.
Oh, okay.
To the to Sheriff Gooden's video that I did. Thank you. Yeah, I really want to get as much support and eyes on that subject as we can, because this area has really been hammered down because of the that I mean, for lack of a better term, the corruption or the criminal empire that's been being ran by a handful of people in our local government. It's been bad, and it's really done a lot of damage, and significant numbers in tax money have been, stolen and misused, misappropriated. So, the fight on that, like what I'm bringing out in that video, it applies to the entire Clark County series, what do you call it, playlist that I've done. But more so, it's current. It's happening right this minute. And Gooden is a really good sheriff by all means, as far as doing his job and following the law and being constitutional and caring about, the constituents and not the constituents, but the people, just all the people. He respects everybody. He might not be a perfect man, but he's a great sheriff. And it is disgusting to see that one of the very few last elected lines of stopping this stuff from going on is being attacked, and not enough people are in his corner. He needs a lot more people in his corner. We need that defense.
And there really are no perfect men except for this guy right here. Okay, maybe not. All right.
You know,
Talk
you
about
know
your
what,
picture,
you know what,
David.
well, no, you know what he did there? Because I know this is confusing, especially for older people. When you look at the screen and you go to point at that guy, you're pointing the wrong way.
Yeah.
He meant to point at me, and he ended up pointing the other way. And
Right.
That's what
Yeah.
happened.
Well, you know, when his picture was up, that was pretty perfect too. The only problem was he didn't bring tacos back.
yeah, Rob.
I didn't go for tacos. I went to the little boys' room.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
we
sure.
didn't bring anything back from there.
I'm an old guy and I take water pills.
You know what? I just did to myself too, because I mentioned the other day. Now talking about tacos, it's been a long time since I had a good enchilada, and now I'm sitting here again thinking, I could use a couple
You
good
need a taco.
enchiladas.
Yeah, I could use a taco now that you did that to me. Mm-hmm.
There's a Mexican place nearby where you can get a platter of tacos, enchiladas, and I forget the other one, but you can get a combination of them. And I think when we log off here, that's what I'm going to do.
Well, that's what's happening here too. I mean, you guys talked me right into it. About 8 miles down the road, there's a really good Mexican restaurant, and I learned that they're, I guess they call a la carte. Am I saying that right? A la carte. They have, you can buy individual things from the menu. Well, their tacos are on there, and then they have either one for like $1.95 or three for like $4.95. And I learned that 3 of their tacos is 20 times better than any of the fast food restaurants around here, and it's only $5.
Ooh.
Great for lunch.
The best tacos I've had outside of San Diego was in Pittsburgh, believe it or not. But that's a 2.5-hour drive from me right now, and I don't think I can do that.
Well, that's
But
why we quote unquote bikers buy motorcycles, is so that we can drive 2.5 hours away to eat a taco. That was my excuse for buying a Harley.
It's 9 hours for me. Oh my God, I got too many videos. There's a taco truck in Oneida, New York. Probably not this time of year, but oh my God, they were good.
I was explaining to my English friend last night about how Americans measure distance, by the way. It's like, we don't, of course, we don't say kilometers at all, but someone says, well, how far is it from here to there? And other places, they would say like, it's about 60 miles. But in America, it's like an hour.
Yeah, minutes. Yeah, we measure it in minutes. Well, it depends. Are you running? Are you riding a bike? Are you, even Google has to differentiate it. Are you walking or are you driving? There's a short that I saw the other day that reminded me of what you just said. The guy says, how far is it to the next gas station or something like that? And the kid said, just stayed completely silent, like he was ignoring him. And the guy was just like, okay, asshole won't talk to me. And then he started walking, and the kid pops up and he goes, about 15 minutes. He goes, well, why did you wait so? He goes, I had to see how fast you were walking.
We used to think it was hilarious when we were in college to pull up to somebody like standing on a corner or whatever and go something like, is this halfway to Scranton? And they'd go, what do you mean? Well, the guy that gave us directions said to get about halfway to Scranton, then you make a left. Of course, we drove off laughing and thinking we were very clever.
Yeah, I was a kid too once. The best taco I ever had, and it was probably the highlight of it. It was my first and only time ever taking one of those cruise ship vacations. And I'm not one who likes to be rushed. I'm always late for everything, and I'm not really good at being rushed or pinpointed on time. I would have been terrible if I'd been military. But yeah, so I was on this cruise ship vacation, and one of the stops was in Mexico. I was going to see the oh no, I'm brain farting. Just to see, I refilled my brain and had to push a lot of stuff out whenever I started learning the Constitution. But it was, I I was a lot into, like, the show Ancient Aliens on History Channel. I was very fascinated with a lot of their concepts, not all of it, like the whole thing, but a lot of their concepts that were on there. And it was one of my bucket list things to go to see these pyramids, in real life. Like, I'd heard so much about it and learned so much about the subject by watching that show. And then I was able to go there. So that was a stop. And I wish I could remember the name of it. It starts with an A, but there was a taco stand in the middle of nowhere on this big, long, highway with sand on both sides. And it was just this little bitty, like, shopping district. There was maybe 2 stores and then a taco stand in the front. And, the bus stopped there. And I think I'm going to put out how frugal I am again, but I think it was like $5. And the girl that I was with at the time and myself got 2 huge meals with these tacos. It was like, the desserts at the really fine dining restaurants where you take a bite and it's almost like air, but it tastes really, really good. That's what these tacos were like, but they were tacos. You took a bite and it was like biting into air with the perfect flavor. And I've never been able to find anything like it again since. That was 15 years ago.
I had to dig for it. It was September 15th last year. The best street tacos I ever had was in, oddly, Oneida, New York. Mr. Nice Guy Audits, if you're watching, go audit them, because my audit only got 689 views. I'm very disappointed. Sergeant Lewis of the Fort Belvoir MPs got 180,000 views. This place deserves 180,000 views. They had some damn good tacos. They're probably not out this time of year. Probably have to wait till spring. But they're a taco truck. They go to. Okay, you guys don't want to hear about it. Let's go.
I do. My favorite subject is food. In case you couldn't tell by my belly. Yeah.
My stomach is grumbling right now.
Right. It works.
I said, like the best tacos I ever had was in San Diego for obvious reasons. But we used to flop over to Tijuana quite a bit. But I couldn't tell you a thing about their tacos because I was always afraid to touch the food. I waited till we got back to.
Yeah, I was warned when traveling too to not drink the water anywhere because we haven't adapted to, the microbacteria that's in it.
Missed opportunity for me. I went to Navy basic training in San Diego and A school. In A school, there were plenty of Liberty weekends where a lot of the guys went to TJ. I never did because I had an uncle in the area, and Mom always made me go visit Uncle rather than, because I was a heavy drinker in those days. It would not have been safe for me to go to TJ. But I from what I heard, I missed out a lot of fun. I also missed on a lot of disgusting things. They have some kind of donkey show. I don't know why sailors would be interested in watching that crap.
Oh no!
There was a lot of tequila involved, so that was my tequila days.
So tequila. You're saying tequila doesn't just make people's clothes fall off; it also makes people do other things,
unnatural things, from what I'm understanding.
Man, missed opportunity, a whole different area. But one of the ones I always regret, when I lived in Pittsburgh, one friend that I knew from college, she'd come out once in a while with her, I think he was the then boyfriend, now husband of 70 years or whatever. But they were at my place, and the boyfriend was pretty drunk. But on the radio, they mentioned tomorrow in Central Park, Simon and Garfunkel reunion concert. It was like the first time they'd gotten back together since they broke up. And geez, I just forgot his name. Carl. Carl's, because I said something, it'd be great to go to that. And he says, well, if you want to go, we'll take your car. I'll pay for gas. And all I could think of is he's going to be sober in the morning and say, what the hell did I do? And instead, the next morning, he was like, oh, we should have gone. And I was like, damn, that would have been a great one to go to,
Oh, you missed it.
Yep.
That would have been a great one to go to.
When I was a sailor in Philadelphia, we were in dry dock. I usually would go home for a long weekend, but one time the guys convinced me to go to Wildwood, New Jersey, and I don't remember it.
That's why I don't drink, guys. This is a God honest truth. I guess I'm free to be honest here on YouTube. And in all life matters now, because there's nothing but transparency in my life.
More than
right down to my social security number, right, David?
Really?
Literally.
Is that a Kaiser thing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the other guy that I won't say his name, it's not that I can't say his name. It's that I won't, because I am handling business with that son of a bitch.
I'd seen where Kaiser medically docs Tiffany, but I didn't see the social security number.
Oh yeah, they posted my social, my address, my everything, even my driver's license number. But anyway, not just posted, but actually had discussions about it while doing their little charades on their YouTube, on their little YouTube channels.
Old motherfuckers.
They're awful people. I mean, just god awful people, obviously. Anyway, drinking. So I had my stint. I was actually underage at the time. I was not 21 when I, discovered the pleasures of drinking. And there was a little bar that I worked in this industrial park, fabrication and stuff. And after work on Thursdays, everyone could go to this bar right down the road, because it would be open till like 3 a.m. I worked second shift, and you could cash your check a day early. You could get it Thursday and have money when you woke up on Friday, if you could wake up in time, after drinking. But obviously the intention for the bar was to cash your check so you would spend your money there, and it worked. So they did not, they didn't catch me being underage drinking, because, I'm in uniform. I worked all the, 12-hour shift right before. Everybody looks alike. We just went in there with our uniforms on, and pretty much if you sat down and claimed a chair, you were getting a drink. That's long gone. Those days are gone. I'm 46 now. So, 20 years ago was a different lifestyle for everybody. Different environment for bars too. You couldn't get away with that today. But anyway, I had my own bar stool, and it was pretty much like there was I remember it called a Mega Touch machine, like a little video game that you could, like do differences in pictures and things like that. So needless to say, I was a regular. I became a regular. And I had a handful of friends that were also regulars, I guess, quote unquote, alcoholics. And, I was on my way to learning how to drink too much. And the problem is that I'm a really bad drinker, in that I forget what's going on. Alcohol is a hell of a drug. I can't, my body can't handle it. And I do things that I would not do, which is the only drug I've ever tried that does that to me. And one time, well, first I'll tell you this. One time I peed in I took a leak in my roommate's dresser drawer in the middle of the night. And that was quite embarrassing. And, my roommate was a big guy. He kind of kicked my ass for it. So, which I couldn't even fight back, because I couldn't blame him. I'm like, you know what? I'd kick my ass too. It was in his, for work uniforms, the drawer had his work uniforms in it. So I pissed all over his clothes he needed for work when he got up. But,
the literal meaning of pissed off.
Couldn't blame him. I was like, you know what? I'll help you punch me. Like, let's get this over with. So that was one of the things that I'd done. And then I guess there were a couple instances where one, I was dropped off close to home, and I woke up not at home, and I didn't know what happened. Like, it was a little embarrassing there, because I still to date don't know what happened that night. But I woke up in another person's house, and I'm not real sure how annoying I might have been that night, or why these people were gracious enough to take a drunk in and let them sleep on their couch. But I did that. And then, you know, that's when it started occurring to me, like, man, you're not a good drinker. Like, you got to quit this thing. And then the worst happened. It could have been worse, but it was the worst for me. It was very enlightening, an eye opener. I had a built, like, for me, built Mustang. Like, it was my pride and joy because I was only, you know, 20 years old, maybe 21. And I had this Mustang, which I just adored the thing. It was the only thing that I truly, truly owned. And I never drank and drive, but that time I did. And I remembered being at the bar. It was a Thursday night because it was the real busy night where everybody cashed their checks. And there was this guy who's a supervisor in a different department. And he was having a good old time. He wasn't drinking. He was buying everybody else this very specific drink. And it was called Jizz in a Cup or Jizz in a Tub. And I vaguely remembered how it was really funny that this drink, okay, so it turns out what it was is 6 clear liquors. So you're talking 110 vodka, everything's 86 proof plus. And it's a whole cup now. And then 1 drop of coconut. And what happens is it literally looks like a sperm floating in water. So, you know, 20-year-old me thought that was hilarious. So of course I wanted one, you know. So after my few normal drinks, I accepted one of those. And I think what happened was it was a creeper. It creeped up on me because I'd only had a couple of beers, and then because there were nights where I would just have like 2 or 3 beers and then over a course of a couple of hours and drive home. And that's what I think my intentions were that night until I drank that. And I'm pretty sure my point was to hurry up and drive home while I was still sober before that hit me. But somehow I got woke up on my own couch. Yeah. And I was in my underwear, and like my roommate had a friend over. They were waking me up. And they were like, "Why are you in the living room? And why are you covered from head to toe in mud?" And I looked down, and they were right. I'm in my underwear. I'm on the couch. I'm head to toe in mud. There's mud everywhere. You know, the whole living room's covered in mud. And worse was, I started coming to, like I started realizing what was going on, and I was like, "What the hell happened?" And so I opened the front door, and my car was not there. But I could hear it. I could hear the Mustang running in the distance. And I was like, what in the heck? So I put on a pair of shorts and I started walking to where I could hear the car. And I got to the end of my subdivision and I found the car. It was stuck just outside of a graveyard in the mud. Thank goodness I didn't run over anybody's grave. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
you know what I mean? So anyway, I got my car. I had to call a record to get it out. And my roommate's there with me, and he's like, "You don't remember anything, do you?" He says, "We couldn't find your car. You didn't know where it was. It's been sitting here running with the door open all night, apparently." They had retrieved me. My roommate and his friend had retrieved me from the local gas station, which. Yeah. You know how it is, guys. You stop at your gas station close to your house almost every night on your way home from work. I knew the people that worked there, and it was normal for me to stop and get, you know, a drink or something like that every night on my way home, or cigarettes or whatever. Well, apparently the gas station attendant, who was a friend of mine at the time, had to call my roommate, had to call around, get his phone number, find his phone number from somebody, then get a hold of him to have him come and get me, because apparently I had got my car stuck and then walked across the street to the gas station and sat down and took off my clothes because I was covered in mud, and was sitting there in my underwear and eating all of the beef jerky and spilling Polar Pops all over myself. Yeah, that was a rough night. So that was my epiphany. I was like, no, okay. I can't do this drinking thing. And I've stood fast to it. So I've had a few sips here and there, but I just don't drink.
I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I can admit I had many epiphanies and ignored them all. I'm 19 years old, and I'm on this ship. We're dry dock in Philadelphia. On weeknights, there wasn't time to go all the way to upstate New York for home, so I went to a place there on Broad Street called the Dolphin. We call it the Blue Dolphin because the sign was blue, but it was just the Dolphin, and killed a lot of brain cells there. But I remember clearly the setup where you show your ID card, and if you have a military ID card, they don't really look at the date because I'm only 19. The age was 21, and there's a hallway. When you go down the hallway, you pass the main bar, and you get all the way to the back where the dance floor and the live bands are. And at that time in my life, the girls, and they had a second bar back there. I never went inside the main bar because I was all about the dance floor, the music, and the girls. And like I said, I killed a lot of brain cells there. Well, more recently, and by the way, while I have my current sweetie, who knows me as a gentleman who's grown out of all that sleazy stuff. When I was 19, I was pretty sleazy. But I went back to Philadelphia, went down memory lane through where the dry docks were, where the mothball fleets were. And then I worked my way up Broad Street, and I saw that the Dolphin was still there. And so I'm taking pictures and I'm posting them on Facebook. And I noticed in the front window of the Dolphin is nightly live nude girls dance review. And so I took a picture of that and I put it on Facebook, and I tagged all my Cunningham friends, and I said, "Hey guys, the Dolphin's now doing strip shows," and everyone's like, "They always did." And I'm like, "What do you mean they always did? Like they always did?" I'm like, "No way! That they had live bands and a stage and a dance floor," and they're like, "To get to that, you had to pass the." I'm like, "How drunk was I to not notice naked women?"
This whole time you thought you were just mingling back there.
Yeah. Like, well, striking out with the girls who aren't so easy, and well,
maybe that's why you thought you were such hot crap, man. You know, all them girls that were talking to you back then.
I can't believe
you didn't realize that you didn't realize your wallet was full of singles when you got home. And
I was very impoverished for a guy who lived on the barracks barge or the ship, didn't have a car, wasn't married, didn't have kids at the time. So even though I was low rank, that's a lot of money, and I was broke all the time. It was because mostly the Dolphin, the Blue Dolphin. That they probably could have retired on my
I probably shouldn't say this, but since there's probably only 9 people watching, I'll go ahead and throw this little tidbit out there. I try not to
keep in mind when we close down, it usually stays up.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. I mean, here's the thing. First of all, I'll make this clear. I'm very careful with my YouTube channel, and all the quote unquote attention that it brings, to try my best to not say anything about people in general, like people that don't have anything to do with none of the subject of my content. But I will say that when I was 18 and 19, I actually I dated a stripper, and she was a wild one, but I was too. Like we obviously we didn't stay together for good reasons, but oh my gosh, man, that was a time of my life that, honestly, like I do regret it, but at the same time, I mean, I lived right through it and past it. And, needless to say that the point of my life that I was in there at that time, it was a growing stage for me. And it was really probably looking back, the most difficult time I had growing up was between 18 and 20 years old, But yeah,
now you mention it, I might have dated strippers and just not known it because I was too stupid to realize what those.
I moved in with one, and that was a huge mistake.
Oh.
See, when I got drunk, I never had those kind of problems. I always remembered what happened, and I was aware of what I was doing, even though sometimes I'd be going, "You're really doing that?" But I don't know. The biggest drinking story I have, if you want to see it, it's called Forever 21, one of my old videos. But I will tell you this sort of a drinking story. When I was going to college, there was a place right across the street. It was like a pizza restaurant. And they were known for carding everybody. Okay. And me and one of my roommates, who we called Dad, because he had attained the ancient age of 32, were going along with one of our, well, I don't know if he was in that class or not, but he was my economics teacher and someone else. I can't remember who else was going. But I was 19 or 20, and they were very strict on carding. So at the time, I was 6'2", somewhere between 250 and 300 pounds. I don't know. But my one roommate said, take my driver's license, because he was like 23, 24. He'd worked a while before starting. In fact, I think he was more like 27. But anyway, the only thing is, he was like 6'4" and 120 pounds.
Oh, wow.
You know, it's like, yeah, but I always remember what happened was the waitress came to the table, and she said, "Do you have IDs?" And the first one she asked was Dad. She goes, "You have ID?" He goes, "Oh, thank you." He says, "You, that's such a compliment." And he shows her his driver's license. He's 32. And so she looked at me and she said, "Well, I guess I don't have to card you either." I went, No, you don't. It's like, it's the only time I was ever carded in my life, so. But go ahead.
I like to rib Muckster, and I would like to close soon because now I'm thinking about going out for tacos.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I was actually going to tell you that even if you didn't dip out, I was going to be, because I'm about to take Tiffany to go get some tacos.
But before we shut down, and in my attempt to always rib Muckster, and I'm hoping Tiffany is able to hear us.
Hang on. Can you hear Tiff? Maybe not. Maybe she fell asleep.
Right. She's out getting tacos.
Oh, she better not go out. Oh, yeah, she is taking a nap.
Okay, well, don't bother. But I'm curious. Does Tiffany allow you to drink right out of the milk jug or the juice jug or the Pepsi bottle, whatever it is you have in the refrigerator? You have some kind of beverage.
I don't know why you would even ask a question.
Here he goes again. There he goes again.
I'll answer. I'll answer. No, she doesn't. What she does do though, she keeps her cups from like the fast food places. You know, the real big ones that you get, like the large from McDonald's cup with the lid and the straw. And this is, I wish she was awake, because I hate to say anything that she can't smack me for while she's sleeping. But she drinks more Coca-Cola than anyone I've ever met in my life. And so, you know, I'm frugal. So when I go to the grocery, I'm always, you know, looking for the best deal on the Coca-Cola. And a lot of times it's the 2 liters for $3 or whatever, you know. So what happens is I get these 2 liters and I'm thinking, you know, for me, that would last a week, right? Like 2 liters. And I bring them home and I'm all happy knowing that we have soda in the fridge. And then what she does is she gets that McDonald's cup and then I don't catch her filling it all the time, but apparently she does, because the 2 liters will be gone. Like as soon as I go to get a cup, I'll get a little bit when I first bring it home. And then there's a whole new one behind the open one in the fridge. And then the next day when I go to get another cup, it's gone. But she's always got that clear McDonald's cup sitting in front of her with either a little bit left or, you know.
Should I tell him what I told you?
Take cups out and put in shot glasses. What else?
I can only imagine her trying to get her fix, drinking out of those shot glasses.
Should I tell him what I told you guys about the benefits of being a single man living alone?
I love it, and I was trying to tell what's her name, Summer from the other panel. She was driving.
Oh, yeah, I heard you like.
Don't drive to Muckster's laundromat.
But I said to them, the advantage of being a single man living alone is you can do things like drink straight out of the jug. And if you find that you've used up all your clean laundry, you can go ahead and do laundry in the nude. The only thing is, I'm not allowed back at the laundromat.
Oh yeah, that is a problem. That's definitely a problem. But what's great about doing laundry at home in the nude is that you do all of your laundry, you know how good it feels to accomplish the entire mission. So you can wash even the socks that you were supposed to be wearing tomorrow, everything, the underwear, whole 9 yards.
Do us a favor and turn off your security cameras when you do that.
I was going to say these days there's security cameras everywhere, and is nosy as a couple of people are out there, like the Kaiser.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they would be looking at my Wayne Danger and sitting in the back stream doing things to pleasure themselves
and feeling very insecure when they look in the mirror.
Well, that's probably a drive for them to do the thing that I said, to pleasure themselves. I mean, I can only imagine that, considering how obsessed they are with me, Tuttle. The only thing that makes sense is that they're in love with me, or Tiff.
Yeah. They find you very lovable.
Apparently. Well, I just, the reason before I came up, I asked if we could make fun of Tuttle. It is because I had no clue who that person was. I've never had any interactions with them to the best of my knowledge. Didn't care about that person at all. And all of a sudden I'm getting these messages and these links saying, this guy's over here attacking you. And when I turned it on, I literally had to spit Coke laughing because of this thing on the screen and what was coming out of I'm not allowed to make, okay, I can't talk about the toothless thing, but I wanted you to know that he said that I needed to come to Ohio, which, my response is, I don't know why I would need to go to Ohio, but if I do, maybe I'll stop by and say hi. So I asked him what his address was, all that talk through those 3 teeth, and he deletes my question. And all I want to know is, where do I need to go if I stop by?
Why invite you over if he's not going to let you know where to go?
Yeah,
and
why did he go through all that trouble to make videos about me and to talk about me and then say, yeah, come on over and try to handle me, Chris Ryder, and then not even tell me where to go? Come on.
Muckster's trying to punish me for making fun of his drinking out of the jug, because he knows I got 1 foot out the door ready to go get tacos, and he lets Yuri in, and now we're going to have a whole other conversation about Tuttle, a man who's begging to be made fun of.
Oh yeah, he's cruising for a bruising on that. Yeah, dude, I the thing that makes me laugh about him is that all of his bravado and everything, and how he's somehow protecting somebody that never asked him to protect them. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, come around, come at me, stop going at the women. It's like, what, dude? Nobody told you anything. What the hell are you talking about?
I think the woman he's referencing is Michael Kaiser.
Yeah. For sure, dude. He even says the things that Michael does, man. This is stupid. He says the same thing that Kaiser says. Oh, if he says it, then it's fine. Oh, if Michael Kaiser wants to say that he's been to a service, then it's fine with me. If he has a DD-214 in Alabama, he's never gonna bring it out. That's fine with me. What the fuck? And then you don't accept the proof of other veterans? What's wrong? What's going on with people?
What an influence to take on, right? Like who wakes up and puts on their underwear and says, today I want to be just like Michael Kaiser. Wait a minute. For him, it's, today I want to be just like Michael Kaiser.
yeah, just like Glenn Harlow and all them other idiots. JJ, he's got his own little band of merry idiots.
Hey, Tuttle is a military expert, and I know this because he ate at the first DOD Burger King in America, the first base that had a Burger King on base. he ate at. That makes him an expert on all things military.
Oh,
Right.
Okay.
I saw him the video where I was directed to. I was trying to find the video I was directed to because I got a little lost in laughing at the guy. And there was he goes from being really expletive and I don't know, like it's just yelling at everybody, yelling about everything. You can tell his feelings were really worked up, and then all of a sudden he shifted and he said, "By the way, I really like airplanes," and and he started talking about how he's an expert in military airplanes and airplane engines.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, what the hell? Am I watching two different videos? The two sides of Tuttle?
The two sides of Tuttle.
I've seen a half a dozen or more channels make fun of him. I've seen people comment making fun of him. What I hadn't seen about many things, he just gives us an endless supply of things to make fun of him about or disagree with him about. And in one of his videos, he got really animated, angry that someone doubted his story about the Israeli aircraft that had a wing shot off and still landed. I didn't see anyone contradict that, but now everyone's making fun of him because he got so animated about that story. It's weird.
Well, he maybe questioned himself about the story, and the guy's obviously loose. There's something mentally wrong. Which, in a perfect world, I would have to feel bad about saying these things about a person who is obviously, mentally not there, or as he would say, retard. I think he was trying to say, I'm sorry, I got the wrong word. I think he was saying retired. But normally I would feel bad about picking on a guy like that. However, in this case, he did come flat out and threaten me and my girlfriend. So, You know what, retard or not, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to sit back and just let someone make threats about Tiffany. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, you gotta love how these guys are like, don't get at the women and then call your wife Tiffahole, man. That's some bullshit.
Oh, it was worse than that. There's been more. If you collect all of it like I have now and put it onto one reel to turn in, for potential litigation, you can see that the guy's very aggressively obsessed with Tiffany and I for no apparent reason other than he puts on his underwear every morning and says, "Today I'm going to look be just like Michael Kaiser."
Yeah,
that's his only excuse.
I'm thinking of the movie Jaws, the original movie, when the guy's throwing bait over the side of the boat. I'm thinking for the last 3 or 4 months, a lot of channels I'm aware of have been sniping Kaiser, watching Kaiser, making fun of Kaiser, saving video snippets of Kaiser on their hard drives. And all of a sudden this guy pops up. I'm thinking of when the shark jumped up and the guy says, "We're going to need a bigger boat. We're going to need a bigger hard drive."
That's very true. Like I literally have, because of all the attacks that we've had to turn into prosecutors, it's overwhelming even to law enforcement. They're at the point where they're like, "Man, we know we need this evidence for the case, but how much is there going to be?"
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I got to point this out. I really do appreciate, you know how some people are just like savants. They're not totally mentally there, but they're really good at one thing. What I've noticed is that these guys that we're talking about, they're really, really good at math because don't laugh yet. I'm not to the punchline. Because I noticed that Tuttle was talking about how bringing this negative attention to his channel has boosted his algorithm. And his math is on point. I'm not very good once the math scales go below 0 and you have to figure out where you're at from the negative to the positive. But somehow within minutes, this guy, without YouTube's help with a tool, he figured out that he is 6,000, maybe you could help me out, David, 6,600 and something more % more views than he used to have. And he's up to maybe 300 views per video.
Right. I think to quote him, correct me if I'm wrong, Muckster or Yuri. I think he said I'm up 600%.
6,600%. So where is?
Yeah.
How far below zero was? See what I'm saying? They're mathematicians. You know, call them what you want, but he's a savant because I wouldn't know how many people didn't watch my video before, and he's somehow able to say how many views in the negative he was previous to, getting this negative attention. So, hats off, Tuttle. You're a mathematician, buddy, if nothing else.
He's got high on the prize. He'll be monetized by September.
I mean,
he knows when he's going to get monetized. Even
he's not Rain Man, but he's definitely Drizzle Man.
Get it right. It's drizzle.
Drizzle. He's a character, man. Dude, I hope he makes more gold. I think, I hate, like I said, the things that I hate are his little tough guy act and the fact that he's over here, showcasing his wife and like saying, don't attack women, but then says, horrible shit about your wife. I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, and I'm just going to leave out. I'm not going to go back and attack his wife. I've done that to Kimmy, and she deserves it. But anyway, here's what I will say about his wife. It's very interesting that he thinks his wife is such a charm, and how bad Tiffany is when he alleges that his wife is very, very, very close. Wink, wink. With 25 minimum standby men wearing sheets.
Oh, right.
like she has 25 men on the ready at all times who will come and burn a cross in your front yard. Props, man. I'm not going to make fun of his wife. I'm going to give her credit.
And don't forget, he's connected to the largest militia in Ohio.
That's the one I'm talking about. They wear bed sheets. So I guess when they come, they roll in the sheets together. I'm not real sure.
Oh my God!
we got a visitor and the guest in the chat. 4 people on panel, 3 watching. I clearly made poor life decisions. Not monetized. I don't care how many people watch. They'll either watch it later or they won't, or
It's cool, man. David, you remind me of a time when I didn't have to think so much on my lives and I could just sit there and talk about anything.
You're saying he's simple, is what you're saying, right? You don't have to think much when he's talking.
Yeah, we'll go with that, Muckster.
You put 4 guys together and somebody's bound to get made fun of.
It's kind of like the old thing when you're sitting at the poker table. If you look around and don't know who the sucker is, it's you.
Yep, that's it.
We've made fun of Muckster for drinking out of the jug. We've made fun of Finkel for not realizing when he was 19 that he was walking past naked girls almost every night. We made fun of for public safety for driving his car into the mud and eating beef jerky in his underwear.
Mm-hmm.
We've made fun of Tuttle for a million things. We've made fun of Kaiser for 500,000 things. Is there anyone we're forgetting to make fun of?
I gotta go.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh wait, that's the person that's holding. What was the line again, Muck? What was the cards line?
Oh, yeah. If you look around, don't know who the sucker is, it's you.
Oh, there you go, Yuri.
Hey, I know it's 2024. I don't mind, but hey, we're amongst friends.
Yeah.
You guys are great.
Well, you know what I always say.
At least I am.
I only mock people that I like or I hate. It's up to you to decide.
That's going to ruin my taco dinner.
I gotta wake Tiffany up to get. Wait, that was gonna sound bad. I gotta wake Tiffany up to get tacos now.
No, I'm not going to.
Hey, Tiff, wake up! I want a taco.
No.
You should see the look she just gave me. I'm gonna run. That's gonna make Kaiser jealous.
At least you didn't say eat taco.
She just flipped me off.
Oh, I forgot. We made fun of MSG Vacation for I guess making fun of us. It's all fun.
Hello, Kennedy.
Kennedy. I don't think I know a Kennedy. I don't know an MSG Vacation either. Puffy Mummy. I've seen Puffy Mummy around. I can't remember my channel or maybe.
Yeah, Puffy Mummy's great.
Okay, but with your channel, I think I've seen Puffy Mummy. Okay. Where's Guadalupe?
I don't know. She's probably at work. She's either at work or on YouTube. I don't know, but
okay.
Yeah, she
probably harassing Stone Vet or
or Vegas Vips.
They're having kind of a little bout. Vegas Vips and Loopy.
she gets under her and Perfect Soulmate skin.
You guys were joking, right? The other night on your channel.
Well, look, I was, because Vegas Vips did the same thing to me. So I was just kind of like getting them back, but having fun with them. Yeah. Now I told them in the private chat, like, can we just like get along? And she said everything's cool, and I said okay. So I brought them back up.
I saw it in passing, and I thought, oh, they're just messing with Vegas. He'll be back up in a moment.
Oh no! Don't get me
I almost
wrong.
forgot all about him. Then I saw.
Don't get me
Vegas
wrong. I don't let people just like. I don't let people just say like, oh, like tell me what to do on my channel. But I also would rather like, you know, everybody be cool. You know what I mean? Instead of being like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna bring them up, and you know, I'm not gonna do that. If she would have like had a problem, I would have been like, well, come back. I had him first, so just come back, and I'll have you on later. You know, I don't do that. Even with the people that I like, it's my channel, and I'm gonna treat, you know, my guests with respect and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I on a stream, was it last night, I think, or maybe the night before? Vegas and Soulmates are waiting for Angry Vet, who apparently never heard that they wanted to talk to him. They're waiting for him. He didn't show up, but Lupe showed up, and she joined the invite to the guest panel. And they're like, no, you're going to do bad things. And I'm like, wow, man.
Did you watch that the whole way through?
I fast forwarded through some parts, but I watched I watched the bit about waiting for Angry Vet, who never showed up, and I watched them deny Lupe from coming up, and I watched them also to my pleasure, they were bad mouthing Tuttle, but I saw Vegas Vips commenting Tuttle's comments, something that just didn't jive, and I'm like, I just don't want to play these games.
Can I jump in here with two? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure. Oh,
if I could just jump in with 2 points real quick, I'll make them both fast. First of all, I know Angry Vet. He's a friend of mine, and knowing him, and this is almost, you know, funny. If he's asked to be somewhere for no matter if it's going to be, you know, a combative situation or not, if he knows, he'll be there.
Yeah.
That dude don't step down from nothing. And the other point that I'd like to make is, you know, it's just an observation, take it or leave it. But if you look at success, quote unquote, on YouTube, when you see channels that are successful, what you'll generally find is that they do a lot of work for content on their channel and very little appearances involving themselves in anything that could turn dramatic at all. They do very few, and you know, and I don't consider my channel to be big, nor do I expect it to be big in the terms that I view as big on YouTube. So, you know, obviously I'm here, I'm on different panels. I don't mind, you know, being personal with everybody. I think that adds a little flavor to my channel anyway. But yeah, people don't like drama, man.
Vet knew nothing about it until nothing about it until I told him, and he was 4 hours away from home taking care of business at the time. So
yeah, I don't think people like drama, like when it's conjured up in places that, you know, you want to have your escape. I mean, if you're looking to come to YouTube to have an escape, entertain yourself, whatever, sometimes, you know, like real life drama is not gonna do you, you know, like, you know, it's not gonna attract you, right? It's not gonna keep you there. Yeah, but I think that some things are drama in the sense that they're like, you know, nobody's business and it's ugly to talk about. And then there's other drama that's like, it's Jerry Springer. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they, what the people that we have a problem with. I don't have a problem with people recognizing the subjects to my content. I mean, I put it out there for a reason. I chose at one point that I was going to be, transparent and put all of my business on blast to the content. But what we're struggling with, what we're dealing with, I should say, because it's not a struggle. We handle it, with boxing gloves on. But what we deal with are people who lie about the subjects, and what they're lying about is real life. They're lying about me, Chris Ryder, not for public safety. They're lying about me, the man, Chris Ryder, and the woman, Tiffany Napier. And that's where we have an issue because, hey man, say what you will about the content, and then we put it out there for you to be opinionated and enjoy it, and learn from it, and hopefully, recognize that it's actually happening to people, to real, true, just people, Americans. But when you go lying about stuff just to get content and views, obviously they don't get you that many views anyway, especially when you're like Kaiser and you have to buy extra subs and buy, use your own money to buy everybody memberships and all that stuff. You're just losing the battle. If you came to pick a fight, you're losing the battle. We're kicking your ass all over the place, and we're going to take legal action against you. So, because you can't just run around and make up lies and hurt people in their private lives just because they give you some transparency like that. People have got to quit shaming the victims.
Yeah. Very good points. I want to be fully disclosure because I do live a life of honesty. And I know this guy likes Angry Vet a lot. I'm not pointing right. Muckster likes Angry Vet. And you just said you're a friend of his. I don't know him very well, but my perception of him is he's over the top angry, which could be a PTSD thing. I think he needs help for it. But I find him as a turnoff with his anger, either issues or shtick. I don't know which it is.
It would be beneficial for you to get to know him because he's not always angry. Right. I mean, he obviously, chose the term Angry Vet for his channel because he's angry about a lot of things and he's very passionate. Right. When you're passionate, you're going to get upset in your passion as well. It's not just, like you really, all your emotions, if you're a passionate person, all of your emotions are accentuated,
That's
true. Go ahead.
Can I tell you how me and Beth became friends, basically?
Okay.
There was, we were over on that other panel, and there was some guy came in there and brought up a big religious thing. I forget what it was, and there was this debate going on. And Vet kept bringing out and reading from a Bible. And it was a Bible that had like pictures in it, And after it was all done, Vet said, I bet you're all surprised that I had a Bible at hand. And then I said, I just want you to know, me personally, I was not surprised that Bet had a Bible at hand. And I also was not surprised it was the illustrated version. he laughed more than anybody else there. And that we've like had a connection since then,
Okay. Yeah, I found him over the top reacting to Perfect Soulmate's critiquing of the auditors he was familiar with. I thought that was an unnecessary overreaction. He just didn't know who Angry Vet was or didn't watch his audit videos. So I'm thinking, oh wow, that's kind of childish. But then how Perfect Soulmates has been acting in reaction to that ever since, I'm like, what's really childish? I don't know, but this Master Sergeant Vacation, I'm trying to read the humor. Is that a Lupe type of humor? Of course, when I said that, they said Lupe is a skank, which Lupe would have that kind of humor. Also, it could be Vegas Vips.
I was just gonna say that seems like his type of, and I was gonna say, Yuri, since we're talking about those guys, when I was watching, I'm pretty sure it was that video when I was sniping it to hold it in case Angry Vet wanted to see it.
Oh, okay.
And Yuri left.
Did you kick him out? No, your hands are going back.
No.
Okay. I didn't kick him out.
You must have just, because I
Hey, I'll make a point on that last note you said, David. When you're in your real life and you choose your friends to be with you for something important, and you are up against, let's say you and your one friend that you chose were up against 20 people who were attacking you, would you want an angry vet, or would you want someone who's just like, you know, you're on your own, buddy?
Yeah,
An angry vet can be very, very useful.
what I was going to,
I'm in his corner. We'll put it that way.
Okay.
What I was going to tell Yuri, though, just I wasn't going to bring it up, but since we're talking about them, when I was watching that video, I just skipped in on parts of it just to see what. There was a time when those guys were talking shit about you. I can't remember what it was, but they were talking shit about you. And then the next time I saw Vips anywhere was that thing where you were talking about on your channel where your buddy bounced him. But when I saw he was there on yours, I thought, oh, this might be interesting since apparently him and his buddy hate Yuri now. And the little bit that I saw while he was there was like, oh, hi, Yuri. So just so you know who your friends are.
Well, thanks.
I
This is where I'm different from a lot of people, like where people get like, oh, you know, this guy was talking crap about you, or you know, like it. I always go to the thing that's like, you know what, we all have our moments, you know, like where we are, and I see it especially when people like kind of have a like admiration of me, that they'll get more upset when I don't do exactly what they want me to do.
Yes.
Because it's when like they feel like, hey, you know, this guy represents us, this guy's one of us, and then I don't do exactly what they want because I have my own set of principles, my own set of morals, that people then say, oh, well, you know, screw that guy, he's whatever, right? But I before that I wasn't that, so I'm not gonna take that as, you know, like their main thought of me. I'm gonna take that as a moment of their disappointment in me or whatever, you know, like I don't really care, but that's what I see it as. It doesn't make me feel like, you know, bad or get upset with them, you know what I mean? It's like whatever, you know, like I don't see you guys that high in my life, that or that up in a pedestal, that I'm gonna get sad because you're not exactly what I thought you were. So that's why
Exactly. It just goes to show that people are trying to drag you down to their level, you know. And here's the thing: we got to pick our priorities if we're smart, right? Like you're not gonna go off the handle just because someone makes a comment that goes against, you know, your opinion or something on a YouTube video. However, you know, and some people will, which they shouldn't. They need to, you know, get a little stronger in their feelers. But when someone says, for example, your girlfriend is behind the dumpster, you know, getting drug money, and she neglects her kids, that's when, you know what, it's time to say something, because it's a shame to me that everyone doesn't have the moral respect, everyone, to say something to whatever individual makes a comment of that color. I mean, especially when it's unfounded, and not only unfounded, but also when nobody deserves it. Like if you're responding to someone who said something disgusting to you, then you said it back, then yeah, you can see why that person, you know, responding has a little bit of give. But we're witnessing on YouTube, and it's really only on YouTube because the other, you know, most of the other platforms won't allow it. It's bad. Like these people, to see so many people collected, and it's really not that many people in the big picture, because, you know, YouTube is the world, right? But when you see, you know, 400 people in one room all agreeing to be that disgusting, you can see the problem. The problem is the 400 people in that room. You know,
I don't want to change the subject, but I think MSG Vacation is someone from the podcast for the peeps, because that Eat Your Souls thing is something I've been doing over there. So somebody who's been over there, I don't know if it's Vegas or Lupe or one of the regulars, but somebody who's seen me do that because they try to throw that back in my face. And Stupid wants to see our hands. I don't know what he thinks we're doing, but I'm not,
I know.
My pants are up.
Maybe he just feels the need to make a stupid comment since.
Oh, okay. Here's my hands.
It goes back to what Yuri was saying. Who's stupid first?
I don't know.
Referencing?
I've seen Stupid, but I don't even know if it's a he or a she, or I've seen them, and usually they're harmless, but wants to see my hands. Well, what are they thinking? Where are my hands?
Well, I've learned that a lot of times when people ask you to do something and it's random like that, and I'm not saying this is what Stupid is doing. I don't know, but I'm always leery of reacting to any comments that are left field, because what we experience, especially the larger your channel gets and the more attacked you are, is that people are trying to lure you into doing something. And that's going back to what Yuri was saying. You're trying to lure me into doing something for you. And I couldn't care less about what you want from me. I'm going to do what I do. And I'm not showing my hands because I haven't taken a shower and my hair is oily.
There was a guy came in yesterday to that panel that I hang out at a lot. And he was like doing the thing of like, oh, how about this Finkel? And how about this? And he goes, hey, Muckster, what about this? And I replied, and then he was like, well, Muckster, what about?
Yep.
Because I wasn't going to play his game.
Yeah. What about?
Yeah, I've got them on mine right now. I've got a bunch of them on mine right now. After I don't know if you all like them or not. I'd like to handle this guy, but his channel's name's Kruger. He goes and he he's a dummy, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's a dummy,
so
all right.
He goes on and onto my channel and steals like a whole playlist worth of content, and he spends hours and hours and hours and hours aligning it in a narrative. And he took stuff that was said before we knew what was going on, because if you've watched my channel, it's like investigative in real time. So there's a lot of stuff in my content where we didn't know what was going on, but we were hypothesizing what we expected or what made sense at the time. He took a lot of that type of stuff out and clipped it, and then put it towards the end as if we were saying it as fact. And not only that, but he also lied very directly about something that there's no way. I'll go ahead and put out there what it was. He said that he proved that I was only in jail in 1999 for 1 day, but in the same form that he had to have used to see the, that he utilized to see the case, in that very form, it says that I was in jail for 9 days. So in other words, if the man or girl or whatever he is, if he saw that form like he claims to have in the video, then he would be fully aware that I spent 9 days in the jail, not 1. So anyway, he created this whole narrative, and like I said, it was a lot of work to do it. I can't even remember where I'm going with this. Oh yeah,
you're taking me somewhere.
Yeah, here's where I was going with it. So I've been getting all these comments. Now my response to that was this the same as yours, Muck. I've just been silent, and the reason being is because I've spent more than, I think, $4,000 to $5,000 in attorney fees. I've gone back and forth an hour and a half drive at least 15 times. I've missed days of work. I've been working my butt off to get a fair trial in that case. And it's all the way from 1998. It's a whole complete crook of the legal system. It's a mess. The whole case has been a mess. I finally got it heard with a good lawyer. It is as good as I felt like it was necessary, and I'm happy with the litigation, and I'm waiting on the judge to make a determination. I am not going to speak of that litigation until it's over. I'm not going to do it. It would be stupid.
Any lawyer would advise you to do just that.
So that's what I've been doing. So here's what I've been getting, and this goes back to the subject that before I went on a rant. The subject is, after Kruger made that video, he's got all his little minions coming to my channel begging me for answers. and the only questions they're asking are litigation questions. They know that I can't respond, which, you know, I'm more than obliged to hide them from my channels since they don't know how to change channels when they don't like the content. So I've just been doing that.
It's a symbiotic relationship across the YouTube sphere. For public safety or any other auditor, puts effort, work, research, driving, etc., editing, posting. It's a huge effort, whether you call it work or not. It's an effort. And then some dick smack like Dummy Kruger comes along, and he re-edits it and spends hours fitting it a certain narrative, and he posts it. And then you get someone like Kaiser who just comes along, sits down, and streams it, and JJ and everyone else comments on it, and there's really little effort on Kaiser's part, and people throw money at Kaiser. And then along comes Stone Vet and snipes Kaiser, and people throwing money at Stone Vet too, and Stone Vet, he openly admits, hey, this is going to the weed fund. So what you have is a dude watching a dude watching a dude.
No, wait a minute. You have my content getting stolen everywhere. That's what
the circle is complete now that we're
and then rearranged in a way that actually causes people to incite violence against my family. You know, and you know, that's the bad part. You know, like, you know what, my content is one thing. I do work really hard for it, and I actually do depend on the monetization, and I'm being very transparent by putting it out there. I owe nobody's zero explanations about anything. I give it to them regardless because I'm just that kind of guy. But I mean, they're still in my content. That's shitty. The other thing though is you're attacking my family, just trying to make an extra buck off the buck I'm already freeloading to you. That's unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I was making fun of the situation where everyone's watching everybody else in a complete circle, I did forget to address that. It is dangerous, especially even if Kaiser doesn't intentionally send them, and I think sometimes he does.
Oh, he does.
People are getting fanatical, like, oh, Kaiser must be right. Let's go do something stupid to for public safety or official misconduct or whatever.
Which is actually just Chris and Tiffany. You know, that's who we really are. When you come at us with the lowball stuff, you know, talking about our kids, talking about, you know, not just talking about our kids, but first of all, we chose not to involve her children in our channel. That's, hey, we're not stepping off that. So, you know, we believe that children have the right to their privacy, and if they grow up and decide they want to be on, then maybe that'll be their decision at that point. But right now, you know, and I think that's another reason people think that's vulnerability and a position to attack from, but that's quite the opposite. You come at the kids, you know, that's when I'll respond, but it ain't going to be pretty for you, you know, and that's exactly what people have done, which, you know, I'm not trying to give any idiots ideas here. It's actually a really, really bad idea. I'll send Tuttle your way, but you know,
vacation. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about one of us, or are you talking about someone we're talking about, like Kruger? And especially, I want to know here.
Well, Kruger's got a lot of people fooled, I've realized.
Well, wait, I want to know this too, because
now I really do want to know who you are. If you're going to make comments, I don't know who are you talking about.
Yeah, can you get rid of him?
Let me go ahead and give Kruger some benefit. I'll give this to Kruger because this is very much true. You know, I'm not going to take anything away from anybody.
Yeah.
Dummy is not very much a dummy when it comes to editing. He's good at editing. Like him and I, if he weren't such a piece of trash who lies to spin narratives to make an extra buck off of people's, you know, hurting people, I could get along with him well if we were having discussions talking about editing, because I'd probably, you know, learn from him, and I think he could learn from my editing as well. But we have that in common. He's a good editor. He's just using it for bad things.
That's true. I wasn't sure what vacation was, that was directed at, but I want to share a story. I got a refund on my credit card recently. The refund was for a super chat I'd done on Bet. reason I was refunded that was because a stream Stone Vet had done was struck down because he restreamed someone's copyrighted material.
Mm.
When you post something on YouTube, I'm not real clear about who owns what, but it's very clear to me that people do work on it, whether we own it or not. I really don't know where those lines are drawn. But if suddenly I'm getting a refund from a super chat because someone streamed an entry, when you open up when you start a video, you got the intro music. I was doing 2001: Space Odyssey for a while. That's sometimes copyrighted, but it is so strongly copyrighted that video got shut down and everyone got refunds. That just doesn't make sense to me.
No,
but
I'll explain
at some
better.
level we own our content.
Yeah, I'll explain better how copyright. I mean, a lot of people would challenge me on my understanding of copyright, but I'm speaking from experience from a channel that's semi-successful and definitely dealt with copyright stuff a lot. There is a ton of content floating around YouTube that I've chosen not to copyright. Matter of fact, I've kind of made it a point to not copyright on people because it's just an ethic thing, right? Like I just don't want to go out there and hit people's channels because I mean, even if I don't respect what they're doing by stealing my content, I still don't want to see them, lose their channels. So I'm not hitting people for copyrights, but I have done copyrights on specific things where they were causing damage, literally causing damage to Tiffany or the kids. And in that, the copyright process, first of all, if you're just using a little music from a folder somewhere that's got a copyright, clicker on it, it does not strike. What it does is says to you, this is copyright, and if you use it, you're likely to give your monetization for this particular video to the owner of that music. And you could leave it at that. Or you can challenge it and say, okay, a great example, I had one dealing with one today. I used body camera footage from, in-action body cameras from police officers in Baltimore, and the content was literally the BWC, public record. And for some reason, Baltimore's channel, the police channel, had a copyright clicker on that body camera footage. So my video was made aware of a copyright issue. So I send in, the response to it, and I'm sure within, by the end of tomorrow, it'll probably be released because, in fact, that's public record, and everybody's going to be watching that same video real soon. It's their body camera. But the copyright process that YouTube has is not court. It's not court of law. So they give you the opportunity to address it together before you go to court. Now, what a lot of people see is like a lot of quote unquote troll channels are kind of like raising their fists in the air and saying, I won, when they get a video that they've stolen put back up. But in reality, what's happening there is that you can challenge the copyright all the way to the point where YouTube re-releases it after, I think, 10 days or 14 days. But what you're really doing is YouTube makes both of you very well aware that the next step is to go through court, take them to court. And, because YouTube says in the copyright process, they are not a court of law. They can only try to resolve the issue through this process. So that's all they're doing. It's not court, so yeah, the video might still go back up and be demonetized or be demonetized. But you as the subjects in the matter can both make decisions of how you want to resolve it all along through that whole process. Does that make sense?
You say YouTube says take it to court. Are they talking about real court or like a YouTube?
Yeah, like real court. Yeah, YouTube is not a court of law. They don't have a court of law. They have a legal department who can advise you. They can say, and that's why they're able to do the copyright process that they do have within their standards. That process is just there to avoid it needing to go to an actual court of law. And a lot of these channels abuse that as being like they try to gloat to their audience. Oh, wow, I was right about this copyright process and law all along. That's why the video that I stole went back up, but they're lying. What that really resulted in was they are willing to be taken to the actual court of law for federal copyright infringement. And the reason people don't follow through with that, same reason they don't follow through with a whole lot of civil law, people just don't. And for two, you're talking about a video that, if you're a channel like mine, at most it's only going to bring $150. Now, if I've got a video that was sniped or stolen that was only going to bring $150, and this idiot wants to steal it and make me take them to court over it from God knows where they're at in the world, right? I'm going to spend tens of thousands of dollars just in legal fees. So why would I spend tens of thousands of dollars over $150 loss? And that's really what they're doing. It's just unethical. People just need to stop stealing content. I don't have a problem with people utilizing content to talk about it. And, I mean, Generally Specific asked me when he very first started his channel, am I okay doing this and watching other videos? Yeah, man, that's great. Adding ad lib and discussions and talking about what you're seeing and then promoting the content that you're watching. That's all wonderful for the channel owners, for the content owners. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. But when you're stealing somebody's stuff to sit there and talk down about them and try to incite, people to either harass them or commit violence against them, you're just a bad person. And honestly, it should be in criminal law more so than it is in civil law, because it's not just a copyright infringement anymore. Now you're literally inciting violence and harassment against people. And it sickens me that YouTube standards aren't a little stronger about that, as opposed to making you use the copyright process. But neither are a court of law. Every time you click harassment when you're reporting a video or reporting the subject, you're not actually reporting them for harassment. You're just hoping that the legal team on YouTube will recognize it as actual harassment enough to where they won't want it on their private platform, which it is. It's a private platform. The real word harassment, the actual law of harassment is criminal, and that can be pressed, as a bunch of people are about to find out. In my case. Damn, I've talked a lot.
Muckster's very quiet. He's scheming over there.
No, I just when you said about private site and that's one of the things that gets me is when so many people again that call themselves either First Amendment auditors or supporters or whatever, and they'll talk about the First Amendment, the freedom of speech on YouTube, the freedom of speech here, and they don't understand that all that means is the government cannot limit your speech.
That's right.
As far, this is the same. If someone on YouTube says something YouTube doesn't like, that's the same as you coming into my house and saying something, and I tell you to get the hell out. You can't go, oh, I have a right to stand here and say whatever I want. Freedom of speech,
Yeah, that's what I tell people all the time when they come in and they say, oh, you talk about freedom of speech on your channel and you say your First Amendment, but whenever I come in here to bash your girlfriend, you kick me out. Well, yeah, because I'm not the government, buddy.
Don't you? Here's the kind of thing you run into on the internet too, and on the YouTube machine is you'll get some guy who will hide his identity behind sock puppets.
Oh yeah.
And then call other people cowards and tell them to grow a set. Isn't that ironic?
No, you should see my email after all the harassment from people like Kaiser and his fans, and I do mean fans, and his counterparts that have tried to copy what he's doing, stealing my content like a dummy. You should see my email. You should see my text messages, since good old Meade County likes to put my private information out there. You should see it all. It's crazy. They're all sock accounts. None of them have the balls And if they're female, none of them have the lips to actually stand up for whatever it is and stand behind what they're saying. They're all a bunch of twerps with, no real heart behind their platforms. I mean, they're hiding. They're hiding while it reminds me of a sucker punch and then running away at a person who doesn't even get phased by the punch, really. You know what I mean? Like, go ahead and make the punch on somebody that's actually, if you're gonna stand behind your convictions, you need to stand there and address it with your real name and your real face. Otherwise you don't mean it.
That's
I don't use my real name.
Well, yeah, but you're not out there utilizing that to attack people either, and that's the difference. So,
And you're not,
I'm
go ahead.
I'm not, I'm not Chris Ryder on YouTube. I'm for public safety on YouTube, but you never see for public safety going to attack anybody with with a fake email. Like, if I'm going to attack somebody, which I do in response, I'll admit, I use my real name and I say, here's my email and I will address you personally, and I do not like that kind of stuff. I do not invite that into my life at all. But if you're going to be, if you're going to stand up and say something to me, you and me both need to be our real people when we do it.
Yeah.
I was going to say Finkel doesn't use his real name for his, channel, but he would never go over to Eli's as, son of Sam and say, "Oh, Eli, you suck, Eli." He would not hide his David Finkel persona.
I wouldn't do that. However, I have considered changing my name to Alexandria NYPD and going over there. But
but now everybody knows what it is. That won't work. You got to sock it.
He's a regular over there. Is always stirring the pot.
Yeah.
I am. I'm really, really hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I didn't want to break things up, but I was thinking, don't you kind of need a nap? Don't you work tonight at 11?
I do work at 11 p.m. Eastern. It is 7:15, and I haven't had my tacos yet.
That sounds like a problem.
It's a me problem.
It is a you problem for sure. Well, no, that's actually an us problem too, David, because now I'm struggling over here needing some tacos.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's a we thing.
I'm hungry, but I have no access to tacos.
Oh,
but I know you guys.
You took out the chug, so it's okay.
Yeah, you guys were getting ready to break off right before Yuri came, and he kind of regenerated the thing. So
yeah, it was about an hour ago. I was ready to head out the door, and you let Yuri up.
I think
a lot of
times. I'm coming to Osceola. I'm going to look you up in the database. I'm coming to Osceola.
I've actually kind of poked fun at some channels from a negative, picking on channels that have picked on us for having 3-hour long live streams. So I don't. Does this make me a hypocrite?
We're about to hit 3 hours. Here we go.
It's been a good one though. We had some good conversations. Too bad more people didn't see it.
I think so.
Hey, you know what I do know?
especially like the part where we didn't. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, where we didn't argue. I'll finish your sentence for you, darling.
Yeah, we didn't agree, but we didn't argue either. That was
right.
Yeah. That was cool.
Yeah. Now I forget. Oh, I do know this. When you have a 3-hour long live stream and you have a hater or someone who feels like they need to record it, that really puts a damper on the hard drive. So for all you trolls out there that want to record this so that you can, try to clip it and get something out of any of the three men up here on this panel, have fun trying to make space and buying some extra terabytes from Google.
Oh, yeah. And my suspicion with the one troll of many names, sorry, he didn't get to us. Nice try, though. Good effort. I'm going to say goodnight to you guys.
Yep. Good night. Thank you for having me.
Good talking.
Pleasure, guys.
That's what I hope. That's what I hope. What do you mean he was kidnapped? It seemed to me that he had an arrest warrant. That's what that sounded like to me. So, dumbwaiter, from me to you, if I were you, I would stop doing drugs. You need to stop threatening law enforcement. And you really should stop live streaming while you're higher than a satellite, man. Because all you're doing is giving me more ammunition. And it's pitiful. It really, really is. And I want to apologize to all the roughnecks. I wanted to do tonight and not have a damn thing to do with this freaking idiot. And as far as us being live tomorrow morning, let me make a few calls and see what all we have going on. And I got news for him, and I got news for everybody. The only reason he was not kept in Meade County is because Meade County made arrangements to keep him somewhere else so that he couldn't come back with this, oh, I was intimidated. They beat me. They torture me. All right. The reason that you were in shackles, you freaking idiot, is because you spent 2 days, hiding from the Indiana State cops because you knew they were there to arrest you. All right. So you ran like a bitch. You didn't even let your dog go outside for 2 days. And then when you got arrested, oh, absolutely, Michael. So yeah, I'm done with Dumbwaiter for tonight, and I will let y'all know tomorrow morning about that idiot. And alrighty. But yes, and Miss Jenny with an eye for $2 says, I will believe he'll keep quiet when I see it. I agree with you 100%. I don't think he knows how to shut up. And I just don't think he does. But back to Russie. The reason we were here tonight. We found out that I love it when the Discord drama whores that but you know, Russie, man. you're not going to beat me either. You're not Russell Clarence Picaron. You're not. There's a reason that you have literally been a failure at everything you've ever done. I mean, you were fired from Walmart. You applied at another.
My mic's muted. No, it's not. Okay. Am I coming across okay, or am I buffering a lot? Muted. How about now? How about if I let you guys in? Copied. I'm not sure what the terminology is. That's my messy room, Vegas. That's my messy room.
I'm not sure what 5x4 means.
Well, here's the thing. I guess he doubled up on the Suboxone strips.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I just said I'm not sure what 5x5 means either.
Oh, you just thought you'd say it. Confused me. It works.
Well,
I can't tell if it's my internet or his internet, but there's buffering going on.
A character I used to like on Buffy would say that all the time. 5x5, dude.
Oh,
Oh, hey,
okay.
Vegas, take this. I'm blurred too. I just noticed. Anyway, go ahead.
I was just I caught on that one of Kaiser's arch nemesis is free from jail. I don't know the whole story, but I thought I'd watch him whine and bitch about it because he's a whiner and a bitcher.
But he's an unwatchable whiner right now.
I see JJ is on. Let's see.
Say that. Yeah, this one's all I got, Your Honor.
Yeah, what a cornball. How you doing, Muckster? Long time no chat.
Yeah, I been wondering if maybe you something happened to you. Haven't seen you in so long.
Oh, anybody else want to join? Apparently, the buffering thing was that guy, not me.
He who shall remain nameless.
Fuck him, Murdering Mike. We can name him. So, did you get any feedback from our show earlier?
No, but as of 1 a.m., you'll see my after action report.
Oh, okay. 1 a.m. It's not a work night. I don't know if I'll be up that late.
That's when my daily videos always come out.
Oh, right. You time lapse, time releasing.
Yeah.
I've heard, now I don't know how accurate it is, I've heard that some of the veterans / cops, both veterans of the military and cops, have gotten in touch with the Meade County Chief Deputy Sheriff, I think they call him, the whited, the guy that
Chief jailer or whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, no, JJ is still in denial, but this whited guy apparently has been informed because I guess he's a retired I don't know if Marine or soldier, and he's also a former MP. And so some of the people who have similar backgrounds got a hold of him, and now he's aware of what a what a bullshitter JJ is and what a bullshitter Wrangler is.
Oh,
So I don't know if that has anything to do with why Chris is out now, but it would not surprise me.
you know, Vips, if you don't come up, I'm gonna have to resort to just making fun of Finkel all night.
Well, we could talk about Vegas behind his back if he doesn't come up, or DG1. Anybody else want to join?
Can I tell you something? Speaking of behind the back, I don't think this is one of the best compliments I've ever had in my life.
Mm-hmm.
One time, and I've said this as a joke different times. I'd say to you, I'd go, "Oh no, Finkel, I would never call you a creep to your face." You know,
just be my back.
And one time I said something similar to that, and the guy said to me, he goes, "You know, Muck," he says, "from what I know of you, you'd be more likely to say it to my face than behind my back." And I was like I said, that was one of the, and it,
yeah.
I mean, it is true, but I thought it's one of the nicest things anybody's ever said to me. that would be second to, "Hey, would you like $5?
Not only would you say it to their face, but you say it to their face in a way that they didn't realize it for about 3 to 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's always one of the best. You know what I said to a good friend of mine one time, and it took her, and she had the same sense of humor, but it still took a couple of minutes to sink in because I was famous for, I would always avoid hospitals and funerals, and the one time she said to me, she goes, "Well, you'll come to my funeral, won't you?" And I said, "It'll be my pleasure."
Yeah, that's Muckster humor. Sometimes we don't even realize it. DG1 says, "I was an early MAGA trill. You told me I was being hunted."
Troll, he meant.
Troll. You told me. Oh, YouTube told me I was being hunted. I'm a troll. Muckster's a troll. We're all trolls. Kaiser's a troll.
But in my defense, I aspire to becoming an ogre.
You got your eye on the prize. We're rooting for you. Ogre, huh? You were violent, folks. I moved. You want to listen to JJ for a minute?
Okay.
Domestic terror. Oh, someone gave him $100.
Oh my God. People are stupid.
Indeed.
Damn. Domestic terror for $100 says, "Wrangler, this shit will get way worse before it gets better. Chrissy ain't the only one, but you are the man on the horse sending out the alarm through Lexington, Massachusetts. I hope YouTube bigger channels needs to get off their high horse."
How corny can you get?
I thank you very much for, for the kind words, Domestic, and for the, the esteem you hold me in. Because I've been, called a lot of things in my life. Asshole.
Murder.
That was one of the nicer ones. But, being compared to Paul Revere has never been one of them.
You ignorant fuck.
Flattered, and I thank you so very much.
Paul Revere had a rather short
you do.
ride. The man on the horse. Okay.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Domestic Terror.
You're an idiot.
The only reason he'd be on the horse saying the British are coming.
And just answer a few of
it would have been, "The British are coming. Run away, run away, run away."
Yeah. There were 3 alarm passers that night, and Paul Revere was the shortest ride, and he got caught twice. The reason he's so famous for it is because someone wrote a poem about it. "Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere." There were 2 other guys. I don't remember their names, but
it was Longfellow that wrote the poem, by the way.
Thank you. I'll bet this guy here, I bet he thinks the 1812 overture is about the American War of 1812. Okay. Who is Domestic Terror? Why is he so loose with his money?
That is crazy.
Yeah. Let me see if I YouTube. Is that, I wonder if that's their YouTube channel name. Maybe it is me. My computer is slow. Domestic Terror. No, I don't. Domestic terrorism. No, I don't.
Well,
I don't see one. Okay.
Might not even have a channel.
Yeah. All right. Well, you want to throw money at this? He needs to pay his mama rent. Do I dare listen to more of his crap? Where's my pointer? Come back, pointer. I wish Stone Vet was on. He's much better at this than I am. Keep it on the live, and all right. Take your anti-nausea pills and let's go.
Next, all over the world, my friend.
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
Of course, Candace Lopez, she's asking a question there that I'm gonna have to lean on you guys for. Says, what about the threats on tonight's live? I didn't even know he was released. I'm really gonna sound stupid on this one, but I don't even know what his bond was.
The reason you sound stupid, JJ, is because you're stupid.
Yeah, well, the way I understand it, and
Mike, you just agreed with me.
to let me know a little while ago, it was they let him out for $3,000.
Oh, okay.
No, it wasn't 30,000. In Kentucky, they don't have bond like most states. They don't have bondsmen. So whatever the judge tells you the bond is actually what you turn over to the court. Correct, JJ?
Yes, of course, our judge can set like a 10,000 full cash bond. He can set a 10,000 at 50%, 10%, just and whatever the crime is. Of course, you're saying it was $3,000.
No, Gustav, not there.
I mean, that don't sound too out of line with what I've seen with some of the other people. What they did. It's kind of like I said the other night. I mean, everybody in Kentucky, they're afforded a bond. Everybody's afforded the same right.
Mm-hmm,
everybody's to be treated equal. So I mean, it wouldn't have been, in my opinion, it wouldn't have been fair to give him a 50,000 bond. Being that I've seen other people with worse charges walk out for less. So ultimately, it's up to the judge. So.
I see in the chat someone says JJ has a girlfriend. Yeah, his name's Mike Kaiser. Get that guy off my screen.
That is what it is. But he did, just so you know, he was trying to encourage people to come up there tomorrow because he claims that he was harassed the last court date by family members of the government. That's a direct quote. And
actually, he was. The sister of Chief Whited put a cell phone in Chris and Tiffany's faces, literally, and not like when you see an auditor and someone says from 30 feet away, "Get that camera out of my face." I mean, she literally got up there and then said, "You smell like marijuana." And that is a family member of a government official. And I think Kaiser even reshared it, like he sniped earlier.
Between everybody there, I'd pretty much say it's pretty even keel on whatever, people was talking, going back and forth with one another. I mean, I wouldn't say it was, it kind of went both ways. I don't get into all that yelling across parking lot and all that kind of stuff. That's not me.
You're welcome, Aquaman. Thank you for being here. You have yourself a good night.
But
hey there, Brutal Bob. But here's my thing. And it's funny that he mentions that because his last court date, well, guess what? We have a video on it. Did you know that, JJ?
yeah, of course. I mean, I've seen several videos on here. I've seen them on several channels. I couldn't tell you exactly what channels I've seen them on.
But the point is he just sat right there and lied to everybody. He's telling us on one hand, he's saying,
there's that thing of when I point at you, there's 3 fingers pointing back. Sat right there and lied to everybody. That's what he does. He sits right there and he lies to everybody.
which is it?
Well,
he claims.
Of course, I did make that.
And threatened her. I believe that Tiffany was called on a daily basis, but that's because of making her his wife for the night.
Well,
oh, jeez.
Of course, I mean, and this goes for anybody who wants to show up to Meade County tomorrow. I've kind of taken a little bit of my own time. I actually made them up earlier in the week, but I have some.
Yes, please inform everybody of that real quick.
I actually have some public records packets. Of course, they're 100% public record, but I'm gonna call them just an information packet because I like for everybody to be well informed. Like for everybody to have the correct information. I hate for people to mislead anybody. Kind of just put things in perspective, and then once everybody reads, the documentation, the actual facts of something, then they can make their own conclusion on it. So,
yeah, I'm pretty sure what he means is he's cherry picked certain records. I can't stand watching this fuckhead anymore. That's enough for me. Anybody know if Stone Vet or Shiz or Master Sergeant or anybody else is sniping him? They could do a much better job than me. We'll just talk smack here for a little bit if you guys want to. Anyone's welcome to join. All 8 of you.
So
my huge crowd. Yeah.
Try just one more time while we're here. I'm pretty sure we tried this before, but those guys over in Eli said all you should have to do is click on my name in the YouTube channel, and you should get a thing that says about making someone a mod or however it says it. You have to do it from YouTube, not from StreamYard, though.
Yeah, okay. I share screen to okay. Let's go by window and that one. Okay. So I go to BoobTube and I go to my channel and I go to live. And I should probably change the name because I'm no longer sniping the asshole. All right. And I look over here where there is no chat. There's the chat.
Yeah,
so what do I do? Right click on them?
I don't know. Try both. If one doesn't work, try the other.
Well, you're already a co-host, so there's no point in doing you reboot.
Well, I think
put user in timeout. Hide user in add as moderator. But I just make a moderator. I made somebody a moderator.
Well, if you make me a moderator too, I can post links. I'd go with standard at the beginning, I think. Okay, I guess we must have been just trying it from the chat in here before.
Yeah, okay. A managing moderator can manage blocked words for change chat modes in live and also has capabilities of standard moderators. A standard moderator can add, review, or remove chat messages and hide and put users on timeout. Oh. I would think you can do that as a co-host.
No, I think when I've clicked on people, it's like all my powers are in here, and when I went out there, I guess because it is a different thing. Let me.
Technically, there weren't tears coming out of his eyes, so I would call it sniveling. Kaiser's a sniveler. He's not much of a crier, but he is quite the sniveler. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Muck.
No. I was just. Let me see if. Yeah, see, I can do that. Of course, that was from in here. I think I was doing that before. Okay. So I have to remember that on my channel. You got to do it from the YouTube feed, not the.
Yeah.
I was watching this and I saw your mouth moving and I thought he's muted again, but it was the one on there.
You're watching the delayed, yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Someone having a
You hear
memory
that?
drill?
Yep. I'm going to have to close my curtains.
Wow.
It's the Nazis.
I grew up near an Air Force base, and they tested that every Friday at noon. And one Friday, I was listening to some Black Sabbath on my stepfather's stereo system, which I wasn't allowed to do. Mom and Dad weren't home, so I put on the War Pigs. It was a brand new album. I wasn't familiar with the opening to War Pigs, and it was timed just right that just as the test finished, the horns from the soundtrack came on, and I started getting a little nervous. I'm like, this is longer than the usual test. There's something's going on, and then they started singing. I'm like, oh, okay, it's from the album. Make me a mod as well. What's it worth to you?
Yeah, let's see that little thing there that says $2.86.
See, most people get a wrench. Vegas is a winch.
Yeah. In my heart, I know you're funny.
I should probably stop sharing this. It's just an infinite, getting smaller and smaller. Oh, wait, you're not showing that here. Oh. I'm not awake. Okay. Long day.
Yeah.
It was that exhausting show we did earlier.
So is anybody else going to come up?
Oh my God, yes. Oh, he saw my image. He's like, oh my God, yes, it's Finkel. No. All right. Oh, we're down to 5 now. Do we want to go back to a sniping dickhead? Will that get people back in? Share screen. Share screen. Georgia. He's having a bad day. He was really hoping Chris was going to go away forever. That's you that's going to go away forever eventually, buddy.
He don't have those boundaries, like a county cop does. He recognized the vehicle. I'm sure he run the plate, verified who it was, or else he just recognized the suspects in the car. He conducted a traffic stop. He knew they had a warrant. He executed it, and he done it with the utmost respect and integrity. So cleaning out the front seat of the car, not the back seat of the car behind the cage. I mean,
well, just so I can say I asked. Now, you, the gentleman transporting Dumbwaiter, they didn't like stop in the side of the road and beat his ass, or anything like that on the way, because he says that he was beaten and tortured. So.
I just throw this out there. If he wants to make those accusations, and if I was him, I would go down and file. I'd go down and file a report on that. That's what I would do if I was him, and that happened.
By the way, Muckster.
But I about fell on the floor when he started whining about
if you want
to spending
to
money.
bring this onto your channel from mine,
I'm like,
there should be a blue button.
You're tired of spending other people's monies?
Do you see a blue button that
He's
says?
tired of spending money, but you know what he wasn't too tired to
I mean,
do?
I might go over to my channel and
eBay.
Is that what you're saying?
No, in the
He
live
wasn't too
stream,
tired to say,
above
"Hey, we're
the
going to
chat,
need
there
more
should be a blue
GoFundMe
button.
money."
I can't remember what it says.
You know,
Something
let's
about
go, shall we go see if they've had any improvement on their
Well, stream
I
this
can't
to
see
your
it.
audience. Stream
GoFundMe?
this
I
to
mean,
your
GoFundMe.
audience.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, say again.
Stream this to your audience.
That's what the blue button says for you.
Yeah.
If you click on that, I believe it will go to wherever your StreamYard is set up to point to, as well as here. And if other folks join and do the same thing, we can get people watching this for free and not have to pay Kaiser or have Kaiser get view counts. He's got 342 watching now. Yeah, tell the folks come over here and watch it for free.
Oh, look. Well, nothing on the $5,000 goal. But I think that was that parody one that we heard about.
The parody one, his folks said.
All right.
Come on,
here's
man.
the one
Be honest.
was $5,000. And
Yeah, I now have a video going that's called Sniping Finkel,
There you go.
Sniping Kaiser.
I figure out how to do this here. There we go.
Let me see how that looks on your channel. I'm gonna go to BoobTube from this window.
But yeah, I'm going to also ask him tomorrow, why have you been telling your clients to go do this and this? Why did you tell your clients to break a legal trespass against them to serve a piece of paper that is not legal documentation? I thought that was, a little concerning that they said that. Yeah, and Trace Investigatory Jones 199 says Chrissy can't even spell integrity.
It's funny, there was
I'd agree with that.
a similar one
I'm
just
sure
before the
JJ would
$100
too.
one. I was going to say these guys, they're so cheap, and then the $100 one came up. I'm like, oops. Anybody know who Domestic Terror is? He gave Kaiser $100. Actually, I think it turns out to be like 70.
I just found me my microphone. You can probably hear me. Yes, thank you.
It's just me.
5x5, brother.
JJ's voice just grates on me for some reason.
He's a teenage girl on helium. You know how you suck a helium balloon? Yeah, it's a grating voice.
During the arraignment hearing.
Of
I mean,
course-
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not either, but it's like I tell everybody this whenever it comes to anything with bond decisions. Somebody getting their bond revoked if they're already out on a bond, that's actually at the judge's discretion. There's several factors that he looks at. He looks at their pretrial scores. He looks at their history. He looks at how many open cases they have. He'll look at
You're not right, Vegas. You're not right.
whether or not he thinks that there's a good chance that he won't be back to court. So there's almost a checklist that a judge.
Hey, Muckster, do you see where it says David Finkel? It works at 9:40 p.m. in the chat.
Yeah.
Notice it's got like a link icon right above my hat.
Yeah.
That means I put it in your stream.
Okay.
I guess when people restream it and other people chat or whatever, we see it here.
Okay.
Who already was on bond for a couple of charges that caught, I don't know, 8 new charges. Could part of the new bond conditions or for the bond conditions for the new charge, even though none of them have anything to do with narcotics, is it unheard of in Kentucky to have bond conditions which involve random piss tests for intoxicants?
No, that's actually not uncommon at all. Actually, it's one of the standard bond decisions. No further violations of the law. I mean that's actually number one. submit to random drug testing as required by the courts. No drugs or alcohol, depending on if it's a violent offense, no weapons, dangerous instruments, and the list goes on and on and on.
Okay.
So yeah, which I don't know what his bond says. Hell, like I said, I didn't.
Oh yeah. I know. I was just some things that were running around up here compared to, like I said, how he was 40 minutes after being released from custody. He was, like I said, he was very obviously physically and chemically intoxicated.
Yeah, I mean it's not uncommon, and I speak for a lot of Meade County people who come to court. If the judge has reasonable suspicion that you're under the influence or have been, or you are currently using drugs or alcohol, before he makes a decision or he lets you leave his courtroom, he'll make you submit to a drug test right there. So no, that's not uncommon. I don't. I just try to send this shout out.
He's been taking laughing lessons from Will.
Notice that.
And I hope Amber isn't listening, but TL, you're flattering me.
You're gonna get us both in trouble.
I'm going to take a union break, but I'll let it play.
But yeah, like I said, I know that it was just a theoretical question I had. Captain Happy's got a wrench. I hate you. I hate you. No, I love the guy. He's a good dude. But yeah, of course, that's just Chrissy's take on it. Yeah, did Craig have court today by any chance? Oh, wait. Hey, tomorrow night, y'all, is Craigie's fundraiser. Our little perm boy has got Chili doing a fundraiser for him, that's when you've hit the very bottom of the frauding low. When you have Chili do a fundraiser for you for legal expenses.
What's like the punchline to Chili's fundraiser? Let's get radical. I mean, he's a nut job. Chili's
his is more like, all right, let's get me 70% of what I raise.
He's Chili, and if anybody takes his advice or listens to him, Chili's one of them people. He'll get somebody killed one day. I've heard some of his radical nonsense, and he's one of them. He wows me. I'm just like, I can't believe that people listen to this or take his advice, and one day this one ended in a shooting on the side of the road.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I hear y'all on the picture. It's just gonna take me a few minutes to get it into here where y'all can see it, because it was texted to me. So, but but he's trying to get $6,000.
I just back to what you just asked me a while ago about a bond decision and what a judge can do. I mean, I think Henry's a good example of that. I mean, he got bonded out of jail, and he was the judge put on his bond conditions for random drug testing, and well, he didn't agree with that, but nevertheless, he signed the bond saying that he agreed to that before he got out of jail. So,
oh, absolutely. Oh yeah, Marcus. Even if he had $10,000 in there, he would do it. But Miss Trixie, everybody, has been a member now for 2 months and says, if it was me, I would have stayed in jail until Wednesday's court date to see what happens. Side note, I've been with you longer than 2 months. I thought so, Miss Trixie. And we're glad that you are here. Hey, Victoria B. And I'm not going to be on much longer, baby. But, yeah. But yeah, actually, considering what happened with Honey Boo Boo's channel after Chili did that live stream for her channel, pretty much tanked, and she got demonetized. So yeah, I hope.
Who's Honey Boo Boo?
I hope it goes just as well for Craig. And Jack Attack 030 has been a member for 1 month now. And he says, can you send Judge video of Chris live stream may force a drug test?
You know, I'm gonna step in on that. And I mean, you know, I guess in some cases judges like to hear evidence. You know, they like for people to present stuff. But you know, I think a lot of this, I'm even going to use them for an example, but let's date back to back in October, whenever people was at the clerk's office stating that they needed a video to show a judge in Hardin County. A judge isn't going to take the time, not with a full busy docket. They're not going to take the time and watch an hour-long Facebook video.
No.
You know, if it's a major problem or it's a persistent problem, you know, if it's causing conflict somewhere, you know, if it's causing somebody a lot of heartache, if there's a particular circumstance that deems it necessary, then the judge will hear it. And not that, you know, I'm a big advocate, you know, I'm really against drug use. So, you know, if a judge did that, you know, I'd be on their team. But you're asking for a whole lot, you know, if every time somebody acts suspicious or act like they're under the influence of drugs, I mean, hell, the courtroom would be full of drug monitoring companies piss testing everybody in the building. I mean, it's, you know, sometimes you got to choose your battles.
That's true. And, you know, and I can understand everybody's, you know, insistence and persistence. And, you know, when it comes to this is, you know, a lot of people in here have been aware of, you know, Dumbwaiter and Tifahoe, you know, before Meade County. And it's, you know, and for a lot of people that hope and want the right thing and good things to happen to good people, it's very disheartening to see a couple of professional scumbags like this, a deadbeat piece of shit mother, a wife-beating piece of trash, both of them just grifting garbage.
A murdering piece of
Together
shit.
and just rip people off and slander them all over the internet.
You muted.
I didn't realize I was muted. Would you just? I missed what you just said.
Oh, I just added a murdering piece of shit to his list of people.
Oh yes, good point.
Whatever affects you personally, it's very easy. You know, whenever you're keeping a close eye on it, whenever you know every detail, you know every movement, you know every sentence, every live stream, everything somebody's done. You know, you've kept up with emails. You know, you've done your homework. But then kind of put yourself in a judge's position or a prosecutor's position who might have 300 other cases of people like us that take things personal and is well involved in it. There's not enough time, there's not enough resources to keep up with every single detail. And they're there, you know, they're gonna pick up on the big things, you know, they're gonna hit on the stuff, you know, that mean the most. And I'm not trying to take anybody's side or play the devil's advocate, you know, it's just it's the way it is. I mean, our court system, you know, they're overworked. So
yeah, and the damn COVID didn't help matters any.
No, people don't realize. I mean, the court is still making up for the COVID time, trying to play catch up on trials and so on and so forth.
Trucker 70 CDL holder, an actual CDL holder, says, "Good night, Wrangler. Thank you and JJ for all you do."
Thank you, Trucker.
And Trucker 70, you know, if it wasn't for all of you, I couldn't do what I do. And I thank you. But, you know, like I said, it's, you know, and I'll be honest with you, JJ, I never, until I started speaking to, you know, I guess your constituents, your neighbors a few months ago, I never took any of these idiots personally. You know, I just made the content exposed the bullshit in their logic, and moved on to the next one. But then I started talking to people from Meade County. And I guess, it became personal for me because of everything these people have had to go through. And then I started meeting other people from Dumbwaiter's past, even his own family. And then I really started finding out what he really is. And, you know, I would like to say that I'm really professional in all this. I really would. And on most of the idiots that we cover, I am. I'm not ashamed that I made Dumbwaiter and Tifaho and the people they victimize personal. I won't apologize for that. And I guarantee every one of you this. I got, just like with old Rusty Pickron, I promise you, I've got lots more stamina than Dumbwaiter does.
And
period.
And I agree with you on that. And you know, we could go back to what you said, you know, about taking something personal. I've said it from the beginning, and I'll say it now. I don't take any of that stuff personal, as in me. I take things more personal whenever you start attacking the people that's around me, people that I call a friend, people that I don't even call a friend, but I consider them an innocent victim. You know, and you know, I don't care if you want to attack me. I kind of got thick skin by now. You know, I can just brush it off, and I sleep just fine at night. I can sit down while I'm being attacked and eat a bowl of ice cream. But you know, you want to start dragging my kids into it. You want to start dragging my employees into stuff. You know, you want to start screaming and hollering at people, you know, that work in the clerk's office who, you know, just trying to make a living and do their job. That's personal to me. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, say what you want, say what you will, but I can laugh about it and go on, because I know at the end of the day, you can say 1,000 things, but if you can't prove any of them, it don't mean shit to me.
I agree with you that 100%. And you know, I know I make all right, Amethyst Jones, investigatory press pass holder. You go get some rest, darling, and we hope you feel better. And, you know I make, you know, some subtle mentions to it throughout the day, you know, in video here or there, you know, or when we live them. But I don't think that I've really ever gone into great detail or definition about, you know, you were talking about, you know, the person in the chat that was, you know, flattering you. You know, every time everybody just shows up like they do night after night after night, or show up to every video I put out, even if they can't stand it, they watch it long enough to give it a thumbs up. But, you know, y'all, I'm absolutely blessed. And,
you know,
because of that,
you know,
is why
you know.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know,
okay, I got you. You know, yeah.
taken down as we do is because of y'all and y'all being here. And that gives me the energy to do it. It gives me the motivation to do it. And of course, everything that Moron said about what for me and JJ or these people is total horseshit. We've done nothing illegal. JJ's done nothing illegal. JJ has every right to come up on here if he so chooses and voice his opinion. Why? Because he's a freaking American. And unlike him, JJ is an actual good man. And Cheshire Cat, everybody, for $2 says, good night, all. And have a drink if you mentioned pickles. Damn it.
Of course, it comes back to the blame game. I just cannot wait and it's coming. I'm going to make sure that it comes, and we're going to have it on video. And I'm just looking forward to the day to where everything I've been blamed for, and I'm going to go all the way back to the Hardin County tort video, to the hate group on Facebook, to shit, I don't even know at this point. I'd have to actually go through my binder and look. But I look so forward to seeing that blank, distant stare and that lost look in so many people's face whenever they learn the truth and the reality, and it smacks them in the face like a ton of bricks.
Oh yeah,
I can't wait.
And that's what I'll tell you. That's one of the things that makes me the saddest, JJ, is with all the content that I've put out, with all the evidence and proof we've put out, showing that dude is not only everything I've claimed he is, but I put the video proof. You know, I for months I get these idiots running my email and in here and in comments saying, "Hey, he's not this, he's this, this, and this." But as soon as I put up the evidence, guess what? They run on to the next excuse.
Well, without giving too many good details away, you know, it's coming.
Yeah.
You know, it goes back to the very beginning. You know, I think I asked nicely. You know, if they can't stop, you want to keep spreading these lies and these rumors, for this clickbait drama and all that kind of stuff. Keep spreading, keep clicking.
Yeah.
But
and what, you know, it reminds me of something that I do want to address that dipshit and his lot lizard life mate mentioned. And that was something along the lines that I'm getting all this illegal information from JJ. First of all, let me say that JJ has done not one thing to break the law in what we're doing here. And there's a lot of times I don't have the information to give you guys because for two reasons. One, because JJ can't give it to me. And two, because JJ is my friend. I know there are boundaries. I know there's things that he can and cannot tell me. And if it's something that he legally cannot tell me, I don't even bother asking.
By the way, a few days before he got banned for 7 days, he announced something, and JJ came on and said, "I wasn't supposed to release that yet." I don't remember the details of it, but yeah.
That is gained or ill-gained. And I really wouldn't want it at something that would cause, you know, something to put a strain on the friendship I have with him.
Well, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's a lot of this stuff. I mean, it goes back to it. Don't, you know, you can lay all the friendships, all the acquaintances, lay everything aside based on what I've seen that you've put out. And like I said, if I saw you put out something that I didn't think you should have put out, I'd pick up the phone and call you, and I would tell you. I mean, I would tell anybody that I had the phone number to.
I don't know why he keeps talking about
I'm trying
him.
to think of what day it was last week. Like you posted.
You keep saying that you put out. I thought it was Kimmy that put out all the time.
we see
bad Muckster, bad
10,000 of them a year at the jail.
That was good.
That warrant said served. That means that it was property of the clerk's office. That means that it was public record.
That's what it was. It was when Chris was about to get arrested. Kaiser announced it, and JJ said, "That wasn't supposed to be released yet."
You know, when it comes to a lot of these news agencies, I send out mugshots, citations, bond decisions daily. I mean, it's not a uncommon thing, but I think it just creates a good narrative for somebody to say, Well, they know each other. JJ goes on his show. He's getting all his information from him. Well, for starters, if somebody's not booked into jail, for starters, I can't give you any paperwork because damn, I don't have it. I mean, that's that's just common sense. It's
yeah.
I'm gonna give you a good example. Let's say your criminal summons that I saw that you posted last week.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a warrant. You don't get arrested on a criminal summons. That goes all the way back to that 1998 case. Do you remember this? Whenever he was sitting over in the Hardin County Detention Center beside the jailer, he showed the jailer that piece of paper, and the jailer said, "Wait a minute. This is a criminal summons. This isn't an arrest warrant. You was never arrested on this, so the jail won't have your fingerprints. The jail won't have any paperwork. The jail won't have a booking sheet on you."
Yep.
So here we are in 2024. You've got a criminal summons in your hand. The jail won't have no fingerprints. The jail won't have any paperwork. The jail won't have a copy of your criminal summons because it don't pertain to the jail.
Exactly. So it's like I said, it's always one drawn out freaking con job. Everything with every video they do is just one drawn out pre-planned digression.
So if I wanted a copy of something like that, you know how I would get it?
I would imagine the clerk's office.
I have to request it just like you or anybody else.
Yeah. I mean, and with all due respect to JJ here, is, before this happened with me and him becoming friends, I already was able to gain receipts for the things that we were working on, and one doesn't necessarily have to do with the other. But, like I said, I've never accused that moron of anything that I haven't got receipts for. Every time. And I'm telling y'all, Saturday, I'm kind of glad that he's out, JJ, because I want to see him respond to the live stream we're going to have Saturday. And the receipts that were sent to me today and yesterday, oh my sweet Jesus, it's gonna be good, guys. And like I said, I'll tell y'all what, tomorrow night, I promise I know we got way off track with this idiot getting out, at the last minute, and I apologize for us having to go a second audible in a week on this freaking moron. And I will make that up to y'all tomorrow night. I promise. JJ, I appreciate you coming up, buddy.
Yeah, shoot. Sorry I was late, but now I'm actually glad
you're good.
Now I'm actually glad I logged on. I finally got educated on what put on, and I'll have to go back and watch some video later on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I hope everybody, well, Captain Happy, I can be quite persistent. But yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you for saying that, Michael White. I have a surprise for y'all that comes out in 23 minutes. In 23 minutes, a video drops on our channel here. And it was earlier today. You actually get to see a frauder meet Mr. Sparky. So y'all make sure y'all watch that. And Alan Hunt, I tell y'all what, Alan Hunt, first thing in the morning, I'll have a community post up on whether we're going to or not, and I'll have it scheduled as soon as I can. I'm waiting on a couple of phone calls to come in from the Meade County area, whether we're going to be able to have some people there or not. So, yeah. Actually, it's 22 minutes now, MC. But no, I will let everybody know. And JJ, I hope you have a great night, brother. Thank you for being here.
Hey, thanks a bunch. Y'all have a good night, too.
Absolutely. And everybody, please have a great night. Be safe. Don't fraud it. And we'll catch y'all tomorrow, guys. It's Wrangler. I'm out of here. I love y'all. Have a good.
Oh, hug my nuts, Kaiser.
I gotta say something before we do anything else.
All right.
Mitch came in. Yeah, I don't go for, people are always saying, hey, I love all you people. I love all you people. I mean, that's overdoing the thing.
Yeah.
Mitch is here, and I love this guy. He's the best.
This looks like Vegas Vips. Who's Mitch?
Old guy Mitch. He said hello in there.
Oh, old guy. Yes, he was on.
He's on
Tats,
Eli a lot.
Yeah, he was on Tats earlier today. Oh, that one kind of out of control with all that flat Earth stuff. I'm like, what the hell? Vegas wants to share a video with us, so we're going to have a moment of Vegas type Zen.
So how much has Kaiser made in his damn live stream, damn YouTube channel over the months in his lifetime history? Let's take a deep dive. Yeah. Okay, so Kaiser's done about 50 live streams over the past 6 months, and I reckon in each live stream he makes a minimum from his brain dead cult followers $100 in super chat money. So we take the $100 from each one of those 50 live streams, $100 times 50, we get $5,000. We get 5 big ones, everybody. So Kaiser has made a minimum of $5,000 off his dang darn live stream, cult followers, super chat, YouTube money. Those are some serious Kaiser dollars, if you know what I'm saying here, guys. So Kaiser has made a minimum of $5,000 off his live streams, people, and it probably is double that. Could be triple, because I've seen some live streams where that boy has literally made $300 from one live stream. I've seen live streams where that lucky SOB has made $300 in one live stream, guys. So I'm just telling you the minimum of what this fraud has made in live stream money, and he is a fraud because he has claimed he is a military veteran. He says he was driving 70 miles an hour down a damn roadway, and he got hit with the flying RPG that came out of nowhere. That doesn't make any dang sense. So he has stolen valor, and he is making these contributions from fraud story, and he was no military vet, and we all need to call him out on it. And this guy has made at least $5,000 from his darn live streams, guys. So like David Finkel says, the IRS should take a good look into this, guys. Take a good look into this guy. And the thing is, he has some upcoming court dates. And everybody needs to pay attention to those upcoming court dates. Y'all hear me? We need to take a good look into those court dates, because Kaiser, you are a wanted man. You have pissed off a lot of people, man. And a lot of people are going to look into your stuff now. And I hope that this opened the eyes of people how much this guy's really making. Because he's making some serious Kaiser dollars. And we need to keep an eye on it.
Looks like it's almost over. Now, when that was being narrated, you mentioned my reference to the IRS. Were you creating that live?
Yeah, I just created it like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, wow. Like David Frinkle says, he should, the IRS. I'm like, wait a minute. I just posted that. He got a $100 donation today from someone called Domestic Terror. Anybody know who Domestic Terror is? Well, I guess he's going to get 70 of that, right? I don't know the exact math, but I understand when you give through a sticky, YouTube keeps a cut of that.
I got a donation the other day for like $14, and then I went back, looked at the revenue a couple days later, and I only made $450 from it.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
That's what
Well,
YouTube does.
YouTube getting rich.
They're pimping me out.
Well, I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? When I get a little time on my hands, and I have 9:31. Usually have Sundays, Mondays, and part of Tuesdays. 5 hours away from here. I'm thinking about buying a Fraudit Wrangler sweatshirt and taking my cameras out to Bluefield, Virginia.
Do it, yeah.
Is that a bad idea? Huh?
That's a good idea.
It's a good idea.
I have a
Just see-
I printed out a custom T-shirt that says "I love Kimmy Wrangler." I'm gonna show it on my channel in a couple days.
Depending on what definition of love you're using, a lot of people do. Oh, wow. I saw that Chris was getting released. I immediately knew if I went to Fraudit Wrangler's channel, he'd be sniveling about it. And sure enough, he was. Someone asked if he was crying. I can't really call it crying because he didn't have tears, but he was bitching. He was whining. He was sniveling. He's a big old sniveler.
You know, the thing with Kaiser, he's pissing off this Chris guy to such an extent, you know, that Chris guy strikes me as a person that if you piss him off enough, he'll come and get you, you know? I mean, in my opinion, he looks like the type of guy he'll drive over to your town and you know, he'll piss him off enough.
I'm sure in a Kaiser versus Chris fight would be a 2-hit fight. Chris would hit Kaiser, Kaiser would hit the ground. But I don't think Chris would do that. In fact, Chris is noticing JJ because JJ's the jeller and JJ's been speaking out a lot of bullshit about him. But since I've been following this whole thing, I haven't seen Chris or Tiffany on a live stream or a video mention Kaiser. I may be wrong because I can't watch all the videos and all the live streams, but you know, they're talking about Meade County. They're talking about the folks who came out there dressed up like pickles and stuff like that. The known faces from the racial tensions in Louisville over the Breonna Taylor thing. But I haven't seen Chris and Tiffany mention on a live stream or a video Kaiser. So he's there looking for a reaction. I don't think he's. I think all that's in Kaiser's head. I could be wrong.
You know, someone actually told me that every time Kaiser calls up Chris, Kaiser's voice is like like it sounds like he's shaking. Because behind the scenes, I really think that Kaiser is a true coward, and online he's online he's big and tough and everything. He puts on a show, but behind the curtains, he's terrified, like really terrified of this Chris guy.
There's a lot of fear going through his mind. They're reopening the investigation to the murder. He's got 5 felonies over his head, and well, he knows what his followers are capable of, so therefore he has fears of what other followers are capable of when people speak out about Kaiser. It's links. I don't know which show this is rebroadcast on, but Don Henry says, "I love pickles." Anyone who doesn't know the story behind the pickle thing, when Sheriff's Deputy Whited went after Chris and Tiffany for having cameras in when they were getting some documents, Tiffany said, "You're going to be in a pickle," because he did cross the line. He did use a unnecessary excessive force, and she said, "You're going to be in a pickle," and they took that and ran with it, and now they've sexualized it, and they stalk them wearing pickle things. And if you watch Kaiser's streams, you'll see everyone posting pictures of pickles and making all kinds of pickles. Most of them have been sexualized, but this is the juvenile level that Kaiser and his clan, no pun intended, okay, cult. That's the level they're on. Yeah, and I get it. When we're picking on someone, we do kind of stoop a little bit, but they've been going on and on and on about pickles over this one "you're going to be in a pickle" reference.
You know, I was thinking while I was watching that, I'm glad Kaiser is such an idiot. 'Cause, I mean, he does have like 6,000 subscribers, but I think if he wouldn't use all these stupid nicknames and childish shit, more people might take him serious. So I'm glad
Yeah.
he stays stupid.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I'm also glad that his channel's growing because he is going down. I don't know if it's tomorrow. I don't know if it's next year. He is going down. He's going down hard. And when he does, I want him to have a huge, huge audience when that happens. Yeah,
John
I don't know
the
where
pickle story. I think he
sorry?
didn't know the pickle story.
I see that this is linked to at least your place and Vegas's place. I don't know who all's watching and how familiar you are with Kaiser.
Oh, you can see that I'm restreaming it. It shows like an icon or something.
Well, you said you were, and when I look at the top of my screen, I see a check mark by my name, a check mark by M, which I believe that's an abbreviation for Muckster, and a check mark by V, which I'm pretty sure it's you. But there's three of us, and there's only three of us on the panel right now. Someone else could stream it by sniping it, like I just did with Kaiser, but I don't know. I wouldn't see that from here. No. Okay.
Nobody's watching. I was going to say nobody's watching on mine except for a sock that I put there just so I could see what it was looking like.
Oh, okay. I don't know who Don Harry is. Go ahead.
By the way, there's a bunch of us. There's a bunch of us, including myself. We know exactly where Kaiser lives.
Is it Oklahoma or is it Alabama?
So
I've heard both. It is Oklahoma. Okay.
Bethany.
I thought so. For anyone watching who doesn't know who Kaiser is, I would highly recommend going to. Am I on the right? Showing the right thing? What's her name? Shiz Happens. There's a channel out there called Shiz Happens, and she's got a video called "The Dark Side of the Tube." That's where I started finding out stuff about Kaiser. I first heard about him when he went after Vegas Vips for one of Vegas's videos, and okay, he's watching from yours, Vegas. But if you go to the Shiz channel, Shiz Happens, you can read this and get a pretty big outline of him. Two other channels, if you want more information on him, is Master Sergeant Retired. He does a live every Thursday called Throat Punch Thursday. He's shit hot on Stolen Valor. Part of Kaiser's story is Stolen Valor. I'm pissed off at him about the murder. Stolen Valor, I have mixed emotions about. A lot of people embellish. Even people who really are veterans do tend to embellish. And if you really want to have fun with it, we're Stone Vet on this. There's a guy named Stone Vet. He's also all up on. Well, maybe I couldn't find a domestic terror. Stone Vet. I know I'm subscribed to him, but I got so many subscriptions I have a hard time finding them. The channel is called Stone Vet, and he also does lives and videos, mostly around Kaiser. He also does video shows with some of his friends. Sometimes they critique movies and stuff. I don't know if you followed me or Muckster, you might have seen us try to critique some songs earlier today. Actually, a few weeks ago we tried West Wing, but we totally screwed the pooch on that. No, I'm sorry. Muckster screwed the pooch. I did fine. It was all Muckster's.
Well, you have a girlfriend. I got to screw something.
Oh. But I would highly recommend, if you're curious about Kaiser and don't want him to get money from YouTube, watch one of the snipes. My snipe, Stone Vet snipe. Stone Vet has fun with it. and Master Sergeant retired. He really digs down. He got the DD-214s, and some other folks did too. But oh, and Wally. I forgot about Wally. Wally's not 24/7 on Kaiser, but where is he? Where'd you guys hide Wally? There he is. Wally does he does all kinds of stuff, but the one that really relates to the Kaiser is called the Chronicles of Kimmy. It was streamed about 2 weeks ago. It's on his live tab. It's actually this guy's a friggin' genius. Don't ever piss this guy off, especially if you're an internet troll. But okay, I digress. I move. I talk too much. That was for anyone who doesn't know what's going on with Kaiser. Stolen valor, murder, 5 pending felonies, and spends all his time critiquing other people's videos.
Would it be appropriate for me to tell
No,
Vips?
it's not appropriate for you to strip.
Well, that's never appropriate. I get paid to put my clothes back on. To tell Vips what I said about him when we were talking that day?
I don't know, but I don't see you as.
Well, I just.
I don't know which one.
Well, I think
yeah.
And you know, he obviously has people watching this. You know, I just wanted to say to you, Vips, we were talking the one day, and I mentioned to Finkel, and I think somebody else might have been there at the time. I said, I gave you some really harsh criticism not long ago, and you took it like a man. And I just wanted to say, I thought a lot of you for that.
Ooh. Not Ura. Yeah. I do. We all have flaws, and Vegas. I point out that you goof around a lot, and maybe sometimes too much with all of these sock puppets. But yeah, one thing we can say about you is you'll take the criticism. You won't get all butthurt about it, like like Kaiser would. Oh my God, we will pay you $10,000 to save our high project back.
Okay. Now you ask for
it. Yeah. People do get sensitive, but we're all flawed, and I actually like it when people demonetized. We have to be monetized to be demonetized. I forgot what my point was. It must have been a lie.
You know, did he say? Didn't Kaiser say something about, or somebody else in there asked about sending videos to the judge?
I think I did, but I was focused a lot on putting them down, so I missed the details of that.
I was thinking if they would do that, if his cult members would do that, hopefully they'd say, you know, well, I saw this on this channel, because there'd be nothing that would piss a judge off more than getting 1,000 stupid emails from people about something on YouTube, and that could backfire on them real big,
Oh yeah, especially if the judge sees which channel pointed that out.
Yeah, what side they're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah. Who was it? I think it was Stone Vet. I have to go back through when I have some time. Someone mentioned not Master Sergeant's retired, but some other retired law enforcement from the military got a hold of Chief Deputy Whited and opened his eyes to both Kaiser and JJ. I'm hoping that's real, because that shit needs to fall apart. I really think so. Digging a hole deeper and deeper. I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
That's what I was just going to mention.
DT1. Okay, you're wrong. I have to go back. Demonetized. Oh, wrong that I'm demonetized. So what does he say when Meade County gets told to write the big check? I don't know, but I don't really. I'm not really following. It might be easier to follow if you join the stream and talk live, because sometimes I don't notice the comments in the stream until 3 or 4 conversations later. Anyone's welcome as long as you don't porn bomb me. Don't. What does Shiz say? Don't send your nudes to internet dudes. 3 of us are internet dudes, so don't send us your nudes. No one's going to join?
Are we talking too much for you, Haggis? You're putting all your answers in chat.
Now he's restreaming, so he may actually be in 2 places at once.
Okay, yeah.
He wants to, but he can't. Okay, well, okay, if you can't, well.
I think if I saw Kaiser inside of a grocery store, let's say I moved to Oklahoma, and I'm at the grocery store and I go down an aisle, and then I look and I recognize Michael Kaiser in the flesh, I wouldn't confront him at all. I would just start recording him, and then just upload it to YouTube. Maybe I probably wouldn't want to confront the guy. David Finkel, yourself, do you think you would confront him at all, or just start recording him?
Well, recording in his mind is confronting him. He's a victim if you point a camera at him. So that would be a good idea, but I don't know if I can keep my passions in control. I don't have much Vulcan in me. I do try. I hope that I'm wrong, but I think I'd just start throwing punches at the motherfucker. Yeah. Not because of his stolen vow, not because of his constant lies on YouTube, but because of the murder. The cold-blooded murder, the cold-blooded execution-style murder for what? A PlayStation, some pills? A good veteran is no longer with us. His family no longer has him because of that. And once that thought crossed my mind, I think I would be heading towards jail.
Oh, by the way, I heard a rumor that the family of Donald Cameron Jr. actually watches Fraud at Wrangler just to keep tabs on him.
I think they're following a lot of these channels. I don't know, family, friends, somebody, but the first couple times I brought up Kaiser after watching Master Sergeant and Shiz, I'd see comments like, "Thank you for covering this." And I don't know who the people are, but I'm imagining these are people who probably knew Mr. Cameron personally.
You know, if you did beat the crap out of him, I hope somebody like Vips is there to record it, and we put that video up. I think we could GoFundMe your entire legal fee.
All right. I really don't know how I'd react, and I don't mean it as a threat. I just mean it as a weakness in my ability to restrain my passions. If my mind goes to he thinks he's a victim of the cameras pointing at him, I might be able to just record him. But if once my mind goes to the murder, I don't know how I would control myself.
I think that a video like that of someone beating up Kaiser would it would hit 1 million. Because the big channels like Long Island Audit, they actually know about Kaiser, but they never talk about him. They'll never bring him up, but they know for sure about him.
There's good reason for that. There's a couple schools of thought. One is the more we talk about him, the more people go check him out and subscribe. And once you subscribe, what is he called? An algorithm? the AI in YouTube sees that you were subscribed to him, and when somebody buys 20 Fraud at Wrangler memberships, it assigns it to people who were at least subscribed long enough to enter the chat. And once you become a member, you see the members only stuff, and people get more interested. I honestly believe that the people talk about it, myself, Stone Vet, Shiz, Wally, Master Sergeant Retired, you. I think when people see that, they're like, who's Fraud at Wrangler? Who's Kaiser? And they go check him out, and then they end up going down the rabbit hole. I lost my train of thought, but yeah, I think we are sending him views unwittingly. Well, actually, I'm aware of it, but and I struggled with this. Around New Year's, I made a New Year's resolution that I was going to stop talking about him. I got to thinking about it, my passionate hatred for it, and I'm thinking actually the more people watch him regularly are aware of when he goes down, because he is going down. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The more people who see that will they'll be aware of what a piece of shit he is, and those who actually like him, the WCMs, the Wrangler cult members, they may wake up and realize what idiots they were for following him and sending him $2 stickies and $100 stickies and buying 50 fraud at Wrangler memberships. People are spending a lot of money on this asshole, and they're going to realize, oh, he is a killer. Oh, he is a felon, a repeat felon. He's a career felon. But I think those who know about him and don't, they're under the school of thought is don't talk about him, because that is doing that. It's giving him more view counts, and more view counts means more money while he's living in mama's basement, and maybe able to pay mama rent, maybe pay Kimmy back for the computer she bought him. I don't know. I'm sounding kind of
video. That video that you played earlier that I brought up. Thanks for playing that video. But I mentioned that he gets like $100 per live stream, and that's just minimum. That's starting. That's baseline for him. I've seen some people send him like $100 super chats, and those super chats kept on coming throughout his live stream. So
tonight he got $100.
There's some live streams out there of his that he's made, I want to say, excess of $500. There's some live streams. Wow. So the video that you played, that's just starting 5K over the past months or whatever, starting 5K, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's made upwards of maybe 12,000, 15,000 on the high end. But
you're
I wouldn't be
monetized,
surprised.
right? You're monetized, right? Am I on mute? Vegas, you there?
What happened?
You're breaking up. Let me see.
He
I
was
can
saying
join.
he was asking. He said you're monetized, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't know what his follow-up question was going to be, though.
I'm going to test something. Okay. I'm going to. Yeah, you got a $sign. So if I send you boo and $10, how much of that $10 do you get?
$7.
$7. Okay. If nobody gives any stickies, how much do you get for going live?
I have no idea.
The first time someone was restreaming me and I saw one of these, I'm like, how'd you do that? I'm not monetized. All the linked chats come to my chat. It's kind of funny. Well, you owe me a $7 cup of coffee. I'm just kidding. What was my point? So if you, I mean, you said just for going live he gets $100 or something. Is that based on his audience level, or? That's a good point, Don Henry.
Say that again.
I was if you go live and don't get any stickies, to get $100, how many viewers do you have to have?
I'm not sure about this. Right? I'm not sure about the stickers or whatever.
Huh?
But I know the super chats. It's 30% cut YouTube takes.
30%. Okay. Well, you're saying before people give him stickers, he's making money just by going live and having an audience. I don't know what the math is there, but
oh yeah, he makes money off the live streams as well. I'm not sure about the revenue from that, but just from the super chats alone that he gets.
Oh, you're just going off the super chats and the membership.
I'm just going off the super chats. The super chats he makes like $100 in super chat money per live stream minimum, from what I've seen.
Hmm.
And he's done about 50 live streams or more.
I'm seeing something here on my yard. We call this StreamYard chat. I see that my $10 sticky has a little link icon next to it.
Right.
But over on your channel, it doesn't. Oh, that's your channel. I wonder if it would show on my channel. I guess when you see Kimmy Wrangler donate 5 frauded Wrangler memberships, I wonder if that's really costing them any, or is that really the sub account of his? I don't know. I think part of the memberships is a gimmick to get people to come back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. He's doing that to gain subs. He's gifting those
Yeah.
memberships to gain subs.
Yeah.
So that's a good idea. Actually, I mean, if if my channel was a little bit bigger, I would do the same thing. Start gifting the hell out of these memberships and get subscribers that way.
If I'm a joined member and you go live, I get an alert, and therefore I'm bored. I'm curious. It's 2:00 in the morning. I don't know what else to do with my life, so I go see what this is all about. And I think that's part of the gimmick. I could be wrong.
You figure like with her doing that, sure, YouTube takes a piece of it, but then they're getting a portion back. So what it does with the extra revenue then that it generates, it's worth them to put money out for those memberships and stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, if I was monetized, I could give memberships without costing myself any money. And I suspect that if I use my Political Finkel channel to give myself memberships, it would also be free. And I'm thinking if Kimmy Wrangler is a sub account of Fraud at Wrangler,
then it
is that part of the gimmick. And his audience thinks, oh, his wife's paying money, and I don't know. I'm speculating about things I really don't know, but I do know this. He calls frauditors because he thinks they're lying and making money off of it. And a lot of us that he calls frauditors aren't even monetized. You can't give me a $10 sticky if you wanted to. I don't have a a Cash App link to my account. I don't have memberships.
And even most of the guys out there that are monetized, the vast majority are like VIPs. They might be getting a little back, but it's not like he's out there getting $100,000 a year or something.
I'd be surprised if even some of the small people my size, if they were monetized, it's probably not enough to pay for the cameras and the software. I got 6 working body cams. I'm not counting the ones that have broken. I've got 3 cameras, 3 handheld cameras. Oh, the goggles. I go through them real easy because they're like $200 each, and just a little bit of moisture, and they're screwed. And I've been through 6 or 8 pairs of those. So I'm waiting for someone to say, you owe me a cut of your profits. I'm like, how about 100%? Okay, 100% of negative. Count up all the cameras I bought and all the software I bought, and the StreamYard cost me money. I'm like, okay, 100% is negative whatever, so you owe me. That'd be an interesting discussion.
I'll give you double what I got just for you to go away.
It's amazing. While I'm sniping Kaiser, I have 7 viewers. Now that we're not sniping him, I got 12. People hate this motherfucker.
Well, it's probably Vips's people coming over to watch.
Oh, that's true. I guess if they're watching on Vips or yours, does it shows my view counts? I don't know.
I don't know.
Sounds like we're running out of things to talk about.
Well, we need a new
Yeah.
subject.
That's another. You're talking to Vips about what you said, both after he left the stream and what you told him later on directly. One of the funny things I'm seeing out there, and I'm not just talking about Kaiser, I'm talking about a lot of folks, auditors, anti-auditors, musicians, all kinds of folks. They seem to have thin skins, and it's funny, if you say something about them after they left the stream, they come back later and said, you said this behind my back. Oh, air of transparency is a big one. He's been kind of going back and forth with Tats, and he'll say, Tats said this behind my back. I'm like, wait a minute. He's saying it on a live stream or on a video that you have access to. How is it behind your back when we all know you're watching every minute of every... yeah, people, they get that camera out of my face.
I was just thinking of a guy I knew when I was a volunteer fireman for a few years.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a guy at the fire hall that he loved to do this. He'd go, hey, Finkel, you know, I heard that Vips is running around with, so-and-so's wife. And
yeah,
and you'd go, oh, really? Well, I don't know anything about it. And then he'd go to Vips and he'd go, hey, Vips, you know what Finkel told me? And he'd put it on you then. He used, the talking around behind the back thing, but he would make it up and say that then you were the one talking. It was just a weird kind of a thing.
Yeah. Okay, real quick. This is streaming on 3 channels. One is David Finkel, and the name of that channel is David Finkel. It's also streaming on Osceola Muckster, and the name of that is Osceola Muckster. If you want to see the lives, you go to the live tab. If you want to watch produced videos, you go to the video tabs. And this is also on Vegas Vips, right? And if you want to watch it on Vegas Vips channel, you're probably
I think
over
Don.
on
I think is Don on. Don is on Vips now, aren't you, Don?
Okay, so you already know this one. Yeah, okay. So you're watching here on Vegas VIPs, who also does edited videos. He does a lot of auditing stuff. I do in warmer weather. I'm a big old pussy, so I don't do it in the winter because I'm just brittle bone and old. Yeah, to answer your question, it's Vegas Vips, it's Osceola Muckster, and it's the greatest, the best, the handsomest David Finkel. I hope that answers your question.
I was
And
gonna
how do I turn that?
I was gonna do a First Amendment video today, but it was raining, and yesterday as well. I was gonna go out and do a video, but it's raining in Vegas lately.
Rain kept you out of the kitchen. Oh, you wuss. Well, to be fair, rain can screw up some of the camera equipment. Especially my goggles, very sensitive. Just a drop. It's a drop in the wrong place, and $200 flushed down the toilet. My weather app has to be very clear. This could be very dry that day for me to wear those suckers because I've sunk too much money on those. My body cams, they take a beating. Let me get one of my body cams. All right, these. Can you see this? This is a Cam Pro. These things, you can throw them, and they're impenetrable. You can drop them in water. They're just. I have a black carpet. I'm never going to find that thing. Yeah, but they can take some abuse. Now my regular camcorders. Actually, this is a Canon. This is one of the nicer ones. Although the battery power on this wasn't very good, so I got a better one. Oh yeah, there it is. All right. This was $600, and it's not my first one. I think this was rebuilt. I think it was like $400. You get someone out there who does this a lot, they're spending a lot of money. So
you could
Father
put,
Wrangler
if you
wants to
could put
call me
a,
a grip. I'm sorry.
if you can put a monetary value on all the money you've spent on this hobby, First Amendment auditing, what would you value that at? What monetary figure would you put all of including like gas money and the cameras and the time you spent?
I even think about gas and tolls and cameras and body cameras and software, editing software. I bought three edit. I bought Movavi, and then I bought a newer version of Movavi. And in between, I bought some other. I couldn't figure it out. Once you learn one, it's really hard to teach yourself another one because you're like. So I'm stuck with Movavi now. Even if it's not a good one, it's just what I know. Off the top of my head, I would really have to sit down and do an Excel spreadsheet and add it all up and look at my receipts. I'm going to guess about $5,000 in the last 3 years that I've spent on it. Just on having YouTube channel and posting the videos that I create and edited and drove to and yeah.
Yeah, I have to say I've spent at least maybe half of that, maybe 2,500, just on gas,
Yeah.
camera gear, all the.
Oh, I forgot to add. This was a lot of people use these things.
What's that?
This is a cell phone. It's an iPhone. This is an iPhone 12. I did have an iPhone 7, but I was out one day and I wasn't out to audit. I was just out. And these aren't just a camera, they're also sunglasses. Oh, the dash cams too. Oh yeah, I'd probably kill myself if I saw how much I've spent. But I'm out one day and I was at the car dealer dropping my girlfriend's car off for maintenance, and I walked down to a local shopping center looking for a restaurant. Didn't find anything I liked, so when I'm walking back, I walked past one of these vape shops, which I'm totally unconscious of. And while I'm walking, I'm just because I'm in the market for a car myself, and I'm looking at different cars. And then when I get past the parking area, and I'm almost all the way back to the car dealer, I hear someone yell something, and I turn back and I see this punk kid yelling at me about looking at his car. I'm like, well, which one's yours? And then I click, I turn it on. This is going to be interesting. And when I went back to him to see what the hell he was yelling about, he's just like, don't be looking at my car, you welfare motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, which one's yours? I'll make sure I look at it much closer. And I started looking at various cars, trying to get a reaction out of them. And I figured out the one he was talking about was the one. It was like 86 degrees out. There were two kids bouncing around inside it. I'm like, oh, you're afraid someone witnessed you leaving kids in a hot car. Okay, all right. It was a sunny day. And well, anyway, he's starting to threaten me. And I said, you know, I'm recording this. Oh, you're not? He's not listening anymore? Ah. Well, I'll tell you the story, and Vips can watch it later.
He might still be listening on his channel. So
I said, well, you know, I'm recording this, and you've threatened me several times, and that's not going to be good for you. And I pulled out my phone. He thought, when I said I'm recording it, he thought I was talking about my phone. And he grabbed my iPhone 7 and ran, and I haven't seen my iPhone 7 since. So that's why I have an iPhone 12. That was about 2 years ago.
you didn't have Find My iPhone on it?
Pardon?
You didn't have the Find My iPhone set up for it?
No, which I do now. I do now. In fact, I've set up my work iPhone to be on the same account. So if one phone's taken and the other's not, it's also on my iPad. And it turns. Oh, you got one too.
I was going to say, and I upgraded to this just for the camera.
Oh, for the camera. Well, if you're going about being out there upsetting people with your camera activity, I wouldn't do this unless you have a spare phone laying around, because
Well, I have a gimbal, so that makes it a little harder to grab.
I didn't realize how much of our lives are on these things until one came up missing for me. That was a pain in the ass getting everything back, turning off all my banking apps and credit card apps. And yeah. Oh, that's another thing too. Now, if you set it up right, if this thing's stolen, you can remotely wipe it. Okay, you got it. You turn it off. I don't know when you're going to turn it back on, but next time it comes on, the data will be wiped. When I told the police about it, they were pretty sure he grabbed it for the purpose of depriving me of it, not that he was going to use it. Kids these days, iPhone 7, that was probably a piece of shit for him. There's actually 8 people still watching. Does anybody want to come up and have a conversation? We can trash Kaiser, we can trash Finkel, we can trash Muckster if you want. We can talk about Vegas behind his back. We can talk politics. We can talk, well, hell, whatever. Hey, what else is live right now? Let's go to premium and click the live tab. Open panel for the peeps. That gets chaotic.
Oh, yeah.
Vegas Phipps and David Finkel. Okay. All right. So he's not here anymore, but he's still streaming me. Hey, Vegas. I'll raise you one. Okay. And the rest is politics. And yeah. Nothing that really interests me. You were going to say something?
I was going to say, I just shut my mind down.
You shut your mind down?
Yeah. You need to have that little break once in a while.
Hello, Gregory the Kangerman, 1970 It-Talk. I'll take it. He's a TikToker.
I was going to say, I forget what when you in Vegas were talking earlier. It reminded me. I was sitting here thinking, there's a video I wanted to do. What was it? And I don't know what you said, but it reminded me I'm going to do a short intro to my channel video, because I keep getting people now, like on Eli and like that guy earlier, saying, hey, what are you guys' channel name? And so I thought I'd do a little thing saying, well, if you're going to check me out, here, I'll recommend these couple of videos to you,
Oh, okay. I can do that right now. Go to Muckster. He's a geezer. He yak. He just talks. Sometimes he screams. Sometimes he shares my live streams. How about that? Oh, we got a couple now. All right. No, he's got some great stories. I would invest some time, and he keeps them short, 15, 20 minutes. What's your longest video? Maybe 20, 25 minutes?
I don't like when I get over half an hour. By the way, can you back up to my page again?
Okay. Yes, I can do that.
Just real quick, I was going to.
For a price, where'd you go?
That's a good question, huh?
I can always do this. Oh, wait, you're on this one. Nope. There you are. Okay, Oxiola
there.
Mustard.
The picture that's up above there, I was just going to tell you, that is a picture of one of my favorite places in the world.
Where
that is Mount Washington in Pittsburgh. Wonder
Mount Washington. Okay.
Maybe I can bring up the full picture of that to show you. Anyway, keep talking.
Okay.
You can get rid of that for now.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get rid of that for now. All right.
See if I can remember where I got that from. Yeah. Somebody please come up here.
Bear with me. It's that time of day where I find out if I get to make some easy overtime or not. Ooh, maybe. That's 3 minutes early up. We'll check back in a few minutes. All right.
Let's see.
You ever watch JC News now?
I think I've seen him, not the regular.
When he goes from one place to another with the camera rolling, he hums to himself, and I'm like, Name that tune. I can never name that tune, but it's kind of fun watching. Shall we snipe one?
Hey, it's your house.
Yeah. If you want to hear someone hum, go to JC News now. I'm getting tired. You can tell I'm getting tired. It was at that noon show we did. It wore me out. Oh my God, I joined Tats, and it started out a pretty good conversation, but they went into all this flat Earth stuff, and I'm like, oh my God. One guy was really doubling down on he believes the Earth is flat, and I'm like, he's pulling our leg, right? He wasn't pulling our leg, or if he was, he's very good at it. But he was trying to argue with like 4 or 5 of us about why he's convinced the Earth is flat. That gave me a headache.
Here, I'll show you.
The slideshow.
Well, it
My
won't be a
vacation.
slide. I'll show you a couple pictures of from up. Well, this is looking at Pittsburgh from Mount Washington. This, I don't think. No, that's not that one. But see, you can tell it's up in the air there. I love to go out.
Is that where the Steelers play?
Yeah.
Is that?
I love these overlooks that they have. Let me
Mhm.
see if I can find a good one here. I think well, this
I had a
is
friend-
this is the full picture of that one that I was.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But
I had
I
a
don't
friend
think-
from Pittsburgh who described it as a drinking town with a football problem.
Well, you know what
At
I
the
always
time-
told people. I
Uh-huh.
always said it was just a bunch of hunkies that all gathered together where rivers came together. Because to me, it always was like a small town that pretends to be a city. Hey, I didn't realize this, but that's where I used to live.
Oh,
You see those that stairway there?
everything's
That-
on hills there. I knew some folks from Jeanette one time, and I was just amazed at how everything's built on the side of a hill.
Yeah, and that's only showing about half of them. And back then, I used to carry kegs of beer up there and stuff, and now I don't even like to carry a bag of groceries. There's a good shot of the river out there.
All
Let me
right.
see if there was. Oh, well, here. There was one of my favorite places there, Fiore's Pizza.
Okay.
I was looking to see one of the things. I guess I don't have a picture of it. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Okay.
I always like the pits. They have an incline that goes up
Yeah.
Mount Washington, and I always liked whenever anybody would come out and visit. That was one of the things. We'd go up Mount Washington and ride the incline.
Well, one thing I was amazed. We got turned around. The people I knew from Jeanette, we went up there one time. We went through Pittsburgh. Had to be probably around 2005, 2006. I was amazed. I went into a convenience store, not a 7-Eleven, but something like a 7-Eleven. And they had an ashtray right there next to the counter, and people were smoking right there in the store.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I haven't seen that at that point for about 15 years before that.
But-
Do they still do it?
Want to hear it's one of my favorite stories from Mount Washington, and stop me if you've heard it before. Yeah, I don't mind people
have.
saying you've told me. You know that overlook I was mentioning there.
Mhm.
One night, me and 2 friends were out, and I said, "Let's go up to Mount Washington." It was about 2 a.m. And they had no choice in the deal because I was driving. And so we went up, and I said about going out on the overlook, and they were like, "Nah," and they just sat in the car. And I went out, and I was standing out there at the edge of that overlook looking at the city, And, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's nice and quiet and peaceful. I just loved that. But then as I'm looking out on the city, the city was slowly kind of getting blurred, and there was like fog coming in. And as I'm watching, it got dimmer and dimmer till you couldn't even see like the lights anymore. And I could actually see the wall of fog coming across the river to me.
Wow.
And it slowly came and it got deeper and deeper. And you know how people say you can't see your hand in front of your face? I literally did this and could not see my hand. And then slowly it just sort of dissipated more and more. And I started seeing the city lights again. And now one thing, whenever the fog was at the deepest, all I could think of was Stephen King. You know?
The fog.
But then it just slowly, eased up again. And it was like, the big cloud just sort of moved through. And it was one of the greatest experiences of my life. And I went back to the car and I said, "Did you guys see that?" And they were like, "What?" And I said, "Hey, yeah, dope. But I just always, it was just like such a beautiful thing, I thought.
All they wanted was a sober ride home, and you had to take them into the fog. All right. Well, it's 11:04 p.m.
And that's one of the reasons that I didn't date the girl that was in the car for very long.
Oh, I see. Damn it. No overtime tonight. Craig is on. Okay.
That might be the night we were riding around and somebody pulled a gun on us. I kind of forgot about that story.
That's okay. Yeah. All right. Not going back to Pittsburgh. What am I talking about? We had a sniper here in 02.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's funny. I ran the marathon in 02, the Marine Corps marathon, and I trained up for like 6 months. No, I'm never running a marathon again. But my on again, off again relationship, my father had reached a point where he wanted to come see me run the marathon, so he stayed with us for 3 long weeks. But this was during the sniper crisis, and he lived just outside of Las Vegas in a place called Pahrump at the time. He drove out here, and I'm like, when is this guy going back? He overheard me asking my then girlfriend that question. He says, "I'm going back after we catch the sniper." And then the next day they caught the sniper. Yeah, we didn't talk when we did the Cats in the Cradle out. It kind of made me think of my relationship with my biological father. He was out of my life at 11, back in at 13, out at 14. I lived with him for 3 months when I was 16, and then he was gone till long after I was married and in the Navy. It turned out that time when he disappeared, as my now ex-wife told him to go away and stay away. Weird father-son relationship, but when it came time to, okay, he's a grown-up now and he can have a relationship with me, his son, I just wasn't all that interested anymore. And it kind of makes me think of the Cats in the Cradle. My boy was just like me.
But
I am going to bed. I'm sorry?
I was going to say, by the way, speaking of military, remember I showed you my dad's little laminated discharge thing?
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I was looking around for stuff today, and I did find his the full size, all his regular paperwork.
Oh, okay. So that was a miniaturized version of
Yeah.
Usually you get a 8x11, like looks like a diploma.
Yeah.
Honorable discharge. Yeah.
Yeah, had one for the Navy and one for National Guard.
Oh, really?
And I also found he was written up for being AWOL in the Navy the one time. He came back like a day late.
Bad Muckster. Okay. National Guard and Navy. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
We have some similarities.
Well, he did National Guard after Navy.
Oh, after Navy. Okay. I did National Guard first, then Navy, and then Army. Oh. All right. Of course, he was World War II era.
Yeah, he was World War II Navy and National Guard. He was a sergeant, so you two would have gotten along.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to get some sleep since I'm not getting paid for overtime tonight. Thanks, Craig, for showing up.
I'll have to find somewhere else to waste some time because I got a good nap today after our thing.
Well, if you live stream, I'll watch it tomorrow because I'm going to bed.
Yeah, well, I won't be. I don't think I'll be live streaming tonight, but I'm going to. Okay. I'm going to remember to do that intro to my thing later.
Oh yeah, there you go. Navigate your channel. All right, have a good night, sir.
Okay, you too, and anybody else that might still be watching. We'll see you.
All 6 of y'all.
Hi.
What's going on, everybody? Soliaker here, and I'm going to be leaving a little clue somewhere in this video. And when you find that clue, send it to soloyaker100giveaway@gmail.com. And it's going to get you 5 entries into my next giveaway on to 200,000 subscribers. But we're going to get into this video, and there's going to be some spots where I talk. But we're going to watch this video, and we'll get to that point. But I'll see you at the end.
911, where is your emergency?
This is Charlotte with the transfer. Go ahead.
I'm not sure of my address. I'm here at the Gilchrist Park in Punta Gorda. And there's a man walking around the park with which appears to be an assault rifle on his chest.
And where in the park are you?
I am parked like next to the Best Western, I believe, like the very beginning of the park. And when I saw him, he is down by that Ponce de Leon statue, and there's that little pier. He was over there. And I'm pretty sure his car is like 2 cars down from me. It says like something about assault fisherman with a gun or something like that. And he's just casually like walking through the park with his son on him, taking pictures of himself.
And you said the last time you saw him was over by the Ponce?
By that Ponce de Leon statue? Yeah. And there's like a little, like a boardwalk where you would, like people go out and look at the water. He was right there.
Yep. Okay. You said you think his car is parked near yours?
Yeah, I can actually. I made it to my car before it closed again. I don't know what he's doing. I believe, I want to say this is it, yeah. An armed fisherman.
Where'd you say you were parked? The Best Western?
Yeah. It's whatever that, this hotel is right here on the corner. By,
oh,
like,
the Spring Hill Suites?
The older one, yeah.
Okay. And was he white, black, Hispanic?
It was hard to, I believe he looks like white, maybe he's like dark tan colored skin right now. I was just kind of in a hurry. A little bit older of a gentleman, I guess.
And do you still see him, or is he?
I can't see him right now.
You can't see him?
But
okay.
No.
Do you remember if he was like what he was wearing? Like,
I don't.
You don't.
I think it was a light colored shirt, and you can tell he has like 2 straps across his back. And as I got up closer, you could definitely tell it was a gun.
Was he wearing a vest, or was he just wearing the AR?
It's like a t-shirt, no vest, with a gun.
Just a t-shirt with the gun?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean by the 2 straps across his back? Like holding the gun? Like?
Yeah, like.
So the 2 straps are holding the gun. Okay.
the two straps are holding the gun. Yeah, his hands weren't on it, but
Did he have any sign with him?
any what?
Like any signs or anything? Like
No signs. No.
okay.
Team ready to go across Park 400 Westward Esplanade. Caller states as a man walking around the park with an AR on his chest was by the pier. Caller is parked at the Best Western. It's going to be near the Punk statue now.
10-4 en route, but 1 up.
Temper.
Officer Punta Gorda will be en route also. We're just walking up inbound.
Temper.
Everyone's en route. Do we have eyes on this person?
Bravo 4 Can I give a better description?
He's a white male wearing a light colored shirt.
Is he wearing a vest or anything, or is it just an AR?
Just a shirt with the signal 0.
10-4.
Other than walking, no threats or any sun pointing at anybody. 10-4.
Caller is advising that the male has made no threats, just walking.
Officer Power. What direction in the park is he walking towards?
Caller is advising he's walking away from the hotel near the Pont statue.
Show us something.
1325. We are at the budget in at 1520 Tamiami Trail. Caller is 10 advising that a male curvy white in room 132 hasn't paid in a couple of months and would like him trespassed.
Copy, break. Charlie 2, Charlie 1. I was heading down there where you guys are at. You want me to hold that trespass until we can figure out what's going on down there? Yeah, 10-4 going. Charlie 2, Mountain Guard, just hold that for a bit.
Tampa.
Stay clear of the radio. We got eyes on him at the pier. Officer Tango 3 are by the tennis courts. White male, dark colored shirt, tan shorts. Does appear to be a rifle slung across his chest.
Officer, I'm behind you on your 6.
Officer, point over.
Officer, gun.
For the notes, does appear to have a camera on his chest, but no visible fishing poles, tackle, or anything like that.
Receive.
Watch out for the 10-12s too. Ops 3, Bravo 4, yeah, he's looking around like he's either waiting on us to show up or waiting on somebody to make contact with him.
10-4.
Ops 3, Echo 1, what's your 20? I'm 1 block away, McGregor. 10-4. There's only technically 2 of us. We will wait to make contact together. Alright, I'm arriving on Team McGregor and right up. Ops 3, Bravo 4, as much as that 10-12 in the orange, more towards the hotel as soon as we stand in the room.
I'm directly to your 3 o'clock.
Ops 3, where is he at the pier? Yeah, we're pier. We can see. Before you at?
I'm directly to Officer 3's 3 o'clock, where a lot of the snow fencing is up. Dealing. I can see you. I'm right in the middle.
Copy. Ops 3, I don't have visual. What's up, Pete? About 10 yards onto the pier right now. Just standing there waiting. Obviously, Punta Gorda, just for the radio log, we are in the construction zone. Find some heavy equipment.
10-4. 1333.
You appear to be alone? Yeah, he was just talking to him 10-12, but looks like he was just a passerby. 10-12 is now walking out on the pier. Our subject with the 0 is standing in the same spot at the pier in the seawall. Charlie 2, where you at?
Punta Gorda, Charlie 2.
Right, go ahead.
Echo 1 was raising you for your 20.
Okay.
Bravo 4, Officer, were you able to see a magazine?
I can't tell for sure. I think so, but the dark shirt's kind of messing up what I can see. He's definitely drawing the attention of people who's walking by. Officer, are you close enough to maybe call him out with the contact team if he's not actively fishing? Yeah, I'm within 50 yards. He's waving at people. 10-4.
10-4 in a magazine.
He just told a passerby that he is fishing, but again, no gear.
Limit 2, Echo 1. Go, Limit 2. Need assistance out there? Right now, we should be fine. Op 3.
Go. 3.
All right, if he's not actively fishing, we're going to get in place behind a tree with Bravo 4. We're going to call him out. Felony stop.
10-4, I get good cover from here. I can provide lethal OMYAAS. Make your approach.
What's he doing? Anything?
Just walking up and down the pier right now.
All right, we got to make sure we do an approach when nobody's around. Is there anybody at the end of the pier? We can't see from this angle.
Nobody on the pier. People are starting to turn around. That's why they're seeing them.
You guys see anybody that he might be with?
Negative.
All right, Ops 3, Bravo 4, and Charlie 2. We're going to have long guns in the body bunker. And they're going to call them out to them. We just cover other persons around and our crossfire. Stay out of the way.
10-4, we look good down here. If you want to turn him around, put him on his knees right there, face him away from you. I got cover still.
Go ahead and make cover and handcuff. Ops 3, can you make it over there to do it?
10-4, moving up.
Next one for the he's secure.
1 secure, 1344.
Amber, just drive your vehicle onto this walkway. Next one, we're going to get FWC in the line and transfer that Charlie 2, please, via my phone.
Copy that. We're to Echo 1.
Good.
Just to confirm, Charlie 2's phone.
I'm sorry, make it my phone. Charlie 2 has it in his possession.
10-4, transferring over now.
Echo 101. Echo 102. Go ahead. Hey, can you find on the intel sheet Solo Yacker and get his ID and give it to dispatch for a 29P check? Can you give me the phonetic spelling? Sam, Ocean, Lincoln, Ocean, second word, Yankee, Adam, Kilo, Edward, Romeo. It's on the intel sheet. Stand by.
We're to Echo 1. 5423.
02, 1. Echo 1, go ahead. Echo 1. Is that going to be a white male? Negative. 10-4, can you confirm the picture that Sarah 1 sent you as the individual you have? Michael David Taylor, do you have him? 10-4. Did you have his name for 29? I was busy with him.
Michael David Taylor from Port St. Lucie.
Yeah, is he 5429?
That's affirmative.
Copy. So radio log, he's unsecured 1 week ago.
Yes, sir.
I'll see Bravo 4. We'll take primary and do that 8.
10-4.
Back 1 from service.
1413.
Bravo 4 for the border.
Bravo 4, go ahead.
All right, what you guys don't see right now is over here by the fence line. There's one there. There's another one behind the tree line. Another one getting something out of his trunk. And I'm just going to continue to sit here and chill.
Show me clear from this status 1 and then show me around to the unit that needed a female. I'll show you. Were you able to see a magazine? I can't tell for sure. I think so, but the dark shirt's kind of messing up what I can see.
Hey, if he's not to and from fishing or actively fishing, he's in violation of open carry. You what?
My worry is
definitely drawing the attention of people.
Officer, are you close enough to maybe call him out with the contact team? If he's not actively fishing, He's looking right at us.
Yeah, I'm within 50 yards.
Waving. He's waving at people. 10-4.
He just told a passerby that he is fishing, but I can't come here.
You can't be fishing without fishing gear. Yeah, no fishing gear. Wait a minute. Hold on. There's something about fishing with a rifle. Isn't there something like that? Limit 2, everyone. Go, limit 2. Need assistance out there? What do you say? Need assistance out there.
We will make phone contact with the Bill Titan first.
Right now, we should be fine. All right, we just need to take him down.
Yeah, I don't think fishing with a weapon is going to be allowed out here.
What, anyone?
I think maybe you're allowed to go fishing with a crossbow.
That's what it is. Thank you.
But not a rifle.
Duncan and I-75, Duncan and I-75, bird tag, Idaho.
Why don't you do this?
Lincoln 315.
I'm gonna go that way. Why don't you approach this way behind these trees, and then AJ can call him out to you guys, and you guys can, with 2 people on cover, or maybe all 3 of us. What do you think? We'll both walk up there.
Points that gun at me, I'm going to shoot.
Ops 3. All right, if he's not actively fishing, we're going to get in place behind a tree with Bravo 4. I'm going to call him out. Felony stop.
I get good cover from here.
What's he saying?
Yeah, good cover.
Showing -1, -5, showing valid yellow. Class B out of Texas.
Amber, can you hop that fence? Is there an opening there? Amber, you got a rifle? All right, Matt, you're going to have to call him out.
Huh?
You got the only rifle. She's got a handgun. Okay. You got cover over there? All right, we're going to have to approach somehow around this way, maybe. All right, so we'll just make sure we watch our backstop. Amber, come back here. Amber.
Gotta see us by now. I like these trees all over here.
Yeah, these are good backstops.
There's one tree right there in the middle, right up by the sidewalk. It's really big. I'm gonna call him out. That's what it's gonna be from there.
Right there.
In the middle of these, not there. Right in the middle of those ones right up by the sidewalk. He's either doing the fishing thing or he's suicide by cop.
What's he doing? Anything?
Walking up and down the pier right now.
All right, we got to make sure we do an approach when nobody's around. Is everybody at the end of the pier? We can't see from this angle. Can't see through these trees, but all right, let's walk up. All right, hold on. There's boats behind. We don't need to make sure.
I got a long shield. Do you want me to go get it?
Yeah, why don't you grab the shield and grab your rifle? There's no hurry. Matt, get in a good position. Get in a good position. All right. He's coming off. He's going by the seawall. You guys see anybody that he might be with?